one really understood the nature of the gods, or what happened after a human soul separated from the body. What was understood was that a soul continued to have an affinity for the husk that had housed it for so long, even though they might have gone onwards to a better place or drifted into the fires of hell. Even considering using the rites to call a soul back from the next world was a dangerous step towards necromancy, but she had to know what had happened to Trebuchet, and what he knew, if anything, about the spell that had crammed her head with forbidden knowledge. Whatever curses had been used to prevent him from talking while he was alive wouldn't hold true after he was dead. She hesitated for a long moment before picking up her shirt and using the blood to draw out a protective circle on the floor. The books seemed to disagree about the precise rituals for summoning demons, but they all agreed that a dead soul needed a circle of blood to exist in the mortal world. They also warned of the dangers in increasingly elaborate terms, noting that the lost souls sometimes turned aggressive and attacked the foolish mortals who dared to recall them to the mortal realm, or tried to possess the living and live again. Aided by the knowledge crammed into her head, she drew out the next set of protective sigils. Even if the lost soul intended to be hostile, she would be ready. Pouring a jug of water as a final precaution, the dead couldn't cross running water, for no reason that any mortal understood, she stripped and stood in front of the circle, feeling magic swirling around her nude body. There were rituals for subtle magic, female magic, some of the books claimed, that didn't seem to jibe with the more controlled magic developed by the Peerless School. She now knew subtle curses that she could have used against Millicent, without Millicent ever realizing what had happened to her. The most frightening part of what she'd become was that she truly didn't understand the limits of her knowledge. New ideas and concepts seemed to pop into her head every day. She crossed her arms over her bare breasts and mouthed a single word. "Trebuchet," she said, shaping the thought as best she could. She didn't know enough about him to really know him, but she recalled her first sight of him and what she'd been told by everyone in the royal court. Carefully, feeling the magic flaring to live, she sank to her knees and whispered his name again. "Trebuchet." And something answered. Elaine flinched back, feeling something crawling over her skin as it started to manifest inside the circle. There was nothing visible, but she could sense it, something starting to take on a vaguely humanoid form. She closed her eyes and concentrated on the memory she had of the court wizard. The dead often tried to play tricks on the living, and they didn't quite follow the same rules as the living did. It was quite likely that Trebuchet had already spent years, as he understood the term, in the land of the dead. Who knew what happened to a soul once it was separated from its body? "You have called me," a voice said. She felt it in her mind rather than her ears. "You wish to ask questions of me." It didn't sound familiar, but most of the knowledge had warned that it wouldn't be even remotely familiar. "I called you," Elaine confirmed. The sense of something lurking just outside her closed eyes grew stronger. She was in no danger as long as she didn't break the circle ahead of time, but it didn't feel that way. The magic seemed to have taken on a distinctly alien tone. "I want to know why you died." The sound of laboured breathing grew louder. "I died because I was a pawn in a game I didn't understand I was playing until it was far too late. And I died, and I died, and I died, and I died, and I know," Elaine said softly. The dead couldn't be trusted completely, according to what she'd read, and they no longer had the same priorities as the living. "I know you died, and I am sorry that you died. And if you tell me what I want to know, I may be able to bring the person who cursed you to justice." He will never be brought to justice, Trebuchet's voice said. Elaine pressed her eyes tightly closed as she felt someone looming right on top of her. It was an illusion, a trick of the dead, but it felt alarmingly real. He waited for hundreds of years to start the pebbles rolling towards disaster. A mere bookworm such as yourself could not stop him. Even the Inquisitors could not stop him. There was a ghostly chuckle right on her ear. But you know how much has been forgotten over the years, Trebuchet said. You know that better than anyone else, don't you? His voice hardened. And yet you are pathetic, he added mockingly. You fear the touch of a man even as you want it. You spy on your friend, and now you fear her because of her curse. You want to know the truth even when it will do you no good. Ghostly lips pressed against hers, a mocking parody of a kiss. Make me live again, and you will have all your answers, Trebuchet whispered. Give me your living blood to drink. Allow me to swarm within your body. No, Elaine said flatly. The books had warned of this danger. I cannot help you to come back to life. You would do better to ask the gods. The gods do not care, Trebuchet's voice said. He laughed humorlessly. As private parts to the god are we. They play with us for their sport. I can see them watching us, betting on us, throwing down visions and thunderbolts so that we may amuse them as we scurry around and praise them in desperate fear. The gods are not our friends. They are nothing better than demons. Elaine shivered at the absolute confidence in his voice. She had never been particularly religious, not when the gods had done so little to help her in her troubled life, and she was far from the only one. It had been centuries, perhaps thousands of years, since the gods had sent anything but visions to their believers, and their visions were often misleading or difficult to understand before it was too late. They watch us because we amuse them, Trebuchet added softly. They do not care about us. Elaine cleared her throat. I want to know who cursed you and why, she said. The books had insisted that some souls needed a firm hand. Trebuchet was clearly one of them. Do I have to compel you? But that isn't what you really want to know, Trebuchet said. His ghostly presence seemed to press against her body, ghostly fingers running up towards her neck. You want to know who brought you into this world and why. I could tell you, in exchange for some of your life. I cannot make that bargain, Elaine said. There was no such thing as some of a person's life. Trebuchet would drain her and leave her body an empty husk. It was possible that she might even become one of the undead. Inquisitor Dread would open the door to discover her rotting corpse lunging at him, desperate for blood. Who was it who cursed you, and why? Your mother was a whore, a willing servant for he who will come, Trebuchet said, before she could start using words of power to compel him to answer her questions. Your father carried a bloodline that had been perfectly preserved for hundreds of years, ready for he to use it again, and again, and again, and again. Elaine was shaken, but somehow she managed to keep her eyes closed. What bloodline does he carry? She asked. Who was he? Ah, his true name has never been spoken, Trebuchet said craftily. But I could find it for you, if you gave me your life. Temptation warred in Elaine's breast. He was right. She did want to know, and somehow her life seemed of small price to pay for that knowledge, and yet she knew that it would bring her no happiness. If her mother had truly been a whore... But if her mother had been a whore, how had she found the money to pay for Elaine's upbringing, even in the orphanage? With that sort of background, she would have been lucky not to go into the brothels that catered for the truly perverse, the handful of establishments that were talked about in whispers when they were mentioned at all. They wouldn't have minded taking in a whore's child. She would have taken the money and left Elaine behind to their tender mercies. The dead couldn't lie, she'd been told, but they would have even fewer inhibitions than an inquisitor about warping the truth or deliberately misdirecting their victims. And Trebuchet had been an asshole, even when he'd been alive. The gods were probably tormenting him right now for his sins, and he was trying to get back at them by misdirecting Elaine. "I don't want to know about my father," she lied. She did want to know, but she would find out another way, somehow. "I command you, by rod and book and candle, who was it who cursed you and destroyed your life?" Her eyes snapped open as something intruded into the room. Where Trebuchet's ghost should have been floating inside the chamber, there was something else, something far greater than Elaine's merely human mind could grasp. It surged forward, trying to force its way into the mortal reality, the sheer presence holding her frozen as it started to imprint itself on the human world. Trebuchet was long gone, his soul shredded in a moment by the creature as it materialized, long fingers of mental force reaching down into Elaine's soul. She opened her mouth to scream, and lashed out, knocking over the jug of water. It washed over the floor and broke the circle. The presence was instantly gone, leaving behind nothing more than a wave of magical force that picked her up and threw her backwards into the wall, before the blood washed away completely into a liquid mess. Elaine fell to the ground, yelped in pain as her buttocks hit the stone floor, and then closed her eyes in relief. Something from one of the higher dimensions, perhaps a god, perhaps something far darker, had tried to hijack the summoning, despite all of her precautions. It should have been impossible. Dread was right. Something was definitely rotten in the state of Ida. She lost track of how long she sat there before she finally pulled herself to her feet and staggered over towards the mess on the floor. Raw magic was crackling around the water, only to disperse into nothingness at her touch. Elaine looked down at the remains of the circle and sigils she'd drawn before starting the summoning, and then started to clean it up. If Dread or someone else had seen them, they would have been able to guess what she'd done. The maids couldn't be trusted to clean up this mess. They would certainly have reported it to the king, even if Elaine tried to claim that it was the result of feminine troubles. If he knew anything about magic, he might have guessed the truth. The mirror seemed to glow faintly as she caught sight of her own body. She looked a terrifying mess, with bruises everywhere and blood staining her legs. Shaking her head, she started to wash herself thoroughly, just before she caught sight of the mirror again. It was glowing, and not with the reflection of her own power. Something was definitely wrong. She stared at her own image and saw her face and hands move, even when she wasn't moving herself. And then her reflection's face twisted into an absolute look of revulsion and slapped her across the cheek. Elaine stumbled back, more in shock than in pain, just in time to see two dark-suited figures stepping out of the mirror. There was a dimensional gate there, just as she'd seen in the great library, and none of her wards had been configured to block it. She hadn't even realized that it was there. Dread would have noticed, she told herself, as she grasped frantically for her wand, but it was where she had left it, in what remained of the dress she'd been given by the maids. She hadn't needed it to summon Trebuchet's ghost. She lifted a hand, preparing to cast a spell, when one of the figures pointed a strange-looking wand at her. There was a brilliant flash of light, a moment of absolute paralysis, and then she blacked out completely. Chapter 20. Someone was whispering at the back of her mind. Elaine could hear him, even though she couldn't make out the words. The voice didn't sound pleasant. It sounded annoyed, almost petulant. She tried to listen, her mind only dimly understanding what had happened to her, before there was a tidal wave of pain and she screamed, opening her eyes wide. Her body refused to move. Her hands were tied. Worse, her hands were tied to the ceiling and her feet were chained to the floor. Her mind swam in disbelief before she remembered what had happened just after the summoning. Someone had stepped into her room through a mirrored door and stunned her. And then she had to have been kept under while she was dragged through the tunnels on the other side of the looking-glass. A sense of despondency overcame her as she realized that she could be miles from Inquisitor Dread. She should never have come to Ida. It had all been a terrible mistake. "She's awake," a voice said. He didn't sound familiar. It shouldn't take her longer than a few minutes to recover from the curse that stunned her. Perhaps less if she is the one you seek. "I seek the Bookworm," a voice boomed. Elaine looked around, finally sighting a hooded man bending over a crystal ball. The Peerless School had tried to teach Elaine and her classmates how to infuse a crystal ball with magic to allow long-range communications between cities, towns, and military formations, but only a handful of her peers had mastered the art. They'd been assured of good positions and better salaries as soon as they graduated. There were never enough crystal balls to go around. She has to be the one we seek. The hooded man stood up and advanced on Elaine, who tried to flinch back. Above her, the chains tightened, pulling her hands upright as far as they would go. The dungeon, she was sure that she was in a dungeon, was spelled to prevent the imprisoned convicts from escaping, of course. There was no point in putting criminals in a locked room without having some form of security entity on guard. Elaine might have been able to banish it if she'd had access to her wand, but it was nowhere in sight. And no human could hope to outthink a security entity. She wouldn't be halfway to the door before it slammed shut in her face. "You are our prisoner," the hooded man informed her. His eyes travelled up and down her naked body, watching with cold amusement as Elaine flushed bright red. "There is absolutely no hope of escaping our grasp. Your cooperation now will encourage us not to harm you more than strictly necessary." One of the witches from the books Daria was always reading would probably have spat in his face, but they had the ultimate power, the writer, on their side. Elaine stared at him, trying hard not to show fear. Without her wand, it would be much harder to cast any spells, and even if she did have her wand, the security entity would probably take it from her before she could escape. It wasn't as if she could perform a teleport under her own power, and the dungeon would be surrounded by wards to prevent criminals from simply vanishing in a flash of light. "So, one simple question," the man said. "Are you the Bookworm?" Elaine winced, knowing that her expression had probably answered his question. She'd always been a bookworm. Why not, when she'd had few friends at the Peerless School? But he wasn't asking her about her reading habits. The curse on the book from Duke Garma had dumped the contents of millions of books into her head. Of course she was a bookworm. What better name for someone like her? "Then we have found you," the man said. He laughed with a kind of grim amusement. "We send teams of hunters to your city to try and identify you, and you walk right into our hands." "I told you that she had been charmed to come to Ida, and to think that it was all her own idea," the voice from the crystal ball said. It sounded vastly amused by the whole concept, even as Elaine shuddered in horror. Inquisitor Dread had pointed out that she might not be acting of her own volition, but she'd dismissed the thought as laughable, and that too might have been part of the spell. "You always had your doubts about the power of magic." "This kingdom has been kept safe by sword and archery, not magic," the hooded man rebutted sharply. Sorcery always threatens sorcerers with corruption, doesn't it? An argument for another time, the voice said. I suggest that you prepare her for her role in the plan, and make sure that that Inquisitor is dead. The last thing we need is an Inquisitor poking around. The crystal ball darkened as the spell linking it to another faded and died. Elaine braced herself as the hooded man studied her, one hand holding a strangely thin wand. His eyes, the only part of his face she could see, were bright, almost feverish. Whatever he wanted, it wouldn't be something good. And if they'd killed Dread... Everyone knew that Inquisitors were untouchable. Kill one, or even take him prisoner, and the Inquisition would tear the world apart, looking for the people responsible, and then kill them with gleeful abandon. Even the darkest of dark sorcerers preferred to remain hidden rather than provoke a fight with the Inquisition, for backing them was the power of the Grand Sorcerer himself, and all the knowledge stored in the Black Vault. Elaine shivered as she finally drew the lines between her new status as the Bookworm and the enemy plan. They wanted the knowledge to even the odds between themselves and the Inquisition. All of the spells and rituals that could be used to enhance one's magical power worked, at the cost of one's sanity. No wonder Dread had been so concerned about her mental state, and no wonder that the dark sorcerers wanted to get their hands on the knowledge in the Black Vault. Dark sorcerers wouldn't care about madness. They were probably already pushing the limits of sanity as far as they would go. They would use the knowledge to boost their power and then strike before the Inquisition was ready for them. And it would all be her fault. Her fault. Her fault. The words drummed away in her head as the hooded man placed the wand against her left breast, drew it back, and then struck her with considerable force. Elaine couldn't help herself. She screamed as the pain lanced through her body, as if she'd been raped by a red-hot poker. Pain seared across her breast. He drew back his hand and lashed her right breast, and then her buttocks. Elaine screamed again, reaching into her head for the mental disciplines she'd learned at the Peerless School, but the magic refused to form in her mind. The cold iron chains wrapped around her hands had to be dampening the magic somehow. It was a prison. Of course they would be dampening the magic. She cringed back as the hooded man, the torturer, she now realized, prepared another stroke, and then stopped, watching her. It wasn't uncommon for people to be tortured, provided that they weren't important. Truth spells cost more than torture equipment, after all. And besides, truth spells were finicky. It was far more economical to torture someone, breaking them down piece by piece until they broke and confessed to all their sins. Rumour had it that every nobleman retained his own personal torturer. The torturer held the cane against her mouth and then jabbed it sharply into her neck. Elaine yelped in pain, feeling the pressure growing against her throat. He was about to crush it. The pressure grew stronger, and her breathing started to falter, just before he stepped back and walked around to her rear. A moment later, she felt him jab the cane into the small of her back, and there was another flare of excruciating pain, and again, and again. He wasn't doing it to ask her questions, part of her mind insisted. He hadn't even bothered to ask her any questions. It struck her that he was torturing her for the sheer hell of it, enjoying himself as he watched her screaming in agony. Maybe it aroused him. Some of Daria's more perverse boyfriends, according to her, enjoyed slapping girls or being slapped themselves. Elaine hadn't believed either until now. How could anyone enjoy inflicting or receiving pain? "Let me explain to you how this is going to work," the man said, underlying his words with another sharp lash of the cane. "I have worked as a torturer for the king for the past 10 years, during which time I have gained experience in breaking hundreds of people, shattering their wills until they become helplessly compliant and obedient. I can read you like a book." He chuckled, as one does at a joke that isn't particularly funny. "I know that you're not strong, that you haven't been trained in pain resistance," he added, "and I know that, right now, you don't have enough magic to even call for help. I can keep working on you for days, or weeks, or even months until you are completely broken. Do you understand me?" Elaine said nothing. He reached out and squeezed one breast tightly. "Do you understand me?" "Yes," Elaine said finally. Her entire body felt as if it were on fire. Part of her even found his touch, as repulsive as it was, far more comfortable than the cane lashing her body. Some of the knowledge in her mind hinted that that was the point, that pain would eventually tame her to the point where she would be grateful for every small mercy. She did try to find some advice on escaping torture, but most of the information seemed to assume that she had her hands free. None of the information on picking locks or bare-handed combat seemed useful to her. "I understand." "You have been here for a week," the man said. "Your dreadful friend," he chuckled again, "is dead. There is no one who knows where you are or what you are doing here, apart from us, of course. If you cooperate, the pain will go away and you can even live a normal life here. It is a shame to waste such a fine specimen of womanhood." Elaine tasted blood in her mouth. Oddly, she found his claim that Dredd had been killed to be reassuring. The voice from the crystal ball had ordered the torturer to make certain that he was dead, rather than simply informing him that it was done. She couldn't have been a prisoner for more than a few hours at most, surely. And if he considered her a fine specimen of womanhood... She swallowed hard, trying to speak. What do you want?" "We want the knowledge in your mind," the man said. He prodded her with his cane. "I am going to break you, here and now, so that the knowledge can be extracted. After that, assuming you behave, we will do our best to take care of you. If you don't behave, we'll be forced to throw you to the men. I suggest that you behave." He was lying, Elaine realized. The knowledge in her head had identified the spell that had cursed her in the Great Library, the spell that had turned her into the Bookworm. It was possible to transfer the knowledge from one person to another, but except in very specific circumstances, the transfer would result in the death of one of the people involved. It was almost certain that Elaine would be killed during the transfer, and even if she survived, her mind would be permanently damaged. It was a terrifying thought. "No," she said finally. Maybe she could get him to talk. "Why are you doing this?" "Why? For the cause," he said in surprise. "Don't you even know why you're here?" Elaine gathered herself. "You could tell me," she said. "I might decide to help you willingly." "You will help us when I break you," the man said. He lashed out with his cane, slicing across her chest just under her breasts. "Do you think that we would trust you to give us the knowledge we want without suspecting a trick, or that you might use the knowledge against us later?" Elaine stared at him. "What cause?" she said. "Why are you doing this?" The man smiled. "The greatest reason of all," he said. "The quest for independence." She saw it as clearly as if he'd drawn a picture for her in front of her eyes. The monarchies resented their subordination to the Grand Sorcerer, even though it was the price they paid for peace along their borders. Ida had better cause to resent it than most. The state had been impregnable, even during the worst of the necromantic wars. They didn't want to pay fealty, let alone taxes, to the Grand Sorcerer and the Golden City. Was that why the heir to Ida's throne had gone to the Golden City and announced his intention to join the competition for the Grand Sorcerer's position? If he won, Would he grant the monarchies their independence once again? And with the knowledge in her head, his victory would be assured. It would be disastrous. The Empire had had hundreds of years of peace and prosperity after the end of the Second Necromantic War. Successive Grand Sorcerers and Regency Councils had fostered trade and economic development, building roads and iron dragons that linked states together into a single whole. A war, even without necromancers being involved, would be a war on a scale unimaginable to most people. The entire empire would convulse as state after state tried to secure its independence, destroying all that bound the empire together in their struggle. And that wouldn't displease the monarchs. How many of them resented the increasing demands from the traders for political representation in exchange for taxes? Prince Hilarion and his father had to be mad. Couldn't they see that such a war would be utterly devastating? Or perhaps they intended it to be devastating. Ida would survive a war largely unscathed, particularly if Prince Hilarion was as powerful as he claimed, and he had a small force of sorcerers backing him up. And when the dust had settled, maybe they would ride down from the mountains and impose their own order upon the ruins of the Empire. "Listen to me," she said urgently. "This is madness." She broke off as he lashed her back again. "I don't care about your opinion of what you think we're trying to do," the man sneered. "I want to break you. Tell me, how do you turn a man inside out?" He struck her again and again, firing questions at her one after the other. How do you make the dead speak? How do you turn the seas to wine? How do you summon demons and bargain with them for power and immortality? How do you— "I won't tell you anything," Elaine said. She could barely think against the pain, but one thought stayed in her mind. The knowledge in her head could not be allowed to fall into Prince Hilarion's hands. Even Deferens would be a better Grand Sorcerer than a man who intended to tear the system down. At least he'd sworn the mage's oath. "Do you understand me? I won't tell you anything." "They all say that," the torturer said. He leered at her as he reached down to stroke between her thighs. "They all say that they won't talk, that pain itself won't break them, but everyone breaks in the end. You will break, and then you will be collared, and then you will have the knowledge ripped from your mind." Elaine shivered in horror. Collars, slave collars, weren't completely perfect as long as they were forced on an unwilling victim. It was possible to break them, although not easy even for the strongest of souls. But if he broke her down to the point where she would willingly consent to be enslaved, there would be no hope of resistance. She would be someone's property for the rest of her life. Why had she never realized, in all of her life, that slavery was such a great evil? Even the slaves who had the chance to buy their way out of bondage lived lives of unrelenting toil and drudgery. How could anyone tolerate such a system? "Of course you tolerated it," a voice in the back of her head whispered. "It suited you to pretend that the slaves were less than human. Even as a poor woman without a husband, you were superior to the slaves, and you never forgot it. How could you realize that they were your equals without admitting that you were just as hopeless as them?" "No," she said, "I will not talk." Pain seared her body again and again. She couldn't tell if he was just whipping her or if he was using curses and charms to break her resistance. Elaine tried desperately to cling on to some memory, some happy thought that would give her strength, but nothing seemed to work. Hands grasped at her body, humiliating her by pulling her legs apart and touching her most private parts. She was going to break. Even the thought weakened her. She would break. "Step away from her," a sharp voice ordered. It was familiar, so familiar that it cut through the pain tearing away at her resistance. She heard a yelp from the torturer as a pulse of magic threw him across the room. "Now!" Elaine opened her eyes and saw a face she'd feared she would never see again. Inquisitor Dread. Chapter 21. Dread stood there, his black cloak swirling around him. Elaine thought, as pain trickled away from her body, that she'd never seen anything more magnificent. Dread held his staff upright in front of him, staring directly at the torturer and his assistants. Just as he was the most dangerous person in the room, and they all knew it. Behind him, peeking through the door, her eyes opening wide with horror as she saw the marks on Elaine's body, was Princess Saccharissa. Elaine couldn't even begin to imagine what she was doing there. Dread lifted a finger and tossed a wave of force at the torturer, knocking him back into the wall. As if it had been a signal, the first of the assistants charged directly at Dread, fists whirling as if he thought he could beat an inquisitor in a fist fight. Dread didn't give him a chance to find out. He eyed his opponent, who slowly came to a halt and froze in place. Dread stepped forward as soon as ice had covered the assistant and kicked him in the groin. Chunks of frozen flesh crashed down everywhere. The second assistant had some magic. He made a series of gestures with his hand and needles. Hot needles of inquiry, according to the knowledge in Elaine's head, shot off the table and lunged towards Dread. The Inquisitor held up his staff, and the needles froze in mid-air before turning and racing back towards the second assistant. He turned to run, too late. The needles slammed into his back and burned through his body. Hexed to produce incredible pain in their victims, they tore through him and blew him screaming into the next world. Dread ran forward as the chains suddenly tightened around Elaine's hands, threatening to crush her wrists. He cast a complex spell that shattered the iron chains, showering Elaine with dust as she collapsed in a heap. Her entire body hurt, pain surging through every last part of her mind. Dread caught her before she hit the ground and cast a second spell on her. This one started to push the pain into a corner of her mind. It still hurt, but at least she could think clearly. She caught Dread in her arms and gave him a kiss, driven by relief and a strange emotion she couldn't quite identify. He gently pushed her away and held out a black robe, looking away as Elaine donned it and stumbled to her feet. Princess Saccharissa held out a hand and Elaine took it gratefully as Dread walked over to the torturer. "Dead," he said. "It looks to be another curse, and—" The crystal ball exploded with a shattering crash. "They'll be coming after us," Princess Saccharissa said quickly. "My father's huntsman will be seeking us." "Then we'd better get out of here," Dread said. He pulled Elaine's wand out of his robe and passed it to her. "Elaine, can you walk?" "I think so," Elaine stammered. After everything, the summoning, the stunning, the torture, she felt faint and wanted to collapse. But the enemy ruled Ida, and probably had other sorcerers to call upon. Even an inquisitor would have problems defeating more than 2 or 3 fully trained combat sorcerers. What happened to you?" "They sent me a gift of food at night, claiming that it was an old custom from Ida," Dread said, as he examined the doors leading out of the torture chamber. "I knew that there was no such custom, so I checked each and every piece of food, and finally discovered a very cunning attempt to poison me. There were 2 components, both harmless in themselves, but together they would have been lethal. Luckily, my spells recognized them, and I was careful not to touch any of the food." He shrugged. "I went to check up on you and discovered that you'd been taken from your room," he added. "Princess Saccharissa was good enough to admit that her father had been up to something, and that you'd probably been taken to his dungeons. So I came down and found you." "After fighting his way through an entire squad of guardsmen," Princess Saccharissa said. She was staring at Dread in a manner that Elaine found disturbing. "Weren't you going to mention that part?" They weren't ready for me, Dread said. I'm afraid that the next set of guardsmen will be ready, and they'll probably be backed up by magicians. I think we need to get out of the castle now, quickly. I know the secret passageways out of the castle, Princess Saccharissa said. As long as you take me with you, I'll show you how to escape. I wouldn't dream of leaving you here, Dread assured her. Now, shall we go? Outside the torture chamber, the air was deathly still. A handful of bodies lay on the ground near the stairwell, covered in boils and blisters that marked a very nasty curse. Elaine shuddered at the sight, and then concentrated on walking down a second step of steps that led even further under the castle. The walls closed in rapidly, leaving her feeling as if the entire building was going to come crashing down on her head. Finally they stopped outside a blank wall and waited until Princess Saccharissa placed her hand against the stone. A block of stone moved to one side and allowed them into a second tunnel. We can't go to the city, Princess Saccharissa said. She had tried to escape her father and his plans for her before, Elaine remembered. They'll have watchers stationed on the walls looking for us. I think we will have to leg it down the mountain. Not much choice, Dread agreed. They reached the bottom of the steps and opened a second hidden door. This one opened out into a gully with a stream heading down towards the bottom of the mountain. It was hard to be sure, but Elaine suspected that they were on the other side of the castle from the city. How well do you know these mountains? I used to ride through them when I was a child, Princess Saccharissa said. She hesitated, staring around the darkened landscape. In the distance, Elaine could see the first glimmer of dawn starting to illuminate the sky. I don't think that much will have changed since then. Let's hope so, Dread said. We need to get down to the plains before the next nightfall, or we will have to find a place to hide on the mountainside. Elaine shivered as she heard the sound of a wolf in the distance, remembering Daria's true nature. A werewolf would have no difficulty tracking them across the broken mountainsides, perhaps leading a squad of guardsmen down their trail, or perhaps summoning a flock of wolves to aid in the hunt. Some werewolves had an almost familial relationship with their beastly cousins. Thank you for coming to save me, she said before they started on their way. I thought I was dead. I thought that my father had finally gone insane, Princess Saccharissa admitted. What the hell was he thinking? Assuming it was him doing the thinking, Dread said slowly. The books we found in your wizard's room, they could be used to influence a person's mind. Princess Saccharissa looked over at him. You mean that my father is under my brother's control? It's possible, Dread admitted. I won't know for sure until I have a chance to examine your father personally. He changed the subject quickly. That secret passage didn't look very well guarded. There are guard posts inside the castle, Princess Saccharissa explained, and the passageway only opens for members of the royal family. Even my mother couldn't have used it without my father's help. He once told me that he and Mother used to walk out before he became king and enjoy a picnic on the mountainside. I miss the man he used to be. Power changes people, Dread said, as they started to scramble down the gully. Some people become better when they take on power. Others allow it to corrupt them and drive them mad. Someone born to the purple has a higher chance of going mad than someone born without power. That isn't quite what you said earlier, Elaine remarked waspishly. You implied that giving the powerless power could be very dangerous. In a different way, Dread said. People born to power, they never question the rightness of their position. They just accept what they have. He shook his head. I suggest that we concentrate on the walk for now, he added. We have a long way to go. The walk rapidly turned into a nightmare as the sun rose, warming the gully and threatening to burn all three of them. Elaine felt sweat trickling down her face as she scrambled down the path, wishing that she could take a break, but knowing that they didn't dare stop for a rest. Behind them, she was sure that she could hear the sound of dogs barking and wolves howling. One of the few jobs available to openly infected werewolves was that of hunting master, using a werewolf's powerful sense of smell to track game through the forests and mountains so beloved of the aristocracy. One of them could be on their tail right now. "It was easier when I was a child," Princess Zacharissa muttered. "I should have worn proper clothes instead of this nightdress." Dread ignored her. "I think," he swore. "Get down and into the stream," he added. "Hurry." The sound of baying dogs grew closer as the stream flowed towards the waterfall. Elaine couldn't swim and almost fell over the edge before she caught hold of the rock and started scrambling down. She finally lost her grip on the slippery rock and plummeted into the deep pool, gasping for breath as she struggled to keep her head above the water. Dread caught her arm and pushed her towards the waterfall, into a cave just behind the falling sheet of water. Elaine could barely hear anything over the thunder of the falling water, but Dread seemed to be almost impossibly aware. Something was very definitely hunting them. Elaine squeezed as much water as she could out of her robe, looking over at the princess. They shared a faint chuckle. No one, even Daria, would have considered them a decent couple. Their outfits were clinging to their wet skin, revealing every curve of their bodies. No one would need to imagine anything. "Quiet," Dread hissed. "They're coming." "I can't hear anything," Princess Zacharissa said. Elaine couldn't make out anything either, but Dread held up one hand. "What's coming?" "A werewolf, I think," Dread muttered back. Elaine winced. Dread was so aware. Could he be a werewolf? The Inquisition would probably overlook a little thing like lycanthropy if they thought that a werewolf would make a good inquisitor. But he didn't have the faintly canine features that most werewolves possessed. Daria's eyes were alarmingly like a dog's pair of eyes. "I don't know if they can track us here." Princess Zacharissa reached out and took Elaine's hand as they waited. What seemed like hours passed slowly before Dread finally ducked under the waterfall and peeked outside. "Nothing," he said. "Either they lost the scent or they're lying in ambush. But we have to move." The sun was higher in the sky as they kept heading downwards, drying their clothes even as it threatened to burn their skin. Elaine kept glancing around, looking for possible threats, even though she suspected she wouldn't see anything until the enemy actually attacked. The books on warfare she'd absorbed into her mind extolled the virtues of surprise attacks and ambushes, although most of them did note that surprise was often far more difficult to achieve than many of the history books suggested. Elaine found herself wishing, not for the first time, that she'd learned more background material at the Peerless School. Or maybe she should have gone hunting if she'd been able to afford it. Millicent's family certainly had been able to afford it for their children. A low growl caught them all by surprise. Dread spun around, raising his staff to confront the oversized wolf standing on the rock above them. The wolf was easily twice the size of a normal wolf, its dark eyes intimidating as hell. It opened its jaws, revealing teeth that could crush a man's head in a single bite, and leered at them. Elaine had no difficulty reading its expression. It wanted to kill and eat them, and it would if they showed any signs of resisting. "Keep your hands where I can see them," the werewolf growled. "And you, put down that staff." Dread muttered a curse under his breath, and the rock exploded, but the werewolf was already leaping into the air and was unharmed. Of course, part of Elaine's mind noted, the werewolf would have known from Dread's scent what he was planning, probably before the idea had gelled properly in Dread's mind. It landed neatly in front of the Inquisitor and lashed out with a single paw, knocking Dread to his knees with effortless ease. Princess Saccharissa started forward, only to freeze when the werewolf turned his head and looked at her. "Do not move," he said, "or a whipping from your father will be the least of your troubles." Elaine felt her wand in her hand, thinking fast. A death curse would work, surely, but it might catch Dread in the blast as well, and it would reveal what had happened to her. There had to be another idea. She hesitated and then gambled, pushing all the power she could muster into raising an illusion right in front of the werewolf. A plate of meat, larger than the werewolf itself, seemed to materialize in the air. The animal part of the werewolf's mind reacted and jumped forward, abandoning Dread. It jumped right through the illusion and then turned around, snarling in rage. Elaine felt herself drop to her knees from sheer terror as the werewolf met her eyes. Whatever the werewolf's masters had ordered, it no longer wanted to take her alive. Wolves had their pride. It was just about all they had left. The werewolf lunged at Dread again, but he cast a spell that raised a shield and deflected its leap before he threw a fireball into the beast's fur. It howled in pain and leapt 20 meters into the lake and then jumped up again, coming right at the Inquisitor. Dread began a death curse that shattered when the werewolf struck his shield, the force of the impact knocking the Inquisitor back to the ground. And then it leapt up and came right at Elaine. She screamed as the beast knocked her down and placed one paw firmly on her chest. Blood welled up where its claws pieced her flesh, leaving her worrying about the dangers of infection. Could it turn her into a werewolf too? But it had a collar around its neck. The demand for bloody revenge on the bitch who had tricked it was struggling with orders to return the unwilling bookworm to the prince, unharmed. The beast won, and it leaned forward, its jaws opening wide. Elaine saw Dread stumbling to his feet, but there was nothing the Inquisitor could do. The words for 100 death curses rose into her mind, and she shaped a single thought, knowing that it would save her life, only to risk losing everything to the Inquisitors. But there was no choice. The death curse lanced upwards and blasted the werewolf away from her, leaving the body crashing down near the lake. A moment later, it slowly returned to human form, revealing a dark-skinned man covered in hair. Most werewolves shave to hide their true nature. Elaine knew that Daria did, even though female werewolves had less body hair. Dread caught her arm. "Where did you learn that spell?" Surprisingly, Princess Saccharissa came to her aid. "Don't you dare yell at her," she snapped, with all the arrogance of a royal upbringing. "Elaine just saved our lives." "Yes, she did," Dread agreed. He looked over at Elaine, his eyes burning into her soul. "When we get down to the plains, we are going to have a long talk. Understand?" "Yes, sir," Elaine said. If nothing else, perhaps Dread would help her to find a compromise that would help her stay alive. She hadn't asked to be turned into a bookworm. "For now, can we get down before the end of the day?" "I think so," Dread said. He grinned suddenly. If nothing else, the dead werewolf should give other hunters a touch of reluctance to advance further. He gave her one last worried look and then started off back down the trail. Princess Saccharissa followed him, and after a moment, Elaine followed him as well. The maps she'd looked at hadn't gone into many details, but from what she remembered, there was an independent city-state at the base of the mountains, along the shores of Silver Lake. It was closely allied with Ida, yet its ruler was elected, and it wouldn't be quick to jump when Ida called the tune. Or so Elaine hoped. Being tracked down by werewolves was bad enough, but if they were detected in Lakeside, they would face guardsmen and combat magicians. And she knew that they were in no state for a fight. Chapter 22. Lakeside seemed much more laid back than Ida, as far as Elaine could tell. The population wore more colourful clothes, and no one seemed to bat an eyelid when they saw 3 strangers walking off the mountain. Dread had cast an illusion spell to appear as a father with his 2 daughters, neither one of whom bore any resemblance to wanted fugitives. Elaine couldn't see any sign that any of Lakeside's population was even looking for them, but there was no way to be sure. Lakeside was a pretty obvious destination for them. "I had to book tickets on a coach tomorrow to Garston," Dread said, after they'd waited for him in the inn. "I don't want to go back to the Iron Dragon. It's too obvious a place for them to look for us." Elaine nodded, exhausted. They'd booked an inn with 2 rooms, although Dread had warned them that they needed to set up proper wards and remove all the mirrors before they went to sleep. Elaine had been relieved to discover that he hadn't realized that Castle Adamant had had a secret network of gateways into a mirrored dimension, even though it wasn't very reassuring. If an Inquisitor could miss that, what else could he miss? "Good thinking," Princess Saccharissa said. She didn't seem to have given any thought as to what she would do once she fled her father's kingdom. Was she even qualified to do anything? "Have you called the Inquisition and warned them about my father?" "There are political problems," Dread admitted reluctantly. "I told my superiors, but they can't act at once." Elaine stared at him. "There's a rogue sorcerer, probably more than one, and a royal family with a mad plan to bring down the Empire, and you can't do anything?" "There are political problems," Dread repeated. "Right now, there isn't a single unifying source of authority, and there won't be until the next Grand Sorcerer is selected. Without his orders, we do not have the legal authority to take over Ida and hunt down her royal family. We can't even arrest his foolish prince. There would be a terrific outcry over it." "Madness," Princess Saccharissa said. "My kingdom's subjects are at the mercy of my father and whoever is controlling his brain, and you can't do anything about it." "I agree," Dread said. "I have suggested most strongly that we put together a force anyway and keep Ida under close watch, but the others may not agree to go along with my suggestion. Everything is a little crazy between Grand Sorcerers. The last thing we need is rumors that the Inquisitors are plotting to remove candidates they don't like." "I thought you were sworn to serve the state faithfully, magically binding oaths," Elaine said. "Why?" "You ought to know that any oath, even one sworn on a person's name, can be circumvented with a little ingenuity," Dread said ruefully. "If I sincerely believed that assassinating all the candidates was the right course of action, I could do it without losing my powers. And even if you haven't thought of that," he smiled dryly, "I assure you that the candidates themselves will have thought of it. What could someone do with a carefully tuned memory charm?" He shrugged thoughtfully. "The Inquisition has never been popular," he added. "We do our job too well." Elaine nodded. "And so they fear you, even as they battle to control you?" "Oh, yes," Dread said. "Fear keeps the world going round." He straightened up, "Which leads neatly to the next question," he said. "What happened to you when you were hit with Duke Garma's spell?" Elaine took a breath and started to explain, watching Dread carefully as she spoke. Whatever else happened, he would be angry and horrified that she hadn't told him at once. Maybe that too had been a command included in the spell. She hadn't told anyone about her new knowledge, but it no longer seemed to have any effect. Or maybe she'd just been paranoid. "Let me see if I understand you," Dread said finally. He looked over at Princess Saccharissa and then looked back at Elaine. "The spell gave you all of the knowledge in the Black Vault." "All of the knowledge in the entire library," Elaine said. It was beyond her comprehension, and she'd been the target of the spell. There were hundreds of thousands of volumes, No one had a precise count within the Great Library. I can tell you details from history books covering the Inquisition. Most of those books are untruthful, Dredd muttered. He looked up at her sharply. You had all this knowledge, and it never occurred to you to tell anyone. No, sir, Elaine admitted. I didn't even tell Daria. You must have been out of your mind, Dredd snapped. Didn't you think about what someone could do with that kind of knowledge before you decided to head off to Ida? Princess Saccharissa came to Elaine's rescue. You skulls have a reputation for extreme solutions to problems, she said, her voice calm and very reasonable. What do you think she expected from you if she told you the truth? Dredd nodded slowly. Very true, he admitted. Although we wouldn't have killed you. You didn't ask to become a bookworm. He hesitated. Were you tempted to use the knowledge in any way? I did something to Millicent, Elaine admitted in a small voice. He had every right to be angry about that, even though he and his fellows had never called Millicent to account for her crimes. And I spied on Daria. The whole story slowly tumbled out. Her curiosity about the secret Millicent had mentioned, finding the chest, and finding the magical supplies inside. She didn't know exactly why she had confessed so openly, but in some ways it was a relief. At least they'd hold her to account for something she'd actually done deliberately. I just assumed that you did know that you were sharing your apartment with a werewolf, Dredd said, shaking his head. How did you manage to miss the clues? Elaine looked down at the ground. I guess I am as stupid as Millicent says I am, she admitted. I never thought that Daria might be a werewolf, and I never thought twice about coming to Ida. That wasn't completely your fault, I think, Dredd said reassuringly. Your past history doesn't suggest a person likely to drop everything and go on a trip 500 miles from the Golden City on a whim. But they clearly knew what had happened to you. If I hadn't shown up, they would probably have waited for you to visit the court wizard and grabbed you there and then. Elaine felt violated. Someone had placed commands in her mind, and she had followed them without even thinking it through. Millicent had been kind to her by comparison. She'd known that she was being compelled to act, even though resistance was futile. Even the cold knowledge that few people were logical enough to notice that they were being subtly influenced didn't help. He stood up and started to pace the room. Let's see. Duke Garma dies. The only person who can assure us that it was a natural death does so. But we know that he was involved because he was cursed, and he died when he started to tell us the truth. The king tries to kill an inquisitor and has his men torture you. His son wants to become Grand Sorcerer and may be trying to get his hands on you to boost his powers. Princess Saccharissa frowned. Would that work? Of course it would work, Dredd said. The price, however, is very high. The princess lifted her eyebrows. Sanity, Dredd explained reluctantly, and that's just for starters. Madness brings with it the ability to call on magic powers rarely mastered by mankind, powers that eat away at the flesh of their victim even as he believes he is their master. They say that is what happened to the Witch King. Elaine shivered. She knew the truth behind the Witch King, but did Dredd. She wanted to tell him, and yet she didn't really want to talk about it. If he believed in Valiant and looked up to him as a possible role model, why should she ruin his ideals by telling him the truth? What possible good could it do? Never mind him, Elaine said. What are we going to do about the problems in Ida? First, we're going to get you back to the Golden City, where we can keep you under guard until we have a new Grand Sorcerer to judge your case, Dredd said. Elaine had to fight to repress a snort. What if the new Grand Sorcerer was Prince Hilarion, or Deferens? They wouldn't be inclined to view her sudden acquisition of forbidden knowledge very lightly, and she doubted that any of the others would take a better view of it. And then he shook his head. I don't even know where to begin sorting this mess out. Maybe you should forget convention and just move against my brother, Princess Zacharissa said. Surely, if you can stop him, everything else won't matter. You're missing the point, Dredd explained patiently. The Inquisition exists to prevent the misuse of magic and magical artifacts. It does not exist to vet candidates for the post of Grand Sorcerer, at least without direct orders from the reigning Grand Sorcerer. We depend upon a degree of consent from the rest of the population to carry out our duties. If they start thinking that we're picking and choosing the Grand Sorcerer— He shrugged. The results could be outright civil war, he admitted. I suspect that my superiors will find some way of dealing with the problem, but not immediately. I don't think your brother can win without the help of this young lady. He nodded to Elaine. So we should be fine, as long as we keep you well away from him, he added. You won't try to run off again. Not as long as you don't try to kill me, Elaine said seriously. Dredd didn't smile. I hope it doesn't come down to that, he said flatly. I'll do my best to keep it from becoming a problem for us. Elaine was still thinking about possible solutions. Couldn't you put it to a vote? Dredd blinked in surprise. A vote? You have 6 possible candidates for the position, 5 if we exclude Prince Hilarion, Elaine pointed out. What if you told them what was going on and then asked them to commit their support to investigating the prince and flushing him out? You'd just need 3 votes in favour, and then you could reasonably claim that you had the support of the next Grand Sorcerer, whoever he might be. Assuming that the investigation turned up enough dirt to prove that he was up to something dangerous and illegal, Dredd said. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. And it would be very embarrassing if one of the dissenters became the next Grand Sorcerer. And we'd need proof. I thought that you had the powers you needed to investigate anyone on suspicion of necromancy, Elaine said in surprise. Couldn't you just tell them what we know? We don't have absolute proof that Prince Hilarion is involved in this crazy plan, Dredd said. He smiled sourly at her expression. Think about it. We know that his father was involved, as was his former court wizard, but we don't have anything on Prince Hilarion himself. And we don't even know if his father is a willing conspirator or under the control of a person or persons unknown. Elaine remembered the voice speaking out of the crystal ball and shivered. But if pressed, she would have to admit that she didn't know who had been on the other end. And Prince Hilarion is very well connected through his father and grandfather's complex network of marriage alliances, he added. And most of the aristocracy will rally around him without absolutely watertight proof that he is controlling his father and experimenting with banned magic. It might even be hard to prove that the spell he used on you through that cursed book was illegal. He could merely smile and deny all knowledge, or claim that he hadn't thought that anyone would be stupid enough to open the volume without checking first. Elaine scowled at him, but she had to admit that he had a point. The Druids spent most of their time dealing with the fallout from magical disasters, which were mainly caused by some idiot walking into a set of wards or accidentally triggering a spell they didn't know how to control. Every magician worthy of the name used wards and booby traps to safeguard his possessions. There was no law against doing it, if only because it would be widely ignored. And anyone stupid enough to try to burgle a magician deserved everything he got. And Dredd was right. The aristocracy were determined to retain what few rights and privileges they had left. They would definitely rally around Prince Hilarion unless there was watertight proof. Proof that they might never be able to acquire. Once there was a new Grand Sorcerer, but what if Prince Hilarion became the new Grand Sorcerer? She hesitated. What if we killed him? He's my brother, Princess Saccharissa objected. I know he can be an asshole at times, but killing a potential Grand Sorcerer is a serious crime, Dredd pointed out. I don't think we would be able to convince everyone that we'd done the right thing. He shrugged. Are you always this bloodthirsty? Elaine stared at him. She hadn't been bloodthirsty before the accident, any more than she'd have stood up to Millicent and her aunt, or talked to an inquisitor like he was a friend. And now she'd seen 4 men die in front of her, 5 if they counted the werewolf as human, and was coldly talking about killing another man. It wasn't what she wanted to be, but was there any choice? What if Prince Hilarion became the new Grand Sorcerer? The thought kept spinning around in her mind. What if? What if? There had to be a way to stop him, but what? A thought struck her. Where is he staying at the moment? With the Duke of Randor, Dredd said. At least he was last time I heard. I suppose he could have decided to desert the Golden City by now if he thinks we have proof of his misdeeds. I wouldn't count on it, Princess Saccharissa muttered. He was always a stubborn bastard. Why don't we burgle the house and see what he has in his secret chests? Elaine asked. She would never have dared think of that before the accident. Or what if we— That would be technically illegal, Dredd said, deadpan. I would not be able to accompany you. Of course, Elaine realized. He'd taken his oaths. But I can't think of anything better, she said, unless we just keep our heads down and hope for the best. You should be kept under firm guard until the new Grand Sorcerer is selected, Dredd said. But let me give the matter some thought. I should be able to come up with a possible solution that will suit both of us. I want to go out with Bee again, Elaine said firmly. For once, she was going to chase a man, by following Daria's advice and running away very slowly. You can have me escorted if you like, but I am going. Princess Saccharissa gave her an odd look. You have a boyfriend? Sort of, Elaine said reluctantly. Princess Saccharissa was beautiful. She could have any boy she wanted, just like Daria. There was no way she was going to allow her anywhere near Bee until she'd decided just what she wanted to do with him. And no, you can't have him. Dredd laughed. Get some rest, he said. We catch the coach to the Golden City at dawn. Hopefully we should be well away before they catch up with us. If they do. Elaine frowned. Do you think they'll come after us? They must, Dredd reminded her. They're committed. They were committed the moment they tried to kill me. They have no choice but to play it out to the end. He doffed his hood to them and left the room, carefully creating the wards that should keep them both safe overnight. Elaine watched him go and then looked over at Princess Saccharissa, who looked back at her as if she didn't quite believe what was happening. Elaine felt the same way. Had it really only been a week ago when she'd had nothing more important on her mind than working for Miss Prim? Tell me something, Princess Saccharissa said. He may be your master, but he isn't your lover? Elaine flushed. No, he isn't my lover, she said. And he wasn't really her master either, although part of Elaine was tempted to work with the Inquisition in future, if they ever agreed to allow her out of their sight. Are you interested in him? Princess Saccharissa didn't flush. What if I was? Elaine felt an odd pang of sympathy for Daria. Had her friend felt the same way when trying to talk her into entering the wonderful world of boys? "He's an inquisitor, married to his job," Elaine said simply. "Just remember that he won't put you first. He can't. They want single-minded ruthlessness, and they get it." She shook her head as she climbed into bed and waved her hand at the candle flame, using a tiny charm to dampen its glare. Sleep shouldn't have come easily, but she was exhausted, and, for once, her sleep was dreamless. She only awoke once to the sound of quiet sobbing. The princess had finally realized that everything was real. Elaine did the one thing she could do for the prideful girl. She pretended she hadn't heard anything. Chapter 23. The Inquisition was housed in the watchtower itself, a blocky structure that provided an excellent vantage point over the surrounding territory and the Golden City. Elaine had visited it while she was in the Peerless School, but had never visited it afterwards, and certainly never as a possible candidate for the Inquisition's attentions. The look some of the guards tossed at her suggested that they thought that she should be going into the building wearing handcuffs, and they didn't even know why she was there. Inquisitor Dread led her through the public part of the building, walking through the waiting room. A handful of junior inquisitors were attempting to cope with a backlog of magical complaints, ranging from tricks played by junior magicians to more serious incidences of dark magic being used against helpless civilians. The death of the Grand Sorcerer had left a power vacuum in the heart of the Empire, and it wouldn't be filled until a new Grand Sorcerer was selected to fill his shoes. And then the more rowdy elements would be brought under control, or crushed. Elaine knew enough now, from dread or from the forbidden knowledge in her heart, to know that part of the price of becoming Grand Sorcerer was to keep magic and magicians under control. The new Grand Sorcerer would establish his authority by stamping on the rowdy elements, just incidentally reminding the non-magicians why they needed a Grand Sorcerer in the first place. Someone had to keep magicians firmly in line. She blinked in surprise as she heard a girl babbling drunkenly. "She did this to me," the girl said loudly enough to be heard halfway across the room. "Where's my owner? This floor hasn't been swept in weeks. I should be going to work. I'm human. I'm not a—" Elaine stared until Dread nudged her. Her housemate transfigured her into a broom when she refused to do any housework around the apartment, he said, by way of explanation. But the housemate wasn't a very skilled witch and caused a mental transformation as well as a physical one. Even now she has been returned to flesh and blood. Part of her still thinks she's a broom, and that she has always been a broom. "But—" Elaine began, before shaking her head. Transforming a person into an inanimate object was easy, but it was almost impossible to do the reverse and transform an inanimate object into a person. But someone whose mind had been warped into thinking that she was a broom wouldn't notice that what she thought had happened to her was impossible. No amount of calm reasoning from the Inquisitors would change her mind. "What are you going to do with her?" "That's up to the Inquisitors on duty," Dread said. "It depends. Maybe we'd use a simple spell to adjust her mind, or maybe we'd see to it that her friend got a taste of her own medicine, or maybe we'd just have to wait and let the girl get better on her own." He shook his head as Elaine looked around the massive chamber. There were people who had been tricked into drinking love potions, whose relatives had brought them to the watchtower to complain to the Inquisitors. Some love potions were little more than practical jokes, the effects wearing off within days, but others were permanent, rewriting a person's mind around pleasing the object of their affections. They were banned by edict of one of the previous Grand Sorcerers, yet it was easy enough to produce one of the more powerful recipes. The Great Library had never managed to round up the majority of the copies of books describing love potions. The knowledge buzzing through her head told her that it might be impossible to save the people who'd drunk the love potions, or at least stop them becoming fixated on something. Given time, the druids could probably refocus the spell on something harmless, leaving the victim capable of living a fairly normal life. If not, she wondered absently, what would be the best thing to do for the victim? They'd pine away and die if they weren't allowed to unite with the person they thought they loved. Love potions are no joke, she thought, as she looked away from a young man with wide, hopeless eyes. Even Millicent hadn't tried to spike a person's drink with a love potion. It was one of the few acts that would get anyone, expelled from the peerless school. Their wands snapped before they were sold into slavery. The ones that wore off within hours would still leave scars that might last for a lifetime. She wanted to look away from the crowd of victims, but she couldn't. A young woman was screaming about how she should have a tail rather than bare legs. Elaine realized after a moment that she was a mermaid who had been the victim of a cruel practical joke. She'd be a fish out of water in the Golden City, even if she could survive without water. Two young men had been fused together by magic, stumbling around as if their conjoined body hadn't quite figured out how to coordinate itself. A number of waitresses had been hit with a charm that convinced them that they couldn't wear clothes, even in public. Their parents were shielding them as best they could from the gaze of the young men in the crowd. Elaine suspected that only the presence of a handful of scowling inquisitors had kept the young men from trying their luck. Dread shook his head as they reached a heavy stone door. "Let us hope that this will all be over once a responsible authority takes his place as Grand Sorcerer," he said. "The Inquisition is being pushed to the limit by the sudden upsurge in magical crime." "And yet you came all the way to Ida to check up on me," Elaine said. She hadn't realized, not really, just how hard it would be for the Inquisition to cope with magical crime between Grand Sorcerers. Normally, when the Inquisition showed up, anyone with any sense would head for the exit as quickly as possible, but there weren't enough Inquisitors in one place to patrol the entire city. Why was I so important? "Are you not glad I did?" Dread asked, ducking her question. She'd learned from their 3 days in various coaches. The Iron Dragons would have been direct, but their enemies would have been watching all the direct routes, that Dread tended to be sardonic when answering questions to which he felt the person should already know the answers. And besides, I had unsolved mysteries. Elaine felt the repulsion spell on the door pushing at her, just before Dread pressed his hand against the stone and the spell snapped off. "This is the part of the watchtower that is rarely shown to outsiders," Dread said softly. "You must not speak of what you see or hear inside this part of the building." The door opened, allowing them entry before it closed with an audible thud. Silence fell, almost like a physical blow. There were so many muffling spells in the air that even Elaine's rudimentary magical senses felt blinded, as if her head were suddenly full of cotton wool. Dread seemed to be speaking. She could definitely see his mouth moving, but she couldn't hear a word. And then her ears popped and she could hear normally again. "We don't want people spying on us," Dread said. His voice sounded funny inside the watchtower, slightly dampened by the active spells all around them. "There are more wards around this part of the building than there are anywhere else outside the Golden Palace." He led her down the corridor, Elaine struggling to keep up with his long strides. The interior of the watchtower was another pocket dimension, although one that didn't quite make sense to Elaine's mind. Unlike the Great Library, it didn't appear to be larger on the inside than on the outside. It was almost as if the interior was rapidly shuffling itself around to accommodate permitted guests and confuse unwelcome intruders. The thought made her shudder. Given enough time and power, the Inquisitors could have infused a personality into the watchtower, or perhaps summoned a demon and used it as a source of power. She hoped it wasn't the latter. All the knowledge in her head insisted that only a fool would trust a demon to keep a promise. They were older than mankind and very, very devious, and they delighted in watching humans suffer and die. There seemed to be no other inquisitors in the private part of the building, but she was unable to escape the sense of being permanently watched. The corridors seemed to be shifting all around them. At one point, she was sure she saw doors flickering in and out of existence before they finally reached a large hall. A set of demonic statues awaited them, braced for the command to spring to life and attack the intruders. What did it say about the Inquisition, Elaine wondered, when they were so careful to take precautions even inside their stronghold? It seemed to take paranoia to ridiculous levels. A young woman, her features blunt and plain, looked up at them as they entered. She wore a white set of robes, which surprised Elaine, until she realized that the Inquisitors probably intended for her to serve as a druid as well as a secretary. Only druids wore white robes, unlike the black favored by the Inquisition, and almost every other sorcerer of great power. "Welcome home," she said to Dredd. She barely even glanced in Elaine's direction. "The Circle received your message yesterday, and they are waiting to speak with you." Elaine blinked in surprise. When had Dredd sent a message? But it was a silly question. Dredd was a powerful sorcerer with access to spells used only by the Inquisitors. He could have sent them a message without allowing Elaine to see it at all. "Wait here," Dredd said. "You'll be called in to face the Circle once I have finished briefing them. I shouldn't be anything more than 10 minutes. Elaine watched him passing through another pair of stone doors and then settled down to wait. The secretary ignored her, at least on the surface, although the feeling of being watched by unknown eyes seemed to grow stronger by the minute. She could almost feel the spells crawling throughout the building, watching for intruders. There were so many spells that it was hard to see why they weren't interfering with one another. But the Inquisitors would be able to recruit the best talent from the Peerless School. They'd probably selected the students with the greatest aptitude for charms and programming wards, and offered them advanced training in exchange for servitude. No one really knew how a person became an Inquisitor, but with their connections to the Peerless School, they could probably identify promising talent early. It was more like 40 minutes until the door opened of its own accord, and Elaine felt a compulsion pushing at her, urging her to walk through the door. The sensation was thoroughly unpleasant, as she found herself moving almost against her will. Shivers ran down her spine as she walked into the heart of the Inquisition, the legendary Star Chamber itself. It was illuminated by a glowing silver star hanging over the table, casting an eerie, flickering light over the room. The 5 people in the room, the Circle, Elaine assumed, wore black robes, but nothing else. None of them were familiar, apart from a middle-aged woman Elaine was sure she'd seen somewhere before. They didn't seem to wear the skull rings that marked them out as Inquisitors, and there was no sign of Dredd. "Please be seated," one of the men said. He was approaching old age, with wrinkled skin and a horrifically scarred face that bore mute testament to a magical duel against a dark sorcerer in his youth. Elaine was surprised that she didn't know him, even by reputation. Someone who had been so badly scarred should be instantly recognizable. Maybe it was just an illusion shadowing his real face. There would be little hope of a normal life if his friends knew him to be an Inquisitor. "Thank you for coming." Elaine nodded, slowly. Dredd hadn't given her the impression that she had had much of a choice. "We understand that this must be an unpleasant experience for you," the man continued. One of the other men, a dark-skinned man with bright red eyes, snorted. His eyes had to be an illusion, Elaine told herself. Someone like that should have been even more recognizable than the scarred man. Please, would you tell us, in your own words, exactly what happened to you since you opened Duke Garmer's legacy? She felt the compulsion pushing at her the moment he phased the question and started to babble. The Inquisitors merely listened, without bothering to comment on her description of her dinner with B or her discovery that Daria was a full-blooded werewolf. They'd told her to tell them everything, after all. No one interrupted as she explained how she'd decided to go to Ida, how she'd encountered Dread, and finally been kidnapped, only to be saved by the Inquisitor and the Princess of Ida. Princess Saccharissa had been left with one of Dread's friends for the moment. She had had no idea what, if anything, he intended to do with her. Once she'd finished explaining her story, they started to ask questions. Each of them was asked pleasantly enough, but there was enough compulsion floating through the air to make a mockery of free will. She found herself answering the same question, asked in several different ways, over and over again. How could they expect her to lie to them when the entire chamber was crawling with charms to make her talkative and truthful? It took her some time to realize that they were trying to extract all the detail they could, not trying to catch her out in a lie. A handful of questions even related to the contents of the Black Vault, considering what knowledge might be stored inside the Great Library, and now Elaine's head. She felt her blood run cold as she realized the implications. Countless spells in her head were useless to her, but a more powerful magician would be able to use them as he pleased. It wasn't just Prince Hilarion who would want to get his hands on her. One final question, the old man said. Why did you not bring yourself to us when you discovered what had happened? At least they seemed to accept that she hadn't lied to Dread when they'd first met. I was scared, Elaine admitted. I thought that you would kill me. We should, one of the other Inquisitors said. His face was so bland that Elaine wouldn't have given it a second thought if they'd met on the streets. It was a definite advantage for an Inquisitor to remain unnoticed. We cannot remove spells from your mind, nor can we prevent you from remaining silent in the face of mental probes and torture. Trying would break your mind, the fourth male Inquisitor said. Unlike his companion, he was handsome, too handsome to be real. Either he was using a glamour to hide his real appearance, or he'd had his features redesigned into something that was obviously unnatural. In its own way, it could be as much a disguise as the bland man. It would be kinder to kill you outright. But we are sworn to protect the innocent, the woman said. You did not choose to become a bookworm. We should not kill you for something that wasn't your fault. And yet you did try to summon a ghost back to the mortal world, the bland man said. It is clear that the knowledge in your head has had an effect on your personality. We cannot afford to trust you in public society. Even if we did, the handsome man added, you would become a prize for each and every sorcerer who wishes to boost his power. You are not bound by the oath sworn by the Grand Sorcerer on the day he takes on the duties of his post. It has been suggested that we destroy the Black Vault and its knowledge, the woman said. Elaine was starting to suspect that they were communicating between one another without her hearing them, and yet the knowledge might be needed one day. By whom? The bland man demanded. Would you trust yourself with that power? Elaine hesitated and then spoke up. You already have all the power you could possibly need. The elderly man chuckled, not unkindly. There is no such thing as too much power for a sorcerer, he said. At his age, he had to be as powerful as anyone else in the Golden City. The problems arise when one of them seeks to become far more powerful unnaturally, trying to boost his power because he is in a hurry. Even we are not immune to temptation. That's why we should kill you, the bland man said. You are simply too dangerous to be left running around, even if all the compulsions in your head have been removed." "And there's no way we can be sure," the woman said. "Anyone who peeks inside your head will be able to drain the knowledge crammed into your skull." Elaine stared at her desperately. Had she come home merely to die at the hands of the Inquisition? "But there is another problem," the elderly man said. "You and our friend Dread have raised a very serious concern. Prince Hilarion may have long-term plans that threaten the Empire." "More than threaten if they gained access to the Black Vault's knowledge," the woman pointed out. "They could bring us down." "We cannot act openly," the elderly man admitted. "You and Dread, and your allies, may act without our blessing. We will decide your fate later." Elaine nodded. At least they'd be able to do something about Prince Hilarion before she faced them again. And if they failed... She shook her head. If they failed, chances were that she wouldn't be alive to worry about it. Chapter 24. Dread met her outside the Star Chamber. "They wanted to kill me," Elaine said. Part of her didn't want to believe it. They wanted to kill me." "They are charged with defending the establishment," Dread mused, as he drew her into a private room. It might have been his office. "And you are a threat to the establishment." "I didn't ask to be a threat to the establishment," Elaine snapped. All the stress of the past week was finally breaking through. She started to shake, feeling hot tears prickling at the corner of her mind. "I didn't ask to become a bookworm." "A plague doesn't ask to kill and cripple thousands of innocent humans," Dread said softly, but with great force. "A tidal wave doesn't act out of malice. Tornadoes don't throw houses through magical dimensions because they think it would be a huge joke. Wild magic doesn't warp the very structure of reality for fun and games." He placed one hand on her shoulder. "I'm sorry about what happened to you," he said gently. "It represents a failing on our part, one of imagination. No one ever expected someone to manage to slip all the books in the Great Library out past the wards. But that is precisely what happened, and we have to deal with it. You should never have been caught up in this, yet no magic known to us can go back in time and change it. It isn't fair. You did nothing to deserve it. But that doesn't change the fact that we have to deal with the situation as we find it." Elaine sagged against his arm. "But what now? Even if we stop Prince Hilarion and his plan, whatever it is, what happens to me afterwards? I didn't ask to become a source of all the forbidden knowledge in the universe." "Repository, I think you mean," Dread said. Elaine thought he was laughing at her until she realized that he was deadly serious. "Or are you actually going to start inventing new spells based on what you know?" I don't know," Elaine admitted. Now that the truth was out, she could drain the blight, or tap its magic for her own use, but that would probably start a panic once the Inquisition realized the truth. Knowledge was useless without power. The blight had enough power to reshape the entire world, if it were used properly. "Why me?" "The world isn't fair," Dread said. "You were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and were caught up in the middle of a power struggle that has raged since the Second Necromantic War. Now, I suggest—" It was unmistakably an order that you dry your eyes and start thinking about what we're going to do next. "I have to go talk to Daria," Elaine said. If nothing else, she owed her friend a hug and a confession. And if Daria turned into a wolf and tried to eat her, maybe it was exactly what she deserved. Prince Hilarion can wait for a day. She paused as a thought struck her. Is he even still in the city? He's still here, Dread confirmed. I'm surprised he hasn't fled, but he has to know that time isn't exactly on his side. It's possible that he thinks he can still become Grand Sorcerer and simply order us to forget the matter. Or he has something really nasty up his sleeve for when we push the issue, Elaine said darkly. What did they plan to do about Ida? Dread frowned. They're going to take it to the Regency Council and try to convince them to order troops move towards Ida, he said. It really needs a Grand Sorcerer's imprint before we move, but we should be able to get some spies into the mountains and prepare for an invasion without his permission. But doing that will be risky, and costly if it does come down to a fight. Ida has never fallen to an outside force. But surely you can assemble more magicians, Elaine protested. You could call upon every graduate from the Peerless School if necessary. Not all of them are combat magicians, Dread said. And someone on the other side has been teaching magic to the prince. How many others do you think he might have turned out over the years? But surely he couldn't outnumber the Peerless School. The trick would be concentrating our forces in one area, Dread admitted. Even with the authority of the Grand Sorcerer, it would take weeks, perhaps months, to gather every combat magician we have, and they probably wouldn't give us the time. Prince Hilarion might already have plans to ally with other kingdoms against us. We could find ourselves having to put down several separate rebellions at the same time, with our resources desperately overstretched. He snorted. We will make what preparations we can, but Prince Hilarion has timed his little plan perfectly, he added. No doubt he already has contingency plans. Elaine blinked in surprise as an idea occurred to her. Why don't we assassinate his father? You've definitely become bloodthirsty, Dread observed. I have considered the possibility, but right now the King of Ida is safe and sound inside a castle that it would be impossible to break into quietly. But we managed to escape through the secret passages, all of which will be blocked up by now, or heavily guarded, Dread said, overriding her. And I'd bet 1,000 crowns that the princess's signature has been removed from all of the access points. I won't take that bet, Elaine said. She shook her head. So, do we try to burgle Prince Hilarion's current residence or not? It's the only plan we have, Dread said reluctantly. I need to start making some preparations. You have been assigned quarters here. I have to go to Daria, Elaine said flatly. 2 weeks ago, she would never even have dreamed of arguing with an inquisitor. The prospect of impending death really did concentrate the mind. You can send someone along to look after me if you like, but I am going to see her, and I am going to have another date with Bee. Dread studied her for a long moment. I can see that your father must have been stubborn, he said. She'd told him what the ghost had said when she'd summoned Trebuchet back to the land of the living. Dread had been rather more worried by the force that had driven Trebuchet back to the next world. It implied that someone had access to a great deal of magic, or direct assistance from the next world. But do you realize that they have to be watching for you? Going on a date, or even back to your apartment, might be just what they want you to do. I know, Elaine admitted. But I'm not going to cower inside until the new Grand Sorcerer is selected. And if the Star Chamber decides that I'm too dangerous to let live, I can at least enjoy life a little before I die. She looked up at him, and then down at her feet. I've never really lived at all. First there was the orphanage and a staff who refused to let me do anything. Then there was the Peerless School in Millicent, and then there was a boring life in the library. I want to live. You've definitely changed, Dread observed. He smiled, as if the issue wasn't really worth fighting over. You can go, on the condition that you have at least 2 of us with you. They won't look like inquisitors, but they will look after you." Elaine looked into his grey eyes, saw that he wouldn't budge any further, and nodded. "I will," she said softly. Was this what it was like to have a father? Someone who cared and worked to protect his daughter? Or was she merely dreaming it was, because her own father had always been a mystery to her? If her mother had been a whore, what had her father been? A client? Her pimp? Or something else altogether? "Thank you." Dread looked mildly surprised. "For what?" "For caring," Elaine said. She felt tears stinging her eyes again and wiped them away with a flash of irritation. No real father could have done better. Dread smiled, a smile that touched his eyes and made him look almost human. "Would you like to know," he inquired dryly, "just how many fathers have used magic on the boys who came courting their daughters? I have seen fathers turn boyfriends into toads, or use compulsion spells to drive them away, or insist that they swear formal oaths before even inviting the girls out to dinner. And I have seen parents who use magic to substitute for raising their kids. Instead of teaching boys and girls to be careful, they use magic to enforce proper behavior from their children. Every time, it explodes in their faces. Badly. But no one ever seems to learn." He shook his head. "Magic isn't a substitute for everything, and it certainly doesn't solve all problems," he added. "If everyone realized that instead of looking for quick fixes, the world would be a much happier place." Every inquisitor that Elaine had heard of, she'd only met one formally, wore black robes and carried skull rings. But it seemed that a great deal of what she'd known about the Inquisition either wasn't true, or was incomplete. Inquisitor Cass was a blonde and bubbly girl, wearing a long green dress that set off her hair nicely. Inquisitor Karen was short, dumpy, and had unkempt red hair that Daria would have enjoyed fixing over an hour or two. But there was no mistaking the skill they showed in working magic, or the sheer power flaring around them when they entered the room. Millicent would not have dared to pick on either of them. "Hi," Cass said with a wink. Her voice was light and airy, so airy that Elaine realized at once that she was overacting. But maybe a male wizard, unable to take his eyes off her chest, wouldn't realize that he was babbling out all his secrets to a chit of a girl. "I understand that we have to look after you." "Yes," Elaine said flatly. Cass managed to make her feel dowdy, even unintentionally. It wouldn't have bothered her before Daria had finally kicked her into trying to start a proper romance. She was certainly not going to allow Cass to escort her on the next date. "How much has he told you?" "Only that we're not to allow you to be taken by anyone," Karen informed her. She was subdued, almost submissive. Elaine started to look for a collar before realizing that it was just as much an act as Cass's blonde bimbo pretense, and that we should be careful about where we let you go. It was possible, Elaine decided, that Dread had also told them that Elaine was not to be taken alive, even if they had to kill her themselves. It wouldn't be difficult. Even without wands, either of them was more than a match for Elaine herself. The spell which had surprised Millicent probably wouldn't work on a sorceress who had spent most of her adult life matching herself against the best in the business. She wanted to be angry at the Inquisitor for his action, if he had issued such orders, but it was hard to blame him. Anyone who had a clear idea of the horrors unleashed by the necromancers would do anything to prevent them from being unleashed again. The last war had nearly destroyed the entire world. "Sounds about right," she said mildly. She wondered if she should confirm that they should follow Dread's orders, if there were such orders, but she couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. "Shall we go?" Seen from the North Peak, the Golden City seemed to glow with light. Where Ida had been drab and grey, and Castle Adamant, a brooding monstrosity on the hill, the Golden City was alive. She had never really understood it before, but the Golden City was the best and worst of the Empire gathered in one place. The styles and techniques developed by thousands of different civilizations had been fused into one, while people from all over the world travelled to see the Golden City, each one adding a little more diversity to the most diverse city in the world. There were even people who believed that the streets were paved with gold. But not all of it was kind, she knew. Some came to the city, fell into poverty, and never managed to climb out. Different cultures rubbed each other the wrong way. Different priests used their daily sermons to call down hellfire on their rivals. From High Tory to Low Town and the Blight, the city was the Empire in miniature. Powerful men and women, some aristocratic and some magical, ruling over thousands of small states. And the Blight, perhaps serving as a counterpart to the necromantic wars, or the dead lands where the Witch King had made his final bid for power. Nothing would grow there for thousands of years, unless some of the undead mutated into forms that could survive the waves of wild magic washing across the continent. It wasn't a comforting thought. The one thing everyone knew about wild magic was that it couldn't be controlled, and that its effects were effectively random. She allowed Cass to precede her down the road leading into the city. Unlike Ida, the Golden City didn't bother with a road that was part of its defense line, although if a hostile power gained control of the mountains, the Golden City would be forced to surrender anyway. But who would dare attack the Grand Sorcerer? Just for a moment, she wondered just how far the prince's plans actually went. Had he forged links with the states closer to the Golden City, convincing them to send their armies to attack? It didn't seem likely, if only because the preparations would be noticed, wouldn't they? But if there had already been one catastrophic intelligence failure, why couldn't there have been a second? Or a third? The sights and sounds of the Golden City were music to her ears after the dour city of Ida. Street vendors competed savagely with each other in advertising their food, drink, and souvenirs of the city. A pair of candidates for the city council were engaged in a political debate, egged on by the crowd who had brought rotten vegetables to throw at candidates they didn't like. Half the city didn't have the property, money, or magical qualifications to vote, which didn't stop them enjoying the debates and the chance to throw stuff at their social superiors. The city guard knew better than to intervene unless people started throwing objects, or magic, that could cause real harm. A witch operating a stall was offering curses, potions, and charms for anyone's requirement. Selling curses wasn't technically illegal, but it did tend to draw the Inquisition's attention on the grounds that it represented a misuse of magic. Elaine suspected, even without drawing on the knowledge in her head, that the witch wasn't really offering anything more than placebos. A person without proper magical training was unlikely to realize that the curses didn't work, or only worked briefly. The witch probably claimed that they caused ill luck rather than something specific. The love potions might be real, or they might be something intended to push someone into growing the confidence to ask their intended victim out. They didn't not work, one of her tutors had once explained, but they weren't really magic. The distinction was lost on the uninitiated. "And I tell you that the proper place for a woman is on her knees," a voice boomed. There was magic in it. Not compulsion spells, but magic intended to convince the listener to keep listening. No one threw rotten fruit or eggs at the speaker. "She should remain silent, forever faithful and obedient to her man, silently serving him as is her natural role." Elaine rolled her eyes, noting without surprise just how much of the crowd was male. Vlad Deferens was in his late 30s, with unkempt black hair and a scruffy long beard. He wore a bright red tunic and kilt. The nasty part of Elaine's mind wondered what, if anything, he wore under his kilt, and carried a faintly disturbing staff in one hand. The tip of the staff looked alarmingly like a very important male organ. It was clear that Deferens used it to do all his thinking. "And as Grand Sorcerer, I will see to it that women return to their natural place," Deferens thundered. "I will make collars freely available to every man who wishes to control his wife, to encourage her to be submissive and obedient." Elaine stared at him, feeling outrage growing in her breast. She had never been a wife, but she'd seen enough of married life to know that men were just as responsible for marital problems as women. And women invariably got the worst of it, even in the most cosmopolitan cities. They could be beaten by their husbands, forced to obey his every whim. Magic provided some freedom for sorceresses, but not for those who were only mundane. "He's been doing this all week," Cass muttered. The female inquisitor sounded just as disgusted as Elaine felt. She was one of the most powerful magicians, male or female, in the world. Deferens would have her abandon all that to become little more than chattel. "I don't even know how seriously he takes the contest to become Grand Sorcerer if this is the sort of shit he excretes at every opportunity." A spell danced through Elaine's mind, and she triggered it before she had a chance to reflect on what it actually did. There was a brief pause when she thought it did nothing, before a gust of wind blew across the stage and flicked Deferens's kilt up, exposing him to the world. The crowd burst into laughter. Deferens looked to be very small, although Elaine had nothing to compare it to. Grand Sorcerer candidate or not, Deferens would find it very hard to live that down. Cass gripped her wrist and dragged her away before she could do anything else. Behind her, she heard the sound of rotten fruit being thrown at a target. Who knew what would happen now? Maybe Deferens would do something so stupid that he'd be put out of the running. And if that happened, she realized, Prince Hilarian's chances of victory became that much higher. Chapter 25. Her apartment almost felt unfamiliar to her as she entered, after trying to convince her bodyguards to wait outside. They refused to listen to her and insisted on searching the apartment before allowing her to go inside. Elaine heard enough of the discussion between Cass and Daria to know that her friend wasn't happy about the sudden intrusion and completely mystified. It was another thing for Elaine to regret, she realized, and to feel guilty over. Daria's life had been turned upside down just because she had been friendly to an almost friendless girl. Daria didn't look different physically, but she seemed younger to Elaine's eyes. Or maybe Elaine had grown up. Had she ever been a mature adult since she'd left the Peerless School, or had she merely been marking time and pretending that she was still a teenager? But then her teenage years hadn't been anything interesting, really. She'd sometimes believed that she'd been born old. "Well," Daria said finally, "who was that blonde person in our apartment?" "It's a long story," Elaine admitted. She couldn't blame Daria for being a little irritated. Her friend had always been a deeply private person, despite the number of boys she had invited to enter her. As a werewolf, she'd known what it was like to be hunted. The Peerless School would have expelled her if enough of the important parents had complained. Werewolves were not trusted in human society. I want to tell you, but it could put you in very real danger." "You've been with the Inquisitor," Daria said. At one point her deduction would have surprised Elaine. Now she knew that the werewolf had smelled Dred's scent on her. and everyone else's, for that matter. I assume that your trip to Ida didn't go precisely as planned." Elaine flushed. It hadn't really been planned at all, something that, in hindsight, should have warned her that she wasn't entirely acting under her own volition. She'd been luckier than she wanted to admit. If she hadn't encountered dread, she would have been broken and then killed in the torture chamber below Castle Adamant. And as it was, she'd managed to meet her own obligations under the mage's oath. The Inquisition now knew about a dreadful threat to the entire empire. "It didn't," she said. "Daria, I love you, but this could put you in danger. If you want to leave, I will understand." Daria shook her head, tossing her long mane of hair. "I think you know me better than that," she said. She knew that Elaine wasn't exaggerating. It was easy to control one's voice to lie, but a great deal harder to control one's scent. "When have I ever backed down from a fight?" "Never," Elaine agreed. "Just listen, please." She started with the entire story, running through it from beginning to end, and then detailed what they'd discovered in Ida. Daria listened silently, her nose flaring slightly. In hindsight, it was easy to see a distinctly canine aspect to her features. Her big eyes were remarkably like a dog's eyes. No wonder Millicent had laughed so much when she'd hinted at Daria's secret. Elaine had missed something right under her own nose. "Sounds like you're in trouble," Daria said. She shrugged as she picked up the latest collection of pamphlets from the touts and supporters of the various candidates. "I can see why the prince would want to cheat. He has exactly 5 supporters, and one of them is Lord Melchett, so he doesn't count." Elaine snorted. Lord Melchett had been the heir to a distinguished family, until he'd been caught engaging in a practice that made incest and necrophilia look forgivable. His family had disowned him, his friends had melted away, and he'd started drinking himself to death. What he'd done wasn't exactly illegal, but high society had passed judgment on him and treated him as a pariah. Elaine had little patience for Millicent and the rest of the aristocrats, yet for once it was easy to take their side. Lord Melchett was a disgrace to the entire society of inbred morons. She took one of the sheets of paper and skimmed through it. Prince Hilarian's allies were few and far between: an aristocrat who was known for dabbling in magic, a pair of tradesmen who wanted a powerful political patron, and no one was higher than the Grand Sorcerer, and an aristocrat who had lost a suit against his peers that had been judged by the previous Grand Sorcerer personally. Elaine guessed that he hoped that the new Grand Sorcerer would reverse the ruling, but all of them had good reason for gambling on a long shot. But Prince Hilarion also seemed to have a great deal of money. She doubted that it had all come from Ida. The cost of a successful political campaign, let alone one by a candidate to become Grand Sorcerer, was staggering. Prince Hilarion had to have other backers, but the touts hadn't succeeded in tracing them. They'd probably handed over bags of crowns, knowing that even the Inquisition would be unable to track them back to their source. He was buying influence in various places, influence that would be all the more effective for being underestimated. And yet, what was he doing? There were only vague hints in the knowledge she'd absorbed about just what happened in the process of selecting a new Grand Sorcerer. Almost nothing was known publicly, although it was assumed that it was a test of a candidate's magical power and their political support within the Empire. It was almost as if whoever had devised the contest, the first Grand Sorcerer perhaps, hadn't wanted to write anything down. Maybe the knowledge was in her mind, still locked up until she asked the right question, or maybe the details were passed on by word of mouth. But if that were the case, who was in charge of masterminding the contest? "It could be a repeat of the jury law," Daria said, when Elaine outlined her thoughts. I had to study that for work, back when they were offering me the chance to become a manager and even open my own shop. Elaine felt her mind click as new knowledge seemed to blossom open in front of her. The 1st century after the Second Necromantic War had seen corruption spreading throughout the Empire, particularly within the Golden City. It was simple for the rich to bribe juries into taking their side, using their power to ensure that no laws were passed limiting the practice. The early Reform Party had had real problems making any kind of changes. Finally, the Grand Sorcerer of that era had died and been replaced by a man with different ideas about how a city should be run. He'd expanded each of the juries until there were no less than 500 prospective candidates for each jury, forcing anyone who wanted to bribe them all, even though only 13 of the 500 would actually serve on the jury itself. The cost of bribing promptly skyrocketed. It wasn't a perfect solution, but even the richest of citizens would have problems bribing every possible member. "See who gets the most bribes?" Elaine said. It sounded possible, but it seemed a little unlikely. Maybe they just throw magic at one another until all but one of them are dead. Could be, Daria agreed. But I was thinking that the victor would be the one who managed to galvanize enough support from the city's power blocks. Power is one thing, but they all have power. Actually ruling the state needs more than just raw power. Maybe the tests force them to cope with a crisis and see how they handle it. Elaine nodded. There were thousands of books on the history of government in the Great Library, and they were now all in her head. Some states had eaten their metaphorical seed corn and suffered economic crashes due to bad leadership. Others had lasted for centuries before the dictates of aristocratic supremacy put an idiot or a madman in power. Hell, the reason why the southern continent was governed by an empress, and never an emperor, was that their last emperor had been a madman who slaughtered his way through most of the upper classes before one of the widowed women, forced to share his bed, cut his throat as he slept. "You should ask your friend the Inquisitor," Daria added. "I bet they'd know, if anyone does." "It doesn't matter for the moment," Elaine said. "I have something else to tell you." Daria paused, pretending to consider. "You're getting married to Bea. You dumped Bea for Dread. That princess you brought here convinced you that girls are more fun than boys?" Elaine laughed, despite herself. Daria always took such an irreverent view of the universe. "It's worse than that," she admitted. "I have a confession to make." "You stole my latest boyfriend?" Daria asked. "Bah, how terrible. And he was terrible in bed, too." "This is serious," Elaine snapped angrily. "I'm trying to make a confession here." "I try not to take life too seriously," Daria admitted. "Not having anywhere permanent to call my home does tend to ensure that I remain flippant at all times." Elaine shook her head. After spending so long nerving herself to confess to Daria, it was weird to see the confession being waved away so flippantly. But Daria still didn't know what she was talking about. How could she? "I discovered that you were a werewolf," Elaine said in a rush. "I'm sorry, it was wrong of me." Daria gaped at her, and then started to laugh. "We have known each other for 7 years, she said between laughs, "and you only just found out that I'm a werewolf?" Her chuckles grew louder. "I always assumed that you knew." "I never even considered the possibility," Elaine admitted ruefully. Of course Millicent had laughed. She'd realized Daria's secret long ago. Her friend held up her palm in front of Elaine's eyes. It was covered with fine, almost invisible hairs. "I have more hair on my body than you do," she said dryly. "You never bothered to take a peek when you were helping me to dress." "I always hated it at the orphanage," Elaine said. Communal living there had been embarrassing, particularly when dealing with children who had actually grown up in a family before being sent to the orphanage. They'd peeked on the girls as they tried to wash, despite their complaints. No one in the orphanage had really cared if the children started to pick on each other. And then Millicent sent me streaking naked through the corridors. I wouldn't have minded, Daria said gently. It's not as if you are particularly attracted to women. Elaine stared at her friend and braced herself to say the words that might destroy their friendship forever. I peeked inside your chest, she admitted. I was curious, and it was just there. And you saw the amulet that kept my lycanthropy under control, Daria said, emotionlessly. Elaine would have given her soul to have the same sense of smell as her friend, to know just what she was really feeling. I never wanted to be a beast again. The words came tumbling out, as if she'd wanted to talk about it for a long time. Some of us are born werewolves, others are turned into werewolves by accident or when they marry one of the folk, she said. My parents were both werewolves, but they were both turned werewolves instead of born werewolves. I never actually turned wolf until I was 13. Elaine frowned. I thought that born werewolves could change almost as soon as they were born, she objected. Sometimes the magic throws up a few weird things, Daria admitted. I grew up believing that I was the only one of the folk who couldn't change into a wolf. They even tried to bite me so that I would be infected by the curse, but nothing happened. The best they could conclude was that I was naturally immune to lycanthropy. No one realized that I did have some of the werewolf senses, even as a child. She shook her head. I think my parents were a little relieved, she added. They hadn't enjoyed being werewolves or having to join the travelling folk. The druids couldn't help? Elaine asked. Surely they could have. The travelling folk wouldn't go to a stinker druid, even if he was on fire and needed someone to piss on him, Daria said. You don't really know what it's like to be one of the folk. The best thing that happens is that the stinkers think that you're a thief. If you're unlucky, they chase you out with magic and gunfire. Elaine frowned. The stinkers? We are clean, Daria said, with some dignity. You people don't know how to wash properly. I can smell you from halfway across the city. She shook her head. There are few secrets among the traveller folk, she continued quietly. I was astonished by how shocked so many of you... Elaine smiled. Stinkers? I was going to say civilized folk, Daria said with great dignity. I remember seeing girls terrified when they first saw blood coming out of their crutches, convinced that there was something seriously wrong with them. My family had taught me better. Hell, my first cycle was the event that would change me from a girl to a woman. I could get married or move away from my parents or even leave the travelling folk. Instead, the first time, I found myself naked in the forest with no clear idea of what had happened to me. I was convinced that one of the boys had played a prank on me. A couple of them were magicians, and they definitely could have mesmerized a young girl into running away naked. But I was too ashamed to tell my parents or anyone else. The next time, I'd blocked it out of my mind because it hurt so much, she continued. The pain started, as did the animal impulses. My clothes suddenly itched so badly that I had to tear them off and run through the forest naked. I could feel my body twisting and breaking, aching as if it was trying to use a muscle I'd neglected over the last 13 years. And then I saw my hand change into a paw and I lost all rationality. I ran through the woods, howling as a wolf, so lost in the animal urges that I ate raw meat and indulged myself. And then I ran into one of the magicians. In my delirium, I believed that he was responsible for what had happened to me, and I went for his throat. I almost killed him when he managed to knock me back with a blast of raw power, stunning me. He could have killed me then, before I reverted to human form. Instead, I woke up with my parents and the wise woman looking down at me. For whatever reason, my cycles had brought the change with them. It took years for me to get used to the change. She shook her head. Born werewolves change so often that they become more flexible than turned werewolves, she said. Every time I changed, I hurt so badly, and then I had to be supervised at all times. It wasn't my fault, everyone said, but I always had two bigger werewolves with me to make sure I didn't lose control completely. I had to take years of this treatment before I learned enough control to be trusted out on my own. And then they discovered my talent and allowed me to go to the Peerless School. There they gave me an amulet to control the change. I have only changed once in the last year. To find me when I fled, Elaine said. I don't deserve you. You have changed over the past few days, Daria said. She leaned closer and made a loud sniffing noise. Your scent has changed too, a little more confident, more interested in boys. Elaine flushed. Shame about the flush, Daria teased, but I'm sure you will beat that quickly enough. She reached out and placed her hand on Elaine's shoulder. I understand what it means to go through a change, although I'm not quite sure that you were as helpless to stop yourself as I was, she said. Your change is unprecedented in my experience, and I don't think anyone could have helped you. But Elaine felt another stab of guilt as Daria's voice hardened. I don't think you should go peeking in my room again. One thing you should know from the orphanage, and I know from the travelling folk, is that what little privacy one can get is important. Do that again, and I will do unto you what my father did when he discovered that I'd transformed once before without telling anyone. And what was that? Elaine asked. The travelling folk were strange. Who knew what they considered acceptable punishment for a young girl? Did he beat you? I'll leave it to your imagination, Daria said darkly, and then laughed. It's bound to be more terrifying that way. She patted Elaine's shoulder and then let go of her. Now, she said, how can I help with dealing with Prince Handsome? Want me to date him and then bite him? That isn't funny, Elaine protested. It would lead to another werewolf pogrom and— I know, Daria said. It was a terrible joke. She shook her head. On a completely different matter, B came around again and offered to cook you dinner in his apartment, she said, changing the subject. Do you want to go see him tonight? Elaine hesitated. Going to a boy's apartment could mean getting more than she bargained for, but perhaps it was time to live a little. Yes, she said. You can set it up for me? Of course, Daria said. What are friends for? Chapter 26. I'm glad to see you again, B said, as he opened the door. How was your trip? Elaine hesitated, unsure what to say. It was educational, she said, finally. It's strange how people live away from the Golden City. B grinned, welcoming her into his apartment. The more isolated a community, the easier it is to maintain its own society, even though it is technically part of the Empire, he said. He'd seen dozens of states, Elaine knew. Her own experience was still limited to the Golden City and Ida. Once the whole affair was settled, she intended to travel again, if Dread and the Inquisitors let her. There are places that make the Golden City look chaotic, and places that make it look orderly. He chatted away as he waved her to a sofa and started to take a steaming pot off the stove. I don't get to cook very often, he admitted. I hope you enjoy my food. I've never had a boy cook for me before, Elaine said. Daria had once commented that boys who knew how to cook and made sure that the girls knew it had greater success with romance than boys who expected women to do all the cooking. Is it something from the south? One of our regional specialities, B said cheerfully. I grew up with my mother making this, and she insisted that we all learn to cook. He put the pot down on the table and grinned as he waved her over to the seat. Traditionally, he said, as he took the lid off the pot, we would put raw meat inside and let the soup cook the meat. Elaine followed his pointing hand and saw boiling liquid, smelling faintly of chicken, inside the pot. You can put in spices or vegetables to match your taste, as each person has a different idea of what they enjoy eating. Some of us put in so many chilies that we burn ourselves when we try to eat them. I've cooked the meat inside the soup for your first time. Elaine had to smile as he started to ladle out the soup. Each spoonful held pieces of cooked chicken, beef, or fish. She wasn't particularly fond of fish. The Golden City was a long way from the nearest coast, making fish expensive, but the soup smelt lovely, and the freshly baked bread neatly complemented the taste. Each piece of meat, she realized, would have added a little extra something to the flavor. "Eat up," Bee urged. "I can't maintain the cooking spell on the pot." Maybe he was lucky, having no magic. Elaine considered it as she took her first sip of the soup and then started to eat rapidly. It was a faintly sharp taste, with hints of lime and several spices she didn't recognize. It flavored the chunks of meat nicely. Bee passed her a small set of spice pots, and she experimented by adding them to each different spoonful. The flavors changed each time, some edible and some too hot to touch. "We normally experiment with the first bowl and then make a second one once we know what we like," Bee explained. "Every meal is a little different because the meat may be of lesser quality or the spices may be from different places. It makes life interesting when we go visiting each other at home." "You should open a restaurant," Elaine said honestly. "You'd make a fortune selling food in the Golden City." "There already are some places that serve southern food," Bee said. His face twitched, as if it were caught between a grimace and a smile. "None of the ones I've tasted have been very good. I've had to cook myself if I wanted food from home. When I don't cook, I prefer exploring foods from other parts of the world." "You have lived a fuller life than me," Elaine admitted. It was a rueful thought, but she'd never realized just how bland her life had been before she'd been hit by Duke Garma's spell. The part of her that wanted something more exciting had been drowned out by the part of her that knew that she didn't want excitement and considered adventure to be someone else in trouble far away from civilization. Now, she was a target for everyone who sought forbidden knowledge, even though she wasn't seeking it herself. What would they do to her if they kidnapped her again? "You know, I never asked, why did you come to the Golden City?" "I told you," Bee said innocently. "My superiors want more influence in the Golden City, and they dispatched me to make sure that they got it. The Golden City makes decisions that touch upon the entire world. Any influence we can win here would be very valuable for us." "I see," Elaine said. He had mentioned it before, but she'd been too shy to follow up on it. "If you don't mind me asking, who are you working for?" "The Empress of the South," Bee said. Elaine gaped at him, too surprised to speak. "She wants influence in the Golden City." "I thought that she didn't like men," Elaine said, recovering from her surprise. "Why are you serving as her agent?" "Men aren't supposed to rule back home," Bee reminded her. "There's no reason why a man can't serve as the Empress's agent, and some of the societies in the Golden City find it easier to deal with a man. It never seemed particularly understandable to me, but I rather like my job, even if I do have to deal with filthy politicians all the time." He hesitated, just long enough for Elaine to realize that he was worried. "I thought you knew, to be honest," he added. "Does that bother you?" "No," Elaine said, although she wasn't sure if she was being truthful. Coincidence or not, there was a link between the Empress of the South and Lady Lightspinner, and Lady Lightspinner had good reason to want to keep an eye on Elaine. But Elaine had met Bee before Millicent had been turned into a tiny statue, and it seemed unlikely that Lady Lightspinner had had any advance warning, unless one of the gods had granted her a vision. It just struck me that I didn't know. The evening wore on as they finished their soup and shared fruit juice, chatting about nothing in particular. Elaine found herself relaxing completely in his company, studying the way the firelight reflected off his face and clothes, wondering if she really did have the nerve to try to kiss him. But he'd already kissed her in the park. They should have had no trouble kissing again, and yet... "I've never been anyone's agent," she said, returning to the original question. "How do you serve your Empress?" "By speaking with her voice," B said. He seemed happy to talk. "Before I left, she and her advisors gave me a detailed briefing on what I had to offer people and what lines I couldn't cross, even if we were offered everything we wanted in exchange. I came here with a duplicate of her Great Seal, charmed to convince the others that I spoke with her name, and then started bargaining. Some of the factions in the city were happy to bargain. Others were reluctant to talk to us unless they were offered hefty cash bribes." Elaine giggled. "Is it a little like seducing a woman?" B blushed bright red, causing Elaine to flush too. "I wouldn't have put it precisely that way," he said with stiff dignity, and then he broke down into giggles himself. "But it is the same basic idea, just using different tools." "The thought of one country trying to seduce another," Elaine said between giggles. "And what happens when they start to separate?" "You have marriage vows and marriage rows," B punned badly. "Diplomacy is the art of getting what you want without offending anyone too badly. When it goes wrong—" He shrugged. "Some countries have no reason to talk to us and don't even consider an alliance," he added. "Some countries fear us and will try to form alliances against us, and some think that we'd betray them if it suited our interests. Even the Grand Sorcerer had problems keeping various nations from lashing out at their neighbours." "The Grand Sorcerer brought peace," Elaine said. They'd had that hammered into their heads at the Peerless School. The system was intended to prevent another major war, even one that didn't include necromancers. I always believed that to be true. "Oh, it is true," B said. His face darkened. But he couldn't bury all the differences between countries completely. Countless issues haven't been settled because the Grand Sorcerer prohibited actual fighting between states, so they continue to fester. Some states bear grudges for things that took place hundreds of years before the first necromantic war. He stood up in one fluid motion. "I looked up Ida after you left," he said. Elaine looked up sharply. "There's very little to interest the Empress there. Ida only trades with its neighbours. Not very much at that, and has no apparent interest in converting its impregnable defensive position into an offensive stand against the states down on the plains." Elaine frowned, worried. "Did you speak to their representatives here?" "There's nothing to talk about," B said. "One rule of diplomacy is that you should never show interest unless it is in your interest to show interest. If Ida wants something from the South, they have to open the dialogue themselves, and so far they have largely ignored us." Elaine relaxed slightly. The thought of Prince Hilarion using B as a way to get at her was terrifying. He could have offered money and power, and influence for the Empress of the South, in exchange for B helping him to catch Elaine. But no one should have been able to draw a line between B and Elaine, or so she hoped. No wonder the Inquisitors were so worried about her safety. Rumours spread through the Golden City faster than an iron dragon. She held up a hand and pulled B towards the sofa, suddenly feeling her heartbeat pounding away inside her ears. Part of her wanted to run, and the rest of her wanted to live a little, to enjoy life while she could. Prince Hilarion might kill her or kidnap her if he got his hands on her, and she knew better than to think that she could resist him indefinitely. The Inquisitors were sworn to obey the Grand Sorcerer. If Prince Hilarion became the victor, they would have no choice but to follow his orders. She would have to run to flee the city if that happened. Yet there was nowhere to go. Except perhaps the south. Bee's arms enfolded her, and his lips met hers, a kiss that seemed to set her entire body burning with an unfamiliar flame. She'd never been with a boy before, nor had she experimented with another girl, and only rarely with herself. Suddenly she wanted to pull off her clothes before it was too late. Bee's kisses were becoming more passionate, his hands stroking her back as he pulled her closer and then pushed her down on the sofa. For a moment she felt trapped and helpless as his weight pushed down on her before he took himself on his elbows and kept kissing her. She kissed him back, realizing that Bee wasn't going to hurt her, at least not intentionally. Daria's advice had been very specific, both about what potions she should drink beforehand and about what she should let him do to her the first time, and about how boys could be remarkably insensitive at times. She gasped as she felt his hands working at the straps of her dress before they came loose and it started to be pushed back towards her chest. Her breasts were exposed as Bee slipped back, his bright eyes meeting her as he lowered his mouth to her nipple and started to lick it slowly but steadily. Elaine felt a wave of pleasure running through her, even though part of her mind was disgusted at what he was doing, and yet she'd had dreams where she'd taken him in her mouth and licked and sucked him until— well, she wasn't quite clear on that point. Her dreams had never been too focused on specifics. Bee sat back and started to undress, pulling off his shirt to reveal a hairy chest and arms that were faintly muscled. Elaine reached up and stroked his chest, so different from her own hairless body. Daria would have hairs on her chest, even if they were difficult to see with the naked eye. Her boyfriends might have realized the truth and then fled in horror, terrified at the thought of being close to a werewolf who might assume wolf form at any moment. Daria had better control than that. She started to say, and then stopped. Hush, Bee said, as he pulled away the rest of her dress. She was naked, apart from a sheer pair of silken panties Daria had given her, naked and exposed to his gaze. Elaine found herself flushing again, suddenly realizing why so many girls in the Peerless School had used magic potions and glamours to enhance their appearance. A single negative comment when she was exposed would have been far more crushing than any barbed comment from Millicent. It's going to be fine. He removed his own trousers, revealing his manhood. Elaine stared, finally understanding some of the private conversations between girls at school. Bee's penis was massive to her eyes, something that helplessly drew her towards it, and yet the thought of that thing trying to go inside her was different to accept. One of the books she'd absorbed noted that the male sexual equipment was never as varied as it seemed when erect and ready for action, and yes, it could go inside her without problems. Some of the other books contained detailed instructions that made Elaine blush when she realized that the knowledge was there, ready for her to use. And a handful contained information that even she recognized was inaccurate. Elaine reached out towards Bee, feeling a strange mixture of emotions as she took his manhood in her hand. It was huge, and yet it squirmed in her hand, seeming to leap forward of its own will towards her thighs. Touching it felt almost natural, and yet it was almost also like touching a spider or something else that triggered the deeper fears in the human mind. Some of the books seemed to speculate endlessly on the precise nature of sexual desire, but they never seemed to agree with each other. Women could not both be sexless creatures, knowing nothing of sexual desire, and also carnal beings whose lusts were so powerful that they had to be kept under control. The two statements were contradictory. Both had probably also been written by men. Bee's hand slipped between her legs and touched her gently before he started to stroke around her. Elaine gasped, feeling an unearthly tingling running through her body, even though he felt clumsy compared to the times when she had played with herself. He didn't know precisely where to touch her for greatest effect, she realized, as more knowledge poured through her mind. Boys believed a great deal of nonsense about girls. Girls believed just as much nonsense about boys. The two sexes, it seemed, had never bothered to just talk to one another. They just made assumptions based on their own bodies or beliefs that had never been properly challenged. Elaine felt her legs open as B positioned himself for entry. She reached forward as the books advised and took control, guiding him into her virgin vagina. He seemed to surge forward, and there was an odd moment of discomfort that would have been worse if she hadn't listened to Daria and taken the modest maiden potion before coming to B's apartment. It felt so strange, at once both exciting and terrifying, to feel something slipping inside her. B's breathing was growing faster as he seemed to pause just for a long moment, and then started to thrust inside her. There was another sensation of discomfort, followed by a burst of pleasure that surprised her, and then led to a second burst of pleasure as B moved faster and faster. He'd lost control, if some of the books were accurate. He could no longer stop, even if Elaine wanted him to pull out. She felt a tidal wave of pleasure, perhaps boosted by the potion, as he thrust faster and faster, and then she felt something hot and warm bursting inside her. There was a final wave of pleasure, and she found herself pulling her to him, trying to keep him inside her. It no longer felt like a terrifying intrusion, not even slightly. Daria had told her time and time again that having a boyfriend was the greatest thing in a woman's life, and that boys felt the same way about women. Elaine hadn't believed her, not until now, not until she'd realized that sex could be for more than procreation. Some of the books hinted at what happened when virgins discovered sex for the first time. Others seemed to vie to outdo one another in emotional descriptions of their first times with a person of the other sex, or even the same sex. Elaine wanted him to have sex with her again and again and again. And yet, it wasn't really like her, was it? The thought bothered her as she looked up and saw B smiling back at her. He seemed to be glowing with light, no longer even remotely a stranger. Of course he wasn't, Elaine told herself. He'd just been inside her. There was no point in moving to conceal the gap between her legs, not any longer, or in getting dressed. But did he really love her? And did she love him? Chapter 27. But I'm a virgin. Daria broke down into giggles. I hate to break it to you, she said, but you're not. Not any longer. I can smell him on you. Elaine flushed. She hurt just a little between her legs. The knowledge within her mind suggested that the first time was supposed to hurt a little for women, and the modest maiden had merely ensured that she didn't feel the pain while B entered her for the first time. Some of the authors, the ones who acknowledged that women could have sexual feelings, had noted that it was easier to have sex if the woman was wet, her own body producing the lubricant to make it easier for the man to thrust inside her. But it took time for the man to learn how to encourage her body to generate the lubricant, and the potion hadn't been a perfect substitute. She tried to change the subject quickly. How much of him can you smell on me? Let's see, Daria said, taking a deep sniff. Lust, admiration, desire, fear. Elaine blinked. Fear? Guys are just as scared on their first time as girls, Daria said with a wink. Even after they become more experienced, they are still sometimes scared when they meet a new woman. The mere act of having sex, either by entering or being entered, renders a person vulnerable to colossal emotional harm. If you'd told him that he was too small— He wasn't, Elaine protested, and then flushed again. You can tell me all about it, Daria said with a leer. Did you have a good time or what? A very good time, Elaine admitted. And yet, did I do the right thing? Daria leaned over and patted her head. What makes you think that there is a right thing? You had sex with a guy you like and who likes you, instead of a guy who has pushed you into going to bed with him, or a guy your parents selected for you and you only met on your wedding day. There's no prospect of him having given you a child. You took the potion to prevent that, and you're hardly of aristocratic blood. You don't even need to worry about the prospect of giving your hubby an illegitimate child. She shrugged. Welcome to the wonderful world of men, she added. Look on the bright side. No one can use you as a virgin sacrifice any longer. Elaine shivered as Daria's words unlocked more books within her mind. There were spells that involved virgins and children being murdered to feed the darker gods, or summon demons, or merely boost the sorcerer's power. Each spell lay within her mind in precise detail, some of them presenting a dreadful temptation. She could jump right up through the different levels of magicians if she offered her firstborn son to the demons. She pushed the thought away angrily. I suppose you're right, she said. Does he love me? A word of advice, Daria said, with brutal frankness. Young men confuse lust and love quite badly. He may want to build a relationship with you that results in you both being sealed after you develop true love for each other, or he may only think that he does, and in reality he hasn't quite fallen for you. Guys are stupid. I have never had any problems with that type of spelling, Elaine said, remembering one particular trader couple who had come to the orphanage to find someone to adopt. The woman had said that Elaine wasn't very pretty. Maybe that was true, but she did know how to spell pretty. So, what do you think I should do? Have fun, Daria advised. What do you want from all this? Sex? I'd say that you had it. I'm sure he'd be happy to keep having sex with you for as long as you wanted. Love? In that case, work on seeing him outside his apartment, with his clothes on. Get him to take you round the city and see all the monuments. Have a swim with him in the public baths, or go watch a stage show. I think they're still playing The Artful Apprentice at the Odeon. Elaine had to smile. The Artful Apprentice had been written shortly after the First Necromantic War, and told the story of a young magician who had never listened to his master. Eventually, after a long series of humiliating mishaps, he'd managed to turn himself and his wife into snakes, whereupon his master had banished him to the forests outside the city. The play was deliberately written to be amusing, but also educational. Magic could be very dangerous when the sorcerers didn't bother to think through what they were doing first. Or there's the perverted pant, Daria added. Maybe not the kind of play to take someone to see unless you know them very well. It isn't exactly clean. I've heard of it, Elaine said tightly. Even now, after discovering that sex could be fun, there were limits. What sort of person would have themselves transformed into female clothing so they could be worn without the wearer knowing that they were carrying a voyeur around with them? And what sort of fool would rely on someone else to get him out of his perverted idea of fun when it stopped being funny? I don't think B would like that one. Ask him, Daria said. She grinned. And while you're at it, you might want to see if he has any skeletons in his closets. A wife back home, another girlfriend, a set of particularly nasty fetishes. Men like to think that they have secrets and they're harmless. Most of the time, they're wrong. She shrugged and changed the subject. There are some advantages to being a werewolf, she admitted. You can generally tell what someone likes, or doesn't, through their scent and involuntary reactions. I knew a guy who was rather brash, although a fairly decent chap. He didn't know that I was a werewolf, but he never liked putting his cock in my mouth, and it took me weeks to realize that the whole prospect of it terrified him. I might have bitten down hard and removed his cock. Elaine winced at the thought. If women were penetrated, it opened them up to the man's penetration, but the men were vulnerable to losing their most important organ. There were spells, not exactly forbidden but frowned upon, that placed teeth within a female vagina, one of the nastier tricks in the darker tomes. Someone like Millicent would probably have considered it a huge joke. "So," she said finally, "what did you do?" "I just had sex with him instead," Daria said with a wink. "He was a good guy, even though we were hardly soulmates. But if he'd known that I was a werewolf—" She shook her head. "I don't think it would have mattered to him that much," she admitted. "He would have had the same reaction to any set of really sharp teeth." Elaine nodded. "I suggest that you go wash thoroughly," Daria ordered. "Trust me, your stench wouldn't just be obvious to werewolves right now. There are magicians who will know exactly what you did last night." "Understood," Elaine said. In truth, she was still confused. Did B love her? Did she love B? Or were they both just driven together by hormones? Was this sort of confusion natural when sex was involved? And after that? "I think that we will have visitors," Daria said, sniffing the air. "I suggest you hurry." Elaine had never spent long in the shower, a habit that had been hammered into her at the orphanage. Each child was given 5 minutes of water to wash, after which they were expected to be clean, having washed away all the soap. The matrons had punished any of the children who took longer than 5 minutes, or emerged still dirty. Even now, even with water relatively cheap in the Golden City, Elaine still needed less than 10 minutes to wash herself and study her body in the mirror. She looked older somehow, even though there was no single change that she could identify. There were a handful of marks on her skin where B's hands had torn at her, and a whole series of bruises from where the torturer had lashed out at her skin. Dredd had provided some basic medical care. Stripping off in front of him had been embarrassing, and the damage was well on its way to healing, but it was still visible. She was mildly surprised that B hadn't commented on the bruise. Perhaps he thought that they were natural. Or perhaps he thought that they'd come from her master. It wasn't unknown for apprentices to be beaten by their masters, even though Miss Prim had never lifted a hand to Elaine, or to any of the other girls in the library. Maybe B was beaten by the Empress of the South. She giggled at the absurd thought, although she suspected that B hadn't been a virgin when he'd met her. Perhaps the Empress's reputation was genuine, and she'd seduced him before sending him out on her service. There was a faint bloodstain on her legs, all that remained of her maidenhead. She washed it away with warm water and then scrubbed her legs clean, feeling a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She'd enjoyed herself, and yet there was a feeling that she hadn't quite done the right thing. Perhaps it was a form of sexual buyer's remorse. There would never be a second time that she lost her virginity. Some spells offered her the chance to restore her maidenhead, but it wouldn't be the same. She'd lost something, innocence perhaps, when she'd opened her legs and invited B to enter her body. She finished washing and dried herself with a simple spell, pulling on her bathrobe as she left the washroom. Outside, a small party seemed to have gathered around the table, led by a man it took her a long moment to recognize. Inquisitor Dredd had put his robes aside and settled for donning the brown and yellow robes of a part-time worker. Cass and Karen wore the same civilian clothes they'd worn before, but there was something about them that made them seem even less like Inquisitors. Princess Saccharissa looked utterly unlike a princess in a light green dancing dress, but it wasn't her that caught Elaine's attention. There was a small, dark-skinned man, wearing a grey uniform, who seemed uncomfortable so close to the Inquisitors and Daria. Daria's face was caught between human and wolf forms, covered in fur and bristling with sharp teeth. Elaine stared. Some werewolves could hold themselves in the midst of the transformation, gaining skills that combined both those of human and wolf, but she'd never seen it before. A wolf-man would be a very dangerous enemy. Daria relaxed, and her face slid back to normal, the fur slowly fading into her skin until it became almost invisible. "Your friend here wanted to know if I could be a limbo," she said as she smiled at Elaine. "I can, if not for very long." "I understand that you had a good evening," Dredd said to Elaine. The two bodyguards grinned at her behind Dredd's back. They'd probably been watching. Strange how that had never occurred to her, even as they'd been undressing. "I trust you didn't tell him anything too important." "I believe you already know," Elaine said tightly. The bodyguards were there to spy on her as much as protect her from whoever wanted the knowledge in her head. "Or didn't you bother to watch me last night?" "You were very good," Cass assured her, her bright eyes wide with innocence. "If that really was your first time." Elaine flushed, feeling magic flickering around her. But Cass would have little trouble beating her in a fight, even with the technique that had caught Millicent by surprise. It was quite possible that dozens of sorcerers had already reinvented it, or that the Inquisition used the technique themselves to deal with dark sorcerers. They might well have kept it to themselves, using the story about Inquisitors being the most powerful magicians in the world to hide its existence. "That will do," Dredd said, as Daria started to hand out glasses of juice. She took a special pleasure, it seemed, in giving the most childish container to Dredd, who seemed not to notice the implied sneer. "We have work to do." He tapped the table effortlessly, taking charge of the meeting. "You already know most of the people here," he said to Elaine. "This," he nodded to the dark-skinned man, "is Cat. He does have a real name." "But using it would be a dangerous weakness in my line of work," Cat said, in a whispery voice that had to be partly an act. Elaine saw the pale skin around his neck and realized with horror that he'd once worn a slave collar. "I prefer to be known as Cat." "Cat was once one of the most masterful sneak thieves in the city," Dredd said remorselessly. "He burgled thousands of houses, stealing thousands of crowns over a period of 3 years before he was caught in a sorcerer's booby trap. The sorcerer Balthazar had never bothered to construct the standard walls around his house. Instead, he set traps throughout the building, waiting to see who would blunder inside. He was in the middle of a long-running dispute with the sorceress Morgana at the time." Elaine smiled, remembering the two magicians. They seemed to spend half of their lives as lovers and the other half fighting savagely against each other. Miss Prim had once complained that they'd even had fights within the Great Library, despite all the wards designed to prevent violence inside the building. Everyone knew their story, and everyone feared getting caught up between them. "So he was caught," Dredd continued. "The sorcerer handed him over to the city guard, who had him pushed in front of a judge, sentenced to enslavement, and then collared. Once all his loot was recovered, he was sent to work as a menial slave." "Which is where you found me," Cat said, in the same voice. "And you have sworn to make my freedom permanent if I do one task for you." Dredd nodded and unfurled a map. "Count Lucas, the illegitimate son of the Duke of Randor, and also one of the possible candidates to become Grand Sorcerer, owns a large mansion at the edge of High Tory," he said, rather unimaginatively. "It is called Randor Mansion." He chuckled humorlessly. "For reasons unknown, he and Prince Hilarion have become friends, and the prince is currently living within the mansion. It is heavily guarded with a small private army and hundreds of wards interwoven within the walls. Which may not be a bad thing, Cass pointed out. So many wards would likely start to interfere with each other. But he has a small army to back him up, Kat said softly. I thought that private armies weren't allowed within the city. There's no grand sorcerer to order them out, Dredd said crossly. Elaine could see why he was worried. Every candidate for the Grand Sorcerer's position had a sizable retinue, and their allies had offered more, including soldiers and even lesser magicians. The garrison possessed better trained soldiers than the private armies, but they would be badly outnumbered if the private armies decided to go to war within the city. One false move, and there would be blood in the streets. I believe that certain authorities are working on bringing other troops near the city, but that will take time. He tapped the map firmly. All of the candidates have been kept under discreet observation, even before we discovered that one of them might be cheating. Or at least cheating outside the rules governing cheating, Karen added. Every time we have a magical contest, cheating becomes epidemic. No magician likes to lose. Dredd ignored her. We know that Prince Hilarion and Count Lucas spend the day visiting people who might be able to assist them, and the nights enjoying themselves in the Golden City. Prince Hilarion may have set a new record for spending his father's money at terrifying speed, enjoying the services of high-class halls and drinking parlours. He's actually pulled a great many lesser noblemen and magicians with aristocratic blood into his faction, although it doesn't seem that this has yet translated into political power. Of course not, Daria commented acidly. The ones who are backing him are the ones who have the most to gain from a massive shift in the balance of power. Correct, the princess agreed. Doesn't drinking and wenching invalidate him for the post? No, Dredd said. The only outright quality that would ban him would be lacking magical powers, and he very definitely does have magic. Any trace of necromancy or certain other forbidden acts would force the Inquisition to crush him, setting a whole range of dangerous precedents. He snorted. I'll say one thing for him, he added. He's got nerve. His plan has been exposed, and he's still trying to make it work. But if he won, he would win it all. So it would seem, Cass agreed. Our mission, or rather Elaine, Daria, and Kat's mission, is to break into the mansion and find proof we can use to convince the Star Chamber to act. Evidence of necromancy, evidence of spells that could produce a bookworm, whatever it is, we need it. Find it, get it to the watchtower, and then we can strike. Once Prince Hilarion is removed, we can wait for the next Grand Sorcerer to be confirmed before we move against Ida. I have a question, the princess said into the silence. Is Lucas really involved in my brother's plot? I don't believe so, Dredd said after a long moment. I'm not even sure how they know each other. The Duke of Randor was an old friend of my grandfather's, the princess said. Lucas is his son from the wrong side of the blankets, but he was always a good guy to me. Then we'd better hope that he remains a good guy, Dredd said. But maybe he was the one who taught Prince Hilarion. Chapter 28. That's them on their way to the party, Cat muttered from where he was lying on the roof of the Anchor Mansion. And they've got one hell of a following today. Elaine followed his gaze. She didn't know what sort of agreement Dredd had cut with the Anchor family, but they'd agreed to allow the Inquisition to establish an observation post on their roof that allowed the team to look down into High Tory. The outskirts of the richest part of the city were bustling with life, yet somehow less active than the poorer parts of the city. Prince Hilarion was visible for a brief moment as he walked down the driveway and climbed into a coach, a girl clinging to his arm as if he were incredibly attractive. He was handsome, Elaine would happily admit, but he was also a prince and a powerful sorcerer. Far too many girls would be drawn to him in the hope that some of his glory would reflect on them. She rolled her eyes as the long parade of admirers and supplicants sorted themselves out into carriages and headed down the road towards the seedier parts of town. Like many young aristocrats and trader children, they had a positive taste for slumming it in the poorer parts of the city, although only those who were tired of living would go into the rookery after dark. The criminal element might have been quieter with additional patrols of city guardsmen, garrison soldiers and private armies, but they wouldn't hesitate to attempt to steal from a particularly dumb aristocrat who'd been separated from his party. But Prince Hilarion and Count Lucas were sorcerers. Only a fool would try to pick on them openly. "It costs more money each day to keep those people happy than I stole in 3 years," Cat said crossly. Elaine kept glancing at the sneak thief, and at the pale skin around his neck where the collar had once been. She knew that collars could be removed, but it was very rare for anyone to be offered their freedom by their master. Why should the masters bargain when the collars kept the slaves nice and obedient? And I'm the one who was punished for stealing. Elaine ignored him and concentrated on Randor Mansion. Like most of the mansions in High Tory, it had nothing more than a small courtyard at the front and a solid wall surrounding the mansion itself. The real defences were unseen. The guards, the wards, and probably a number of entity-powered surprises. And it was huge. Having nowhere to go but up had forced the builders to keep pushing the mansion ever higher. Elaine had never realized until she'd absorbed the knowledge of the Great Library just how much magic went into buildings in the Golden City, even the ones without interiors larger than their exteriors. If something were to happen to drain away the magic infused into the mansion's walls, the entire building would probably collapse. Maybe Ida had had a point when it had shunned magic as much as possible. Its buildings might be constructed from ugly grey stone, but they were solid. A sudden drain on local magic wouldn't bring them tumbling down into dust, and if magic were to be drained over the entire city, much of the Golden City would be destroyed. She looked away from the mansion and towards the faint haze that marked the presence of the blight. Perhaps the real reason no one had tried to drain the wild magic was because the spell could easily get out of control and start draining magic from across the city, destroying it in an afternoon. "That's interesting," Cat said suddenly. "Look who's come to pay them a call." "Wizard Kane," Daria said, looking up from where she sat beside them. Cat had been nervous until Elaine had assured him that the spells surrounding their hiding place would make it impossible for anyone to see them. "I wonder why he's here." Elaine frowned. 4 of the candidates were known quantities. Prince Hilarion was a largely unknown figure, and then there was the wizard Kane. Little was known about him, even after the broadsheet editors had sent their best writers to track down dirt on the enigmatic sorcerer. He was older than Dread, from what Elaine had been able to deduce, and classically trained, but little else. Maybe he was gambling everything on becoming the Grand Sorcerer. At least he wouldn't be as bad as Deferens. There was a brief discussion between Kane and one of the servants, and then Kane just walked away from the building. Maybe he'd hoped to speak to Prince Hilarion or Count Lucas, or maybe he'd been intending to admit that he couldn't win and bow out of the contest. There was no way to know. Darkness fell over the city rapidly as the lights started to go out, parts of the city still glowing as the night life began in earnest. Prince Hilarion and his cronies would be parting for hours to come. "Remember what I said," Cat hissed. "You do exactly as I tell you down there, or I'll just leave you. I will not be a slave again." "I understand," Daria said impatiently. "Shall we go?" They walked down the stairs and out into the mansion's courtyard, heading towards the wall that separated it from Randor Mansion. Dread had told them that he expected that the inner defences would be weaker than the ones on the gates, if only because warding spells were expensive and not always completely reliable if the builder hadn't been a sorcerer. Up close, Elaine could feel the wards buzzing through the air, partly anchored into the bricks that formed the wall. Dread had been right, although she could tell that some of the wards were new, probably created by Prince Hilarion and his friend. But she, using the knowledge in her head, could have done a better job. There was something very crude about the spells surrounding Randor Mansion. Kat looked over at her as Elaine produced her wand. "Are you sure that you can break through the wards?" "Yes," Elaine said flatly. There were entire libraries of books on making and breaking wards, and they were all in her head. "Daria, get on with it," her friend urged. She had already shifted to the halfway form between human and wolf, a veiled threat to Kat. A werewolf could track him down from across half the city, and would be a great deal less kind than the Inquisition. Hurry! Elaine closed her eyes and reached out with her second sight. It was astonishing how few wizards ever bothered to really develop their senses, even though magic gifted them things that mundane humans could never match. Guided by the information in her mind, she located and identified 17 separate wards, each one spinning through the air surrounding the mansion. Some of them were nothing more than repelling charms, convincing anyone who touched them that they really, really wanted to walk away. The remainder grew steadily nastier. 2 of them would inflict pain on someone stubborn enough to ignore the repelling charms. The remainder were a combination of change spells and freeze spells, apart from a single compulsion spell that carried a powerful command to commit suicide. Someone had put a great deal of effort into protecting the mansion without really knowing what they were doing. There were so many wards that they were definitely interfering with one another. Carefully, she reached out towards them mentally, shaping countering spells in her mind. A cunning wizard wouldn't just rely on brute force. There would be wards in place that monitored the other wards, watching for a break or even a bulge when no bulge should be, and they would be shielded by the main wards, protected from direct interference. But no one could have expected to meet a bookworm. Slowly, she aligned the magical field surrounding her with the ward, and then reached through the ward towards the secondary set of detectors. They weren't very complex, but they were easy to mislead. Whatever happened to the rest of the wards, the secondary set would keep cheerfully reporting that everything was fine. A sorcerer would normally live alone, allowing him to link the wards directly to his own mind and making them much harder to crack. But these wards were anchored within stone and brick rather than a human mind. Carefully, Elaine disabled them one by one, creating an open space in the wards. And, with a little help from Daria, she scrambled onto the wall and peered ahead of her. There seemed to be no other surprises until they reached the mansion's walls. Daria shifted completely to wolf and leapt over the wall in a single bound, Kat clinging desperately to her neck. Elaine smiled as the thief scrambled off the wolf, allowing Daria to return to the halfway form. Her fur would hide her body from prying eyes. She'd had to leave her clothes behind when she'd shifted into a wolf. Elaine stepped up to the mansion walls and reached out, again with her mind. The builders had, unsurprisingly, woven another set of wards within the bricks and mortar. They would be more finicky, much harder to remove or disable, but perhaps she didn't need to disable them. She felt out the wards as she stepped along the wall, heading towards a heavy stone door. It was so heavily warded that it would be impossible to break, at least not without setting off alarms all over the building. Cat let out a moan of dismay as he sensed the wards. His magical talent was only good enough for sensing magic, but Elaine ignored him. The wards would keep out an army of combat magicians if they used brute force, yet the designers had overlooked a single terrifying weakness. There was nothing stopping light from passing through the windows. "Take my hand and close your eyes," she ordered. There were some nasty spells curling outside the glass, preventing someone from simply breaking it to get inside, but there were no protections on the glass itself. "Hang on." She shaped the spell in her mind, a subtle combination of thoughts that produced a shockingly powerful effect, and closed her eyes, triggering the spell. When she opened her eyes, they were standing inside the mansion, having briefly become light and passed through the transparent glass. She smiled before feeling a cold shiver as she looked up at the wards. From the inside, they looked more dangerous than she'd realized, and whoever had designed them should have at least left a warning spell on the glass. But there was none. "Come on," she hissed, as Cat produced a popular tool for burglars from his bag. It cast light that was only visible to the would-be thieves. The designers had put a lot of hard work into creating something that wouldn't trigger alarms, or so they'd claimed. Dread had been less sanguine, but he'd accepted that there was no other choice. Prince Hilarian's rooms are on the higher levels of the house. The interior of Randall Mansion reminded her of Haworth Hall, complete with tacky artwork and absurdly expensive paintings on the wall. None of them looked familiar, but she kept her senses sharp and swept her mental focus over everything before stepping past it. There were plenty of charms that could turn a seemingly innocent-looking item into a trap, just like the one that had caught Cat. He'd been incredibly lucky. A thief caught by a sorcerer could be legally killed or enslaved, and no one would give a damn. Anyone who broke into a sorcerer's home, the Grand Sorcerer had said, deserved whatever they got. Even the guardsmen tended to walk quietly, and quickly, around buildings belonging to sorcerers, and whistle for the Inquisition if there were any crimes that involved magic. They slipped back into the shadows as a small group of chattering maids walked past, wearing uniforms that had clearly been devised by a young man, revealing almost everything without the subtle hints that went into so many of the dresses Daria had shown Elaine before her world had gone completely crazy. The maids were all collared, and they would be ruthless in defense of their master's house. Some thieves believed that collared slaves were completely incapable of resistance. Few of them survived to make the same mistake twice. Daria leaned closer to her and whispered in Elaine's ear, "What language are they speaking?" Elaine hesitated. She'd only spoken Imperial and a handful of magical words before Duke Garma's spell had struck her. Now she had a rough comprehension of all other known languages, but it was confusing, as if she really needed a tutor to show her the difference between how words were written and how they were pronounced. But it wasn't Imperial, all right. It struck her that they were speaking Ida's native language. They could have come with Prince Hilarion, or they might have been living in the city before he arrived, or he could have sent them ahead of him. It wouldn't take great magic to know that the Grand Sorcerer was dying. The entire city had known about it weeks before death finally claimed him for her own. "I think it comes from Ida," she said, "but I can't understand it properly." "Probably charmed with the collars," Cat said as he slunk further down the corridor and up a long pair of staircases. Elaine followed him, watching for traps, but she found nothing apart from a watching ward that was easy to disarm. The Inquisition had provided plans of the building, including details on where Prince Hilarion and his men were sleeping. Elaine couldn't understand why they had collected so much data, or how, but they probably wanted to keep an eye on all of the possible candidates. Daria slipped past him. "People ahead," she hissed. Get back! Too late. A pair of maids rounded the corner and stopped, staring at them. Elaine reacted with a speed she hadn't known she possessed, snapping off a binding spell that caught them both before they could open their mouths and start screaming for help. Daria caught them before they hit the ground and dragged them into an unoccupied room, snarling at Cat when he tried to take advantage of the maid's helplessness. Maybe he had spent 5 years as a slave, forbidden to touch women or indulge himself in any way, but that didn't excuse molesting a helpless slave. "We'd better move quickly," Daria snapped. "Those girls will be missed soon." Elaine nodded as she led the way up the next flight of stairs. Collared slaves were nothing if not obedient, and dedicated. No collared slave would take a break or deliberately work slowly to annoy a master he couldn't rebel against in any other way. They'd be missed sooner rather than later, and then their supervisors would find them and know that there were intruders in the house. Prince Hilarian's suite was guarded by a sentinel who looked to be a human crossbred with a troll, a semi-humanoid race that was barely intelligent and existed only in isolated areas, well away from humanity. Crossbreeds were rare, although the knowledge in Elaine's head pointed out that the werewolves were the result of a curse, and trolls might have come from the same place, and this one looked to have been shaped in a kiln and baked alive. And there were supposed to be troll civilizations in the mountains near Ida. Daria shifted back to human form and walked forward, swinging her naked hips invitingly. The half-troll stared at her for just a second too long, giving her a chance to wrap her arms around him and jab him with a charged wand, sending him stumbling to the floor. Elaine followed Daria as she positioned the guard neatly against the wall, rolling her eyes at how Daria was checking out the man's warped body. The door had a handful of other charms worked into it to discourage would-be intruders, but disarming them was simple. They didn't even have the flair one would expect from a sorcerer defending his territory, something that puzzled her. Whatever his power, it seemed as if Prince Hilarion had only learnt by rote, rather than understanding what he was doing at a very basic level. The Peerless School would have cured him of that bad habit if he'd ever attended. The door opened easily, and Daria led the way into the most luxurious suite Elaine had ever seen. A series of rooms, each one just as luxurious as the next. 3 of them bedrooms for the prince and his 2 companions. Daria kept sniffing, her half-formed snout twitching as it scented the prince's activities ever since he had come to the city. "Oddly familiar stench," Daria said, puzzled. "But someone has used a scattering charm. I wouldn't even have realized it was there if it hadn't been interfering with the other scents." "Maybe the prince is just paranoid about his scent," Elaine said. She knew exactly how he must have felt. "Or maybe—" "But I can smell him," Daria said. She made a face, "and I really wish I couldn't." Cat led the way forward, searching for points of interest and watching for traps, leaving Elaine to stare at the prince's colossal bed. He'd brought a considerable number of slaves and assistants with him to the city, and the bed looked as if it could have housed more than 10 of them at a time. The thought made her smile as Cat whispered for her to come and check out the final door. It was locked and clearly sealed with magic. There was something surprisingly ham-fisted about the spell, as if the caster had been in a tearing hurry. Elaine bent down, carefully unpicked it, and opened the door, and reacted barely in time to counter the freeze charm that was hurled at her from the inside. She heard Daria snort in disbelief as a figure ran out and then froze, staring at Elaine with the same horror that Elaine felt. The figure couldn't be here, unless her aunt had turned her into a thief, and that suggested that the whole situation had already worsened beyond repair. Millicent? Chapter 29. Millicent seemed equally shocked to see her. "Frog-Eye, what are you doing here?" "Never mind her," Daria snapped. Millicent's eyes went wide as she took in the sight of Daria's partly transformed body. She would have known that Daria was a werewolf. She'd clearly come prepared for werewolves, or Daria would have scented her long before they entered the chambers. But she might never have seen one frozen in the midst of a transformation. "We have other problems." Cat pushed past Elaine and stepped into the sealed chamber, shining his light around to illuminate books and a handful of scrolls that looked to date from the time before the printing press. A couple of titles were familiar to Elaine, the others were completely unknown to her. Did that mean that they were unknown to the Great Library as well? Or were they merely books of so little significance that they'd never been included in the library's collection? "This one I recognize," Cat said, picking up a bound volume. Elaine felt the flash of magic just a second too late. Cat dropped to the ground, his features twisted in agony, the book falling on the floor beside him. There was no need to touch him to confirm his death. The spell had been as insidious as the one that had turned Elaine into a bookworm, and far deadlier. There was no way to touch or open the book directly without the right code words. Unpicking the spell would take experts from the Inquisition. Elaine suspected that she did know how to do it, at least in theory, but unpicking the spell might be beyond her skill. And there might be a second spell hidden under the first to destroy the book if the spell were removed by the wrong person. But she didn't need to touch the book to feel the shimmering pattern of dark magic under the covers. Elaine might never have been a powerful magician, even before the spell that had turned her into a bookworm, but Miss Prim had taught her how to hone her senses and develop disciplines that had served her well in the Great Library. The book had a sense of evil surrounding it that was far darker than any other book she'd seen, a sense that even touching the book would result in a foul taint touching her soul. If the Inquisition had been worried by the spell that had turned Elaine into a living repository for the Great Library's knowledge, they'd panic when they realized what had been drifting around the world for hundreds of years, just waiting for a dark magician to find it. "He's dead," Daria said in shock. Elaine wondered vaguely if she thought the entire mission was a lark, rather than a deadly serious mission. There were no legal penalties for a magician who killed intruders in his house. "Elaine, You fools!" Millicent snapped. "Don't you know better than to touch something that may be charmed to punish interlopers? What in all the names of all the gods are you doing here?" Elaine began to chuckle. One way or another, she would never be intimidated by Millicent again. "You're one to talk," she said. "I bet you weren't invited to the mansion, were you?" Millicent flushed, the first sign of embarrassment that Elaine had ever seen on her. Clearly something had been going on that had attracted Millicent, or more likely, her formidable aunt. What did it mean when Lady Lightspinner had sent Millicent to rob Prince Hilarian's mansion? Or had the real target of her interest been Count Lucas? Her head snapped up as she felt the alarm echoing through the magical protections around the mansion. Small magic spells wouldn't have triggered any alarms, not when half of the household used magic for daily tasks, but the death spell would definitely have alerted the guards. Elaine found herself thinking fast, trying to determine how to escape. The knowledge in her head was more of a hindrance than a help. She knew too little to risk choosing a plan and then sticking to it. At least one question was answered. Millicent's own entry had probably been conducted in the same way as Elaine, with Millicent leaving the wards disabled to permit her to leave as quietly as she had come. "They're coming," Daria said. She shifted almost all the way to wolf form, assuming a disturbing posture that suggested trouble. Very few people would want to tangle with a werewolf at close quarters. At least 12 of them. All men. Millicent looked over at her. You can smell them. I can smell you, Daria growled, her voice far less than human. You stink of fear and terror. Millicent started to speak, but Elaine ignored her. Picking up a cloth from the room's small table, after a quick check for nasty surprises, she used it to pick up the poisonous book and wrap it up so it could be carried. Daria's pack-sack had been designed for use in werewolf form as well as human form. She'd have to carry it out of the building. The plan had come together in Elaine's mind without her being quite aware of it. Dread needed to see the book to have the proof he needed to move openly against Prince Hilarion. They had to get it out to him. Here, she said, as she shoved the book into Daria's pack-sack. Slip completely into wolf form and race out of here before they think to adjust the wards to prevent anyone leaving. Daria looked up at her, her dog-like eyes bright with worry. But what about you? Never mind about us, Elaine said. Millicent was staring at her with an odd expression of respect on her face. Had her brief transformation taught her a lesson, or was she merely scared that Elaine would do it again? Being trapped in an immobile form was every magician's worst nightmare. You get the book out of here and to Dread. Go! Daria took one last look at her and then shifted completely into wolf form. Elaine watched, unable to suppress a tinge of horror as her face became that of a wolf, her body somehow growing larger and stronger. Werewolves were larger than ordinary wolves, even the half-intelligent breeds created by magicians with a great deal of power and a few scruples about experimenting on living creatures. But Daria would scent her fear. The wolf cocked its head at her and then turned and slunk down the corridor away from the oncoming guards. Elaine could hear them now. It sounded as if a small army was on its way to their position. She took one look at Millicent, saw the fear written clearly on her old enemy's face, and knew that Millicent had never really grown up. Despite everything she'd done over the years, it was no longer easy to hate her. Elaine smiled at the thought, gathered some of her magic into a concentration in her hand, and then took up a position just outside the chamber. Somewhat to her surprise, Millicent followed her, gathering her own power. We hit them and then we start running, Elaine muttered. It was possible that Millicent would start running in the wrong direction, away from Elaine, but there was nothing she could do about it. Millicent might not take orders from her if she started issuing them. Here they come. The guards charged up the stairs and came right at them, brandishing staves and spears. There were no rifles, part of Elaine's mind noted, not even swords and knives. It seemed to make no sense until she realized that the guards probably had strict orders to take any intruders alive. None of them appeared to be combat magicians, but if Cass and Karen could take off their robes and pass as normal girls, there was no reason why Prince Hilarion's combat magicians couldn't do the same. Elaine lifted her hand, shaped a thought, and blew a roaring column of flame down the corridor. The guards wore charmed armor, but there was nothing protecting their faces from the heat of the blaze, and the lead guards staggered back, screaming in pain. Elaine felt the house's magical protection starting to concentrate on the blaze. All houses in High Tory had magical fire protection to prevent a holocaust that might consume the entire district, and tossed a second spell. All of the lighting flickered and died instantly. A brilliant flash of light flared out as Millicent tossed a spell of her own towards the guards. It wasn't one typically taught at the Peerless School. Even though it wasn't forbidden, Elaine only knew it through the knowledge dumped into her head. Millicent had probably learned it from her aunt. Many other well-born children had had private lessons from their families in magic before they ever attended the Peerless School. Two of the guards started to scream, their faces burning with a terrible white light. Elaine grabbed Millicent's arm and pulled her backwards, tossing a third spell behind her as she fled. The Night Terrors wasn't a particularly powerful spell, but it would take a trained sorcerer to dispel, and mundane humans would have real problems pushing through illusions of their worst nightmares coming to life. They ran through a series of corridors, almost crashing into a trio of maids. The girls were advancing on them, carrying a handful of knives and brooms that they intended to use as makeshift weapons. They wouldn't have a choice, Elaine knew. The collars they wore would push them into intercepting the intruders, even if the odds were badly against them. Millicent cast a spell that sent the maids falling limply to the ground, rather than killing them outright. Elaine was surprised and impressed. She had never thought that Millicent had any concept of restraint. She could feel the wards flickering around her as they sought to counter her spells and lead the guards directly after them. Another group of guards appeared in front of them, and Elaine knocked them down just before allowing Millicent to pull her down a thin corridor that was used by the servants to stay away from the upper-class guests. Elaine was surprised that Millicent even knew about it, before remembering that Millicent's family probably spied on everyone else in High Tory with as much interest as the Inquisition. Knowledge was power in the Golden City, and whoever got to it first had an advantage over everyone else. How long would it be, Elaine wondered, before they altered the wards to bar their exit? A normal sorcerer would have had to do the work himself, and Prince Hilarion and Count Lucas were still out on the town. But there was nothing normal about either of them. What if they'd given one of their subordinate magicians the key to unlocking and reshaping the wards? They stumbled down a flight of stairs and emerged into a dining hall large enough to seat half of the nobility comfortably. It looked as if the maids were cleaning up after an orgy, a type of party that even Daria considered disgusting. But the moment they saw the girls, they turned and advanced on them, throwing leftovers and cutlery with deadly intent. Elaine felt tiredness grabbing at her. She'd used too much of her power already, and stumbled. Millicent cast a spell that knocked away most of the incoming missiles and smashed the tables for good measure. A door burst open at the far end, revealing a line of guards who ran forward, carrying deadly weapons. Whatever plans that had to take the intruders alive had been cancelled. Elaine felt a very complicated spell pushing at her mind and cast it before she could think better of it. For a long moment, nothing happened, and then the swords the guards were carrying came to life. Millicent stared at her in disbelief as the guards screamed and dropped their swords, unable to keep them from slicing away at their arms with their charmed blades. Some of them were from Caitiff, Elaine realized, a line of alchemists who boasted that their charmed swords could cut through anything. It looked as though that included the sword arms of anyone unlucky enough to be carrying them when the swords were hit with an animation spell. Millicent came to her senses and pushed Elaine towards the other exit as the spell, feeding on the loose magic in the room, started to get out of control. Smashed tables came to life, lashing out at the maids and knocking into the guards. Knives and forks started to move, almost as if they were running towards their targets. Some of the maids dropped to the ground, their hands clutching at their collars. The spells, keeping them loyal and faithful, making them property, their lives completely out of their control, had been drained away and failed, freeing them. Elaine hoped that some of them would be able to escape before Prince Hilarion and his friend came home from their midnight revels. Slavery might be legal, but it sure as hell wasn't moral. "How—" Millicent began and then caught herself. "How long would that spell last?" The words of a very ancient warlock who had written a single volume before vanishing under mysterious circumstances echoed in her mind. "Take a simple kinetic spell and shape it so that it keeps going as long as there is magic in the area," the warlock had said. "Eventually it will suck up all the magic and fall apart, but first it will neutralize all the other magic within reach. And what happens if the magic doesn't come back? I don't know, Elaine admitted. It would take vast amounts of power to animate the entire room for more than a few seconds. No wonder her uncontrolled spell had started to drain all the sources of magic it could. But draining a ward was such an obvious trick that almost all wards had protections built in to stop someone trying, which suggested that there would be very definite limits to what she'd unleashed. She pushed the thought aside as they turned the corner and looked towards the main doors. 9 guards and a man wearing the black and red robes of a combat magician stood there, waiting for them. She nodded to Millicent, and they ran back up the stairs sharply. It might give them some more time, particularly if the guards hadn't realized that Daria had gone her own way. They'd concentrate on sealing off the exits first, and then search the rest of the mansion floor by floor. How many men did they have in their private armies? Dread had implied several hundred at the very least. Prince Hilarion could probably call upon the entire Ida Royal Guard if he'd felt that he needed them. Millicent shaped a spell and tossed it back down the stairs as a band of guards started to give chase. Elaine felt a flicker of envy for the obvious power reserves at Millicent's disposal, even though there was nothing particularly subtle about her spell casting. Another pair of half-trolls appeared in front of them, and Millicent knocked them down, while Elaine concentrated on casting diversion spells that would confuse the defenders and make it much harder for the wards to track them. But their eventual capture seemed inevitable. "This way," Millicent said, leading her up to the 3rd floor. Elaine glanced at her sharply, wondering what Millicent knew that made her so confident, and yet so reluctant. The 3rd floor housed the more trusted servants, the butlers and particularly elite servants who were paid in gold rather than forced to serve through compulsion spells. Millicent walked ahead as though she knew precisely where to go, and opened a door that led into a small smoking room. It was empty, yet surprisingly comfortable, without the gaudy luxury that marked so much of High Tory. "Follow me." She opened up a large cupboard, revealing a solid wall. Before Elaine could say anything, she pressed her hand against the stone, and it clicked open, revealing a secret passageway. Elaine stared at her as she stepped inside, urgently beckoning for Elaine to follow her into a tiny flight of steps that led down towards the basement. The secret passageway hadn't been on the plans Elaine had memorized. The Inquisition clearly didn't know about them, and yet Millicent did. "We should be able to get down into the tunnels from here," Millicent muttered as they kept walking down the stairs. The only light came from a globe Millicent summoned into existence and held in front of her. "I don't know if Prince Hilarion knows about this or not. We tried to keep it a secret from just about everyone." Elaine nodded, remembering some of the legends she'd heard. The Golden City was old, with more than 2,000 years of history, and buildings piled upon buildings as building techniques improved over the years. It was supposed to be riddled with secret passages, some under the mountains and leading outside the city, others linking various mansions together and allowing for secret deals to be struck. Officially, they didn't exist. People who ventured in without invitations tended to vanish in the darkened catacombs. No one had ever considered the possibility that one might lead to Randall Mansion. Or maybe Dread had felt unable to tell her that the tunnels existed. "There's so much stray magic around here that it's very hard to be sure that the tunnels remain the same," Millicent said, more to herself than to Elaine. "But this should be the right way home. My aunt will want to talk to you again." She hesitated. "I have also been ordered to apologize to you," she added bluntly. "My aunt feels that I acted badly in teasing you over the years." Elaine looked at her sharply. All the old bitterness was still there, even if she had matured. "You did," she agreed finally, "and I really think that you need to grow up." Chapter 30. I must confess that I am surprised to see you, Lady Lightspinner said. I would not have expected you to raid Prince Hilarian's mansion. And I didn't expect to see Millicent there either, Elaine snapped. Lack of sleep and a growing awareness of her own abilities gave her confidence. Do you have any idea how much you ruined? No, Lady Lightspinner said. With her face hidden behind the veil, it was difficult to tell if she was telling the truth. Millicent was acting on instructions from me. I'm sure that would have saved her if Prince Hilarion had caught her in the act, Elaine pointed out. She was tired and weak, and she didn't have time for games. Wasn't there a case only a few months ago when a sorcerer turned a burglar into a chicken and had him for dinner? She shrugged. Enough games, she continued angrily. What was Millicent doing in Prince Hilarion's mansion? Millicent snorted, even though her eyes looked fearful. What were you doing in Prince Hilarion's mansion? Presumably the same thing, Lady Lightspinner said coolly. We were looking for evidence to prove that Prince Hilarion is unsuited to becoming Grand Sorcerer. Cheating has always been part of the contest, Elaine commented. Lady Lightspinner seemed to nod behind her veil. And did you find anything of interest? I was studying his books when you arrived, Millicent said, after exchanging glances with her aunt. One way or another, a reputation for stealing into houses owned by sorcerers wouldn't help her social standing. If I'd touched one of them... Elaine nodded, remembering the look on Kat's dead body. He'd frozen in an expression of agony as every cell in his body died an awful death. The pain would have been so bad that death would have been a relief. Even Millicent didn't deserve to go the same way. It would have been the end of you, Elaine said. She stood up, ignoring the glass of water offered to her by one of the maids. I need to go back to the Inquisition, Lady Lightspinner said. Elaine stared at her, wondering how she knew, before dismissing it as a silly question. The Inquisition had assumed that her powers had been boosted beyond their natural levels. Why couldn't Lady Lightspinner have assumed the same? And she'd already tried to convince Elaine to join her once. They seem to have quite an interest in you. They do, Elaine agreed, tonelessly. And they have a habit of terminating people who push at the edges of what is permissible, Lady Lightspinner said. Her eyes lifted and looked directly at Elaine. I could protect you from them. Elaine had to smile. Protect me from the Inquisition? The Inquisitors are not all-powerful, Lady Lightspinner said. Her head cocked to one side, but her eyes never left Elaine's face. And I may become the next Grand Sorceress. I will be able to order the Inquisitors to leave you alone. You might, Elaine agreed. I will, Lady Lightspinner countered. Prince Hilarion is likely to face justice for his actions. She'd already heard about the dark spellbook, rigged to kill anyone who touched it without permission. Count Lucas may withdraw if there are suspicions around his role in the whole affair. Deferens has left the city after accidentally exposing himself to the watching crowds. He hasn't bothered to announce his withdrawal, but leaving the city is practically an admission of defeat. That leaves me, Administrator Mentor, and Wizard Kane. Kane is not a serious contender. Elaine smiled. Are you sure of that? And that leaves me and Mentor, Lady Lightspinner said. He has a great deal of support from magicians he has mentored over the years, but I have political support and deals with various magical families. And I have a great deal of magic at my command. It should be an even fight. Assuming you're right, Elaine agreed. You seem to be counting Cain and Count Lucas out right from the start. Lucas will be tainted, like it or not, Lady Lightspinner said, and Cain is a nobody. He has very little support, even from the radicals who believe that changing the government is the best way to move forward, which means moving power into their hands. No one takes him seriously. No one took me seriously before I became a bookworm, Elaine thought. Consider it, Lady Lightspinner said. I would be happy to have you working for me, and I would keep the Inquisition from taking you away. Freaks like you are always dangerous to their beloved status quo. Elaine nodded, remembering how the Star Council had reacted to her, and they'd known that her magical talents hadn't been enhanced. They'd merely known that she possessed enough magical knowledge to make whoever gained possession of her the most powerful and dangerous wizard in the world. It was quite possible that the next Grand Sorcerer would order her killed, and the Inquisition would have no choice but to carry out the order. She might be better served finding a place to hide well away from the Golden City. I will certainly consider it, Elaine said. The clock on the wall said that it wouldn't be long until dawn. I have a question. How did you know a way out of Prince Hilarian's mansion? Lady Lightspinner laughed. The Duke of Randor hired a sorcerer to design a series of pocket dimensions that would merge with the loose magic running through the catacombs and allow him access to the tunnels, without allowing anyone else to get into his house. But the sorcerer he hired to construct the network had a prior claim on his loyalty. He could tell me everything, even though he was oath-sworn to secrecy, and he did. I just kept it in reserve until I needed it. Elaine nodded thoughtfully. Millicent had sneaked in rather than used the catacombs, because the secret entrance was a secret without price. If it got out that Lady Lightspinner had managed to gain access to a sealed mansion, there would be political upheaval throughout the Golden City. Sorcerers and aristocrats had several things in common, but the most important one was that they both enjoyed their privacy. Lady Lightspinner would instantly become the most hated person in the city as the family struggled to check all of their wards and links to the underground catacombs. I trust I can rely on your discretion, Lady Lightspinner said. The Inquisition is not supposed to know about this little trick. Of course not, Elaine agreed. The Inquisition tried to enforce fair play rather than try to keep the various aristocratic houses from fighting each other. Their fighting had to be conducted covertly, acknowledging the Grand Sorcerer's dominance and preventing it from spilling out into the rest of the city. That would draw the wrath of the Grand Sorcerer like nothing else. Why do you wear a veil? Lady Lightspinner looked at her for a long moment, and then drew the veil away from her face, exposing her to Elaine's gaze. Elaine couldn't help recoiling as she took in the scorched and damaged features, the scars running over the woman's face. The only thing normal about her was her eyes, the only part of her body she showed off to the world. Her hair was gone, revealing a scalp that should have belonged to an elderly woman. I was like her once, Lady Lightspinner said. There was a catch in her voice, something that caught Elaine's attention. She kept her voice normal through strict discipline. But there is always a price for power. Knowledge tumbled through Elaine's mind. There were ways to enhance a person's power, but they could go horrifically wrong. In Lady Lightspinner's case, it was clear that she hadn't managed to boost her own power. There was no sign that she was actually insane. She'd attempted a forbidden act and ended up badly scarred and mutilated, with nothing to show for the pain she'd inflicted on herself. She caught herself looking at Lady Lightspinner's body. It was hidden beneath the shapeless robe, but what had happened to it? Might it be warped and misshapen, or twisted and blackened by the raw magic she'd unleashed? Or perhaps it would be normal, a cruel joke from the magic she'd attempted to bend to her will. The spell hadn't dredged out new channels for conducting magic in her mind. It had torn her body apart instead. Elaine wasn't sure that she could have continued to live like that, not knowing that any hint of what had happened to her leaking out would mean her doom. Misshapen freaks were banished from the cities, if they were lucky. It would have been legal for anyone to kill Lady Lightspinner on sight. "I'm sorry," she said, and meant it. Too many students at the Peerless School were tempted to try to force open their magic channels too early. A brief meeting with someone like Lady Lightspinner might have convinced them that it was a bad idea. I don't need your pity," Lady Lightspinner said harshly. "Millicent, show her to the door. Now." "Yes, Aunt," Millicent said. She was terrifyingly pale. Could it be that she'd never seen her aunt's face in her entire life? And what would it mean when she realized that the auntie she'd practically worshipped was one of the freaks everyone hated? "Come on, Elaine." Elaine would have smiled at Millicent's brief inability to remember her name, but she was too tired. All she really wanted to do was go home and sleep. Cass and Karen met her at the door of her apartment as she stumbled inside, having clearly already met Daria when she came home. Daria was sleeping on the floor, still in werewolf form. Burned marks covered part of her fur, and there were bloodstains around her muzzle. But she'd made it home, presumably giving the book to Dread before going to sleep. Elaine exchanged brief greetings with the two inquisitors, staggered into her bedroom, and fell asleep without even bothering to get undressed. She was so tired that the nightmares that had tormented her since becoming a bookworm failed to make any headway into her mind. When she awoke, the entire experience seemed like a dream. Had she really burgled a house with Daria and a man called Cat? Had they really encountered Millicent and escaped by the skin of their teeth? And had she really seen a face that was carefully hidden from prying eyes? Remembering Cat made her shiver. She'd seen too many people die in the last few days, ever since she'd woken up to discover what she'd become. But Cat's death had made a terrifying impression on her. It would have been easy for Elaine to die the same way, by picking up a book with a deadly curse and opening it before checking for unpleasant surprises. She'd known, intellectually, that many of the forbidden texts were guarded by spells that would keep their contents safe from prying eyes, but it was hard to believe it at an emotional level. Books had always been her friends, there for her when she'd had no real human friends of her own. How could they become dangerous? It was a silly question, she knew. A little knowledge could be a very dangerous thing. Mundane books might not be directly harmful, but they contained knowledge that could become lethal very quickly in the wrong hands. Back when the printing press had been invented, there had been various factions insisting that it should be banned, pointing out that allowing people to read might give them unpleasant ideas. An educated lower class was one that knew enough to realize that it was being exploited by its elders and betters. And yet education could turn a person with talent and no training into someone who could change the world. She was still thinking about it as she washed and dried herself before pulling on her work clothes. No more dresses for her, at least until she saw B again. The thought of him made her stop in her tracks, just for a moment. What would he have said if he'd seen her breaking into a house and stealing a book that killed people who touched it with their bare hands? Or had he hidden links with Lady Lightspinner? The lady was a close friend of the Empress of the South. Or... There was no way to know, she thought firmly as she glanced at herself in the mirror. She looked strictly functional, thankfully. Outside she could hear voices. Daria, Dread, and a couple of others she didn't recognize. Bracing herself, she opened the door and stepped into the living room. The book they'd stolen lay on the table, polluting the air with its mere presence, and Dread was flicking his way through it, page by page. "I am pleased to see that you survived," Dread said, without looking up. Elaine wondered just how truthful that actually was, even though inquisitors weren't supposed to be able to lie. Her death would have solved a great many problems for the Inquisition. "You recovered a very rare book. In fact, I was led to believe that this book was destroyed centuries ago." Elaine shrugged as she sat down facing him, gratefully accepting a cup of hot chocolate from Daria. "I didn't recognize it," she said. It hadn't occurred to her during their meeting with Millicent and then their run to safety that that was unusual. The Great Library was supposed to stock a copy of every forbidden tome in the world, every book that even glancing at the cover could earn a reader the death sentence. "What is it?" There was a long pause. "I may have contaminated myself," Dread admitted. "The Star Council will not be happy." Of course not, Elaine thought sourly. Dread would have absorbed knowledge that had been buried for a very good reason, and, unlike her, he might have been tainted by the residues of power and intent burned into the volume, his very soul threatened with the ultimate corruption. Madness might already be tugging away at his mind. "Never mind that," Daria said impatiently. In human form, she seemed to have a scar on her arm and the visible part of her chest, a reminder of how badly she'd been hurt during the frantic escape from the building. "What exactly is it?" Dread hesitated. "This is not a standard grimoire," he said finally. "Most forbidden volumes were copied by dark sorcerers and their slaves, the knowledge being passed down from masters to apprentices, often subject to being lost when the apprentice finally killed the master before he learned everything he could. Some of the dark sorcerers wrote down their own spells and charmed the books to remain hidden until they died, whereupon other sorcerers would be able to make use of the knowledge. Dark sorcerers simply don't work together very well." "Which didn't stop the Witch King and the necromancers from nearly destroying us," Daria pointed out, crossing her arms under her chest. "Don't we have an evil prince to stop?" "It is in the nature of dark sorcerers always to struggle for supremacy," Dread said. "The necromancers might have won if they'd managed to stay united until we were defeated. Instead, they constantly bickered with each other and sometimes turned their legions of undead on their fellow necromancers. It gave us time to regroup and prepare a counter-offensive that eventually destroyed the necromancers. The Witch King knew that the necromancers couldn't win unless they were united," he continued. "We never fully understood how he managed to keep them all in line, until now. This book details the precise procedure for seeding a section of a person's mind inside an unsuspecting victim. The seed eventually takes over completely, creating a whole new person who is almost an exact copy of the magician who created the seed. I believe that the Witch King, during the years before he declared himself, was finding necromancers and seeding them with his own personality. There was never a second Necromancer's Council. Instead, there was just one mind in many bodies." He grimaced. "The spells here are much more powerful than any we've seen elsewhere," he added. "Powerful enough to overwhelm almost anyone, even a powerful magician. We should be grateful that they were lost for so long." "I've heard of something like that," Elaine said slowly. The knowledge from the Great Library hinted at it, although the writers had clearly not known the specifics, or had been too frightened to put pen to paper. But surely the necromancers would have refused. Daria had a more practical objection. I thought that a person who'd been enslaved would be unable to practice magic, she said. Wouldn't the new Witch Kings have no power to draw upon? The Witch King didn't collar them, Dread said patiently. His seeds infiltrated their minds, and they eventually became him, with access to all of his powers and whatever was natural to the bodies they possessed. He may have eventually become one mind with many bodies, and he almost won the war. Elaine nodded, remembering the descriptions of the final days of the Second Necromantic War. An entire continent had been laid to waste to destroy the Witch King and his followers. This book was written by the Witch King himself, Dread said. There were always rumors that he had created a grimoire of his own, but nothing ever surfaced. Until now. He stared down at the blank cover. Anyone with even the rudimentary magical abilities possessed by the lowest student would eventually be able to use the principles in this book to construct his own spells, he added. The spell that killed Cat came out of this book. So did the spell that Duke Garma used to charm his private volumes, and the spell that killed him. There is enough in here to take someone from very basic abilities to the very highest levels of magic, all the while turning him into a monster. Princess Saccharissa gulped. And it was hidden in either for hundreds of years? Almost certainly, Dread said, and it leads to one final point. This is the proof we need to stop him. The Inquisition will arrest him today. I need to be there, Elaine said, before she could stop herself. And me, Daria said firmly. We both need to be there. Chapter 31. Absolutely out of the question, Dread said firmly. Do you have any idea how dangerous it could be? 1,000 images of maddened or desperate sorcerers fighting their inevitable destruction washed through Elaine's mind. Yes, she said, but I should be there anyway. I know more about dark magic than any other dark sorcerer. That is not a good thing to put on your resume, Dread said. His eyes met hers and held her gaze. He's going to be desperate. Merely possessing that book is grounds for immediate execution. You will be his target if he realizes that you led us to him. I need to be there, Elaine insisted. In truth, she suspected that she would never believe that the threat was over until she'd seen Prince Hilarion die. The Inquisition would probably prefer him to die resisting arrest than to surrender, knowing that his knowledge would make him a target for every other sorcerer who wanted to boost his powers. Please. Dread looked at her for a long moment and then nodded. Meet us at the spear point in 2 hours, he ordered finally. And you are going to have to obey orders. A duel with a magician powerful enough to become the Grand Sorcerer is never easy, and he could have boosted his powers greatly over the last few years. The Inquisitors won't have time to protect you if Prince Hilarion decides it's time to fight. And he will, the princess said. He was never at his best when he was backed into a corner. I will do as I'm told, Elaine promised. Daria beside her nodded shortly. How many Inquisitors are you going to bring with you? A small army, Dread said. I've already sent out one set of messages declaring an alert. The remainder of the force will meet up at the spear point, assuming that Prince Hilarion doesn't decide to run. Daria leaned forward. And what if he does? Then we have to improvise, Dread said. There are really too many people in the Golden City to risk fighting a pitched battle here. Elaine nodded. The population was high even without the hundreds of thousands of visitors who had flocked to the Golden City in the wake of the Grand Sorcerer's death. An all-out battle between different magical factions was likely to leave half the city in ruins. Meet us at the spear point if you don't change your mind, Dread added. And don't be late. We won't have time to wait. By long convention, dating back to the era before the Empire first stumbled into existence, the spear point was technically enemy territory. Upon declaring war, the Emperor would stand in the patch of ground that comprised the spear point and plunge a spear into the ground, symbolically striking the enemy country. The spear point had become a temple to the gods of war after the Empire had claimed the entire world, one decorated with statues and medals representing the campaigns that had been fought by the army. One statue was curiously out of place to Elaine's eyes. Valiant, hero of the First Necromantic War, and villain of the Second War. Dread had skimmed through a book written by his greatest hero and had never realized it. One Inquisitor was terrifying to anyone who had something to feel guilty about, or just suspected that the Inquisitors believed them to be guilty. A small army of Inquisitors was far worse, although Elaine had expected more than 12 men in black robes. Behind them, there was a small platoon of combat magicians and a number of civil guardsmen. The guards would be there mainly to move civilians out of the combat zone, knowing that a single dark magician could overwhelm them within seconds. Elaine didn't feel reassured, even when Dread nodded to her and introduced her to the other Inquisitors. Not all of them looked happy to see a bookworm in the flesh. Dread glanced around at his squad and then led them onto the street, heading up towards High Tory. None of them spoke out loud, although Elaine had the faint sense that they were communicating somehow on a level she couldn't understand or access. A couple of them even looked like werewolves, complete with the canine features that Millicent had noticed on Daria. Elaine hadn't realized that the Inquisition took werewolves, but it was starting to seem as though a great deal of what everyone knew about the Inquisition was false. How many Inquisitors were there in the entire world, if 12 Inquisitors constituted an army? The target is still in his mansion, Dread said, briefing the other Inquisitors. Elaine, tagging along at the rear of the army, barely heard him. The scouts say that he's clearly preparing for departure. We intend to intercept him before he can leave High Tory. Elaine had to smile as the implications sunk in. High Tory was the wealthiest place in the city, but it was also the least densely populated. Dread was saving lives at the cost of making some very powerful political enemies. But then, waiting until Prince Hilarion managed to escape into the slums, or the countryside, might have been waiting too long. Who knew what other tricks Prince Hilarion might have picked up from other forbidden books? The crowd scattered as the Inquisitors marched, even the soldiers and upper-class tourists giving them a wide berth. Interfering with the Inquisition carried stiff penalties that would break almost anyone. Elaine saw a mother snatching up a child who would otherwise have run out into the street and been trodden on by the Inquisitors. The fearful looks left her feeling bitter, almost jaded. Was this how it felt to be the Grand Sorcerer, knowing that the only thing keeping the city from collapsing into civil unrest was fear of the strong man in the Imperial Palace? Or what if she had been boosted into a terrifyingly powerful magician? Would people have stared at her in the streets if they'd seen her? The thought was a depressing one. Dread issued orders calmly and precisely, ordering the guardsmen to evacuate the surrounding buildings while the Inquisitors prepared their operation. Some of them carried amulets and bracelets that provided specific magical tricks to call upon, ready to test the wards, while others produced long silver swords that seemed to gleam with light. All of them carried wands in holsters attached to their belts, but none of them seemed to need them. They would all be proficient at magic without wands. She found herself glancing in the direction of Millicent's home, and wondering what had happened to her and her aunt. Dread had listened to her when she'd told him about Millicent, leaving out the details about the secret passageways and Lady Lightspinner's accident, but he hadn't commented on Millicent's actions. Cheating was part of the tradition for the contest after all, and Millicent was one of the nobility. He might have decided to let it pass rather than start a second political catfight. "Good," Dread said. His voice carried easily across the square. Elaine looked up from her musings and saw 6 inquisitors standing in front of the gates, suggesting that the others had gone to cover the ways out of the mansion. "Set 1. Go." 3 inquisitors ran forward, raising amulets charged with carefully prepared magic, and pressed them into the wards. Elaine felt the wards suddenly spinning out of control as the inquisitors started to hack into them, using a technique that she knew she couldn't have matched. But she'd been trying to slip through the wards. The inquisitors were trying to break them. They didn't need to worry about anyone in the mansion being alerted. Chances were that Prince Hilarian's spies had already warned him about the inquisitors on their way to High Tory. No doubt, every magician who could afford it maintained their own watch on the Inquisition. No one became a powerful sorcerer without bending the rules, giving them all something to feel guilty about. Elaine was surprised that they hadn't demanded the prince's surrender before realizing that it would be pointless. There was no exception in the rules for anyone who learned dark magic deliberately. Prince Hilarion would either be executed after interrogation or killed when he tried to resist arrest. The real problem was Count Lucas, who might be innocent, and the slaves inside the building, who definitely were. There was a final flash of light, and then the wards collapsed, allowing the second team of inquisitors to advance forward, wands at the ready. A person appeared at the main doors to the mansion, holding his hands in the air. Count Lucas. Dread was ready for him. "Count Lucas," he bellowed, using his wand to amplify his voice. "By order of the Star Chamber, you are to be taken into custody and interrogated relating to the learning and use of dark magic, both punishable under the Edict of Year 1. If you surrender yourself into our custody, we will determine your guilt or innocence in an interrogation chamber. Refusal to surrender will result in a presumption of guilt, and we will not try to take you alive. This is your only warning." Count Lucas staggered towards Dread, keeping his hands in the air. "He's gone crazy," he said. Elaine's eyesight wasn't perfect, but a simple spell allowed her to study him closely and see the burn marks on his face. Someone had used a spell to torture him into submission. "You have to stop him." Dread produced a pair of charmed handcuffs. "I have to take you into custody," he said. "Turn around and place your hands behind your back." Elaine could see the Count's reluctance before he finally complied. The Inquisitors laced their handcuffs with magic, ensuring that they did more than make it difficult for a person to escape. Any attempt to use magic, even the smallest spell, would result in immediate pain, flooding the mind and making it impossible for the captive to concentrate. No magician would be happy if he was deprived of the ability to work magic, even if it was the only way to guarantee his survival. But if he was guilty... She shook her head. Count Lucas would have had nothing to lose if he was guilty. The door swung open again, and a string of half-naked women ran out, carrying whatever weapons they could. There was no sign of the soldiers who served in the prince's private army, but the slaves would be a serious problem. Or maybe not. The third set of inquisitors stepped forward and started casting stunning spells towards the girls. They were defenseless, urged on only by their collars, and easy to take down. The guardsmen removed them at once, taking them to a hospital where the druids would remove their collars and take care of them. Once freed, they would definitely provide valuable intelligence. Elaine hoped that they could tell her what had happened to the slaves who had been freed earlier. And then Prince Hilarion himself walked out into the courtyard. Elaine knew something was badly wrong with him even before she met his eyes. His form was shifting rapidly, as if his body were warping and he were trying to use glamours to maintain a normal appearance. Lady Lightspinner had a stable, if mutilated form. She could tailor her spells to hide it. But the prince was still trying to stabilize his body. She shivered as he started to twitch, as if hundreds of tiny spiders were running around him at the very edges of reality. Every time she tried to look directly at them, they seemed to slip back into the corner of her eye. "I am the Grand Sorcerer!" Prince Hilarion boomed. Beside her, Daria let out a suppressed snicker. Elaine elbowed her hard, realizing that Prince Hilarion was completely mad. "I am your lord and master. Bow before me, and I will let you live." The waves of power surrounding him were terrifying. He might not have had the sheer presence of the late Grand Sorcerer, but the combination of raw power and mental compulsion was almost too strong to resist. Elaine felt her knees tremble. Behind her she heard several of the guardsmen falling to their knees. The remainder were backing away as quickly as possible, unwilling to face a maddened sorcerer. Even the Inquisitors seemed stunned, although Elaine could sense several of them weaving complex spells. There were ways to take down a sorcerer who was, in theory, more powerful than the rest of the world. "You have been infected by dark magic," Dredd said. Elaine understood, finally, why the princess admired Dredd, even felt a little attraction to him. Nothing really seemed to faze him, even the dangers of facing a mad sorcerer who could probably break through his wards and kill him with raw force. "Your Highness, try to think rationally. Is this really what you want?" Prince Hilarion seemed to stumble, as if the pressure pushing down on his fragile body was growing too powerful to endure. Dredd's voice stayed calm and reasonable as he spoke, trying to talk Prince Hilarion out of fighting the Inquisitors. The prince was powerful, but maddened by the currents of magic flowing through his brain. Who knew what would make sense to someone who couldn't think straight? Drunken men did crazy things, and this drunkard was as powerful as a minor god. Dredd repeated his question as the prince started to advance forward again, showing no fear at the monstrous sight. "Is this really what you want?" "Yes," the prince snarled, and blasted out a blinding white sheet of energy. Elaine thought for a horrified moment that Dredd was dead, before realizing that the Inquisitor had jumped to one side at the last moment. Her magical sensitivity almost drove her to her knees. Prince Hilarion had just unleashed enough power to wreck half the city and create a whole new blight. Maybe she could beat him if she drew on the wild magic in the blight, but there was no time. The prince lashed out again, and reality started to flicker, the Inquisitors shielding themselves as best they could. "I am the Grand Sorcerer!" Dredd tossed a charm at the prince's back. It was a simple tickling charm, one that might be used by a trainee wizard teasing his best friend, one she wouldn't have expected anyone to use against a maddened wizard. But Prince Hilarion spun around and unleashed another blast of light towards Dredd, striking the mansion and blowing right through the magic infused into the stone. The front of the mansion started to collapse as Dredd vanished in a flash of light, reappearing perched on top of the wall. Prince Hilarion pointed one twisted finger at him and threw another blast of magic, only to see Dredd fall down behind the wall and the magic fly harmlessly off into the air. Another Inquisitor ran forward, zapped Prince Hilarion with a hex that older students learned and used to torment the lesser students. Prince Hilarion spun around, but before he could crush the Inquisitor like a bug, another appeared out of nowhere. Elaine watched, barely able to comprehend the levels of magic Prince Hilarion was unleashing, but finally understanding what the Inquisitors were doing. That level of power should be enough to allow Prince Hilarion to win easily, if he had time to stop and think about what he was doing. They were keeping him off balance, forcing him to react emotionally rather than rationally. He was too maddened to even think through a way to use his vastly greater power to become Grand Sorcerer. An Inquisitor fell, knocked back by a wave of magic, but the others kept leaping in, striking out at him and then jumping back. Prince Hilarion's hand flew off when one of the Inquisitors cut it with his sword, causing a mass of tainted magic to spill out of the wound. Someone who had been to the Peerless School would have known basic charms to prevent wounds from growing any worse, if not directly healing them, but Prince Hilarion had never had a classical education. His magic was spewing out of control and harming him more than healing him. "You!" Prince Hilarion bellowed. He strode towards Elaine, brushing aside the Inquisitor who tried to distract him. His form seemed to be wavering now, as if something from another dimension was trying to force itself into his body. Elaine could feel reality screaming in pain as the maddened prince exerted his will. Some of the books in her head warned that there were entities out there scratching at the walls of reality and trying to force their way into the human realm. "You did this to me." Elaine stared, transfixed by fear, as Prince Hilarion reached out towards her. There was no longer anything remotely human about his body. The warps seemed to be reshaping him into a giant insect, almost a spider. She felt a hot trickle around her legs as the blood seemed to boil in her body, just before a dark-clad form caught her and hurled her away to safety. The shock of the impact jarred her back to reality, just in time to see the Inquisitor who had saved her being burned alive by Prince Hilarion. He seemed to be screaming in pain as fires tore through his head, yet somehow he remained alive, caught eternally on the very brink of death. Prince Hilarion was warping time around him, keeping him in mortal stasis. She reached into her knowledge for a spell, but nothing came to mind. He had to be drained. And then Dread rammed a sword through his neck, severing his head from his body. Prince Hilarion seemed to stop, stumbling to his knees, and then, horrifically, he seemed to reform into a single being of darkened light. Elaine cried out in horror as the ground started to shatter beneath her feet, just before the other Inquisitors joined in. They hacked the prince to pieces faster than he could repair himself. The light faded and died. A single body, seemingly unmarked, hit the ground. Dread checked it carefully and then looked up at his men. "He's dead," he said simply. "It's over." Chapter 32. I was so scared. Elaine couldn't stop shaking, even though she was in the watchtower and surrounded by Inquisitors. Her stained clothes had been replaced and she'd washed, but she still felt dirty and ashamed. When the maddened prince had come for her, her mind kept reminding her she'd frozen rather than fled. She hadn't even been able to save her life. An Inquisitor had saved her at the cost of his own. "Everyone is scared from time to time," Cass said. The female Inquisitor had showered alongside her and changed into another set of black robes. She managed to make them look almost appealing on her. "I was scared when I saw my first demon, or the monster someone had shaped from shadow and turned into a personal guard dog. Fear isn't the worst thing in the world. It's how you react to fear that proves what you are." I froze. Elaine reminded her. "What does that say about me?" "That you need more training and experience," Cass said. She checked her wand and a small array of magical tools in her belt, and then headed for the door. Inquisitors seemed to take even less time washing than Elaine did. "I think you did fine, all things considered. Come on." The interior of the watchtower was buzzing with inquisitors and city guardsmen, some of whom looked at Elaine as if they didn't understand what she was doing there. It was a busy day for them, Elaine realized, as she saw a line of people in handcuffs being escorted down to the cells buried under the mountain. All of Prince Hilarian's private army and his staff had to be picked up and held until the exact nature of their service was revealed. They might have known what he had in mind, or they might have been innocent dupes. The Inquisitors couldn't afford to let them remain in the city until the truth came out. "We don't normally allow strangers into the interrogation zone," Cass commented, as they passed through a set of the most complex wards Elaine had ever seen. She felt magic pressing down around her, suppressing any urge she might have felt to use magic herself. A sense that someone, or something, was watching her nagged at her mind as Cass led her through a pair of stone doors. The Inquisitors knew that magicians made dangerous criminals and did whatever it took to keep them under control. "Do not try to enter any of the cells without permission." They walked down a long corridor, passing doors that led into small cells, each one barely large enough to swing a cat. Some of them were occupied by criminals who looked up at her as she passed. Others seemed empty to her eyes, until she realized that they were occupied by the gang of thieves who had discovered a way to turn themselves invisible permanently. The Inquisitors had caught up with them anyway, probably using werewolves to track them down and throw them into jail. They'd be working on ways to get the spell off them before fitting them with collars and sending them to the salt mines. Two guards, both wearing full Inquisitor robes, stopped them as they reached another set of doors and questioned Cass briefly before allowing them into the room. It was dark, so dark that Elaine found it hard to see at first, until the light came up suddenly, revealing a handful of dark figures surrounding a chair. Count Lucas sat in the chair, pinned down by a beam of light that seemed to come from miles overhead, his eyes staring wildly around him as he tried to see his tormentors. A spider's net of wards surrounded him, slowly wearing down his resistance to the point where he wouldn't even be able to think of lying to the Inquisition. Elaine felt a flash of sympathy that she wasn't quite able to suppress. Even if he were found innocent and released, Count Lucas would always have the memory of having his mind ground down to the point where he couldn't hide anything from his interrogators. The knowledge in her mind confirmed that the spells the Inquisitors were using could cause permanent damage to a person's mind. "I knew nothing about his plans," Count Lucas protested. He certainly seemed to be telling the truth, but the Inquisitors didn't appear to be convinced. They fired questions at him, sometimes asking the same question over and over again, a technique that would make it hard for the Count to stick to anything but the truth. "He zapped me as soon as we got home from the party, turned me into a helpless witness. I swear it before all the gods." "But he was staying in your house," Dred's voice said. "How could you, a candidate for the position of Grand Sorcerer, not sense what he had brought into your house?" "I didn't sense anything!" Count Lucas screamed. Sweat was visible on his forehead as he started to struggle against the light. "I don't know what happened." "Your house contained no less than 5 books on the prescribed list," another Inquisitor said. Elaine knew that the true answer was more like 6, although the Witch King's personal volume hadn't been on the list because everyone who had known about its existence had believed that it had been destroyed a long time ago. Even possessing those books is an automatic death sentence. You would certainly never be accepted as Grand Sorcerer. Why didn't you keep a close eye on what your friend was doing? "Because he was my friend," Count Lucas said. "Don't you care about your friends? Or don't you skulls have any friends?" The Inquisitors ignored the insult. "Prince Hilarion thought he could become Grand Sorcerer," he said. "Why did you believe that he had a chance?" "I didn't believe that he had a chance," Count Lucas said. "I thought he would lose, that perhaps he would back out and support me in exchange for later considerations, and I thought if I kept him close—" Dredd nodded to Cass and led the way out of the room into a smaller, well-lit chamber. "They think Count Lucas was an honest dupe," he said shortly. The interrogation had clearly been going on ever since the Count had arrived at the watchtower. There is no way he should be able to conceal the truth from us now, unless there is something in the forbidden texts. Elaine started at the question. "I don't think that anything I know about would help him to resist for very long," she said. "If he was an immensely powerful wizard, he might be able to brush off the spells, but that would be noticeable, wouldn't it?" "It certainly should be," Dredd agreed dryly. "But someone bringing one of the darkest texts in the world into your mansion should also be noticeable." "I don't think that Count Lucas set up the wards," Elaine said slowly. "If they weren't directly linked to his mind, he wouldn't be able to use them with as much skill as the original builder. They might have missed the book altogether." "Possibly," Dredd said. He shook his head. "We'll keep working on him. If we clear him as innocent, we will have to convince him to withdraw from the contest anyway. At the very least, he has been incredibly careless, and we cannot risk that in a Grand Sorcerer." Elaine scowled as a thought occurred to her. Couldn't he have been programmed somehow by Prince Hilarion, like Duke Garma programmed me? "I wouldn't have said so," Dredd said. "Subtle commands work better when they're vague. You were given an urge to go to Ida and allowed to come up with your own justification for why you wanted to visit Ida. Someone more powerful than yourself, someone with more self-control, might have started to ask why you wanted to visit Ida. At that point, the subtle spell would probably have lost its grip on your mind. But programming someone to ignore something so dangerous is a great deal harder," he continued. "A single textbook of dark magic would be so dangerous that the controller would have to resort to more powerful spells to keep it from the target's awareness. Those spells tend to have unfortunate effects on a person's intelligence, and somebody would notice." He led her through a series of guarded doors until they reached a larger room. The chill in the air struck her the moment they walked through the door. The cold light blazing down from high overhead revealed a body lying on an examination table. Prince Hilarion looked as handsome in death as he had been in life, although she could sense the aroma of rotting magic surrounding his corpse. The warped body he'd possessed at the end of his life was gone. "Reverted to normal," Dredd said seriously. "Luckily for his father, he didn't have the power to shift his body permanently into a higher plane, or we would never have been able to stop him without scorching half the city as well. His brain shows all the signs of dark arts dementia, insanity caused by using the dark arts to boost one's powers. The Druids think that he was dying even as he made his desperate bid to escape us." Elaine wasn't surprised somehow to recognize the Druid who had examined Prince Hilarion. It was the same person who had examined her after she'd been hit by Duke Garma's spell. "His brain has been completely destroyed," the Druid said. He shook his head sadly. "I'm surprised he managed to last as long as he did. Even though his thoughts were extending into other dimensions, I don't think he would have had the discipline to trap his soul permanently in a lifeless body." "And his body is here," Dredd said. "Are we sure that it is Prince Hilarion?" "The body matches the signature of the blood taken from him when he was a baby," the Druid said briskly. He was confirmed as a legitimate child and registered as a lawful heir to the throne of Ida. This is not a fetch or some other form of magical duplicate. This is what remains of Prince Hilarion." Elaine closed her eyes. It had been just over a week since she'd become the Bookworm, and there was so much that she didn't understand. Why had Prince Hilarion wanted her in the first place, if he already had the Witch King's book? Had he wanted the rest of the knowledge in the Great Library, or was there some aspect to his plan that they hadn't understood before he died? "He may have already been insane," Dredd said when she raised the issue. "Insane people never make sense at the best of times, and insane sorcerers are prone to do almost anything without having a rational justification." "I do wonder about that," the druid said. There was nothing particularly subtle in the way he attempted to enhance his magic potential. If he'd been doing it for years before he came to the Golden City, he would already have been mentally crippled. Even the most intensely disciplined mind would have trouble coping when the very fabric of their reality was crumbling around them. "The princess did say that her brother didn't seem to be insane," Dredd mused. "Are you suggesting that he used the spells to give himself vast power when he knew that he'd been found out and we were breathing down his neck?" "It certainly looks that way," the druid said. "But that makes little sense," a voice said from behind them. Daria strode into the chamber, escorted by Karen and another inquisitor. Now she knew what signs to look for. Elaine had no trouble in recognizing the inquisitor as a werewolf. If he knew he'd been detected, why not flee the city? "He may have thought that he could have won," the druid said. "People who use magic to enhance their powers are never rational. He wouldn't be the first magician to doom himself by opening his mind, firmly convinced that he could handle the sudden shock when the new channels in his mind started to flow. If he'd been rational when he confronted the Inquisition—" Elaine remembered the waves of power rolling off Prince Hilarion and shivered. The Peerless School taught the magic was nothing without control. Even the merest magician, someone so weak that they would never be offered a chance to study at the Peerless School, could kill himself if he failed to develop proper control. There were plenty of cautionary tales about children who accidentally set fire to their bedding, or older teenagers, driven by teenage hormones, who wreaked havoc in a person's mind. Control, her tutors had told her time and time again, was the key to becoming an effective magician. A magician without control would probably destroy himself before he could become a threat to anyone else. And Prince Hilarion hadn't been formally trained at the Peerless School. It seemed a neat answer to the questions they hadn't even been able to form. The prince hadn't known what he was doing, had lost control very quickly, and had been unable to pull himself back together in time to fight the Inquisitors. And yet, where did she fit in? Come to think of it, where did Prince Hilarion's father and his kingdom fit into the entire puzzle? Someone had worked hard to ensure that Elaine, or someone, became a bookworm, providing a way to pull knowledge out of the Great Library without triggering any alarms. Where did Elaine herself fit into the puzzle? She looked down at the prince's body and wondered, Is he my father? "I would have said that he was too young to be your father," Dredd said. "He's only 30, according to the records. He would have had to have fathered you when he was 7 years old if he was your father." "Unless the orphanage records were tampered with," Elaine said. It was an uncomfortable thought, but it was possible. I might be 14 now instead of 23. The druid laughed, not unkindly. "I think you will discover that orphanage records are better than that," he said. "We were charged with studying them all after your little accident, and you have definitely been around for 23 years. "There's an easy way to check," Daria said impatiently. She leaned forward and sniffed at the body, drawing back in shock. Most of the body's original scent has been obliterated, but there's enough left for me to get a sense of what he was. He wasn't your father, Elaine. Elaine shook her head sadly. You should be relieved, Dredd said. Did you really want him to be your father? You might be better off not knowing, the druid agreed. There was a really upper-class lady who paid 1,000 crowns to have her family tree worked out, and then she had to pay another 3,000 crowns to have it hushed up. The matter isn't quite over, Dredd said, as they returned to the more comfortable parts of the watchtower. Once we have a new Grand Sorcerer, we will move in on Ida and find out what was going on in that mountainous state. It seems to me as if Prince Hilarion had his father completely under his control. It is possible that the old man has collapsed with his son's death, depending on just what spells were used to take control of him. In any case, we can afford to wait a few more days. The contest is set for 3 days from now. Elaine nodded. Lady Lightspinner had been right about at least one thing. There were only 3 competitors left in the contest. Maybe 2 if Cain had decided to bow out gracefully and leave the more powerful sorcerers to face one another in combat, or whatever they had to do to prove themselves worthy of the title. The new Grand Sorcerer will also be the one who decides what is to become of you, Dredd said. The way he said it sent shivers running down the back of her spine. The Star Chamber isn't ungrateful to you for what you did, but you do represent a considerable danger to the status quo. You don't seem to have been contaminated by the darker spells that were dumped into your mind, yet anyone with enough power could capture you and drain you of all the knowledge you possess. Prince Hilarion might have targeted you because his appetite for dark magic grew stronger after he read the Witch King's book. Elaine saved you all, Daria said sharply. Her face seemed to become more wolfish for a long, chilling moment. How can you threaten to kill her? We know what she did for us, Dredd said. For a moment, he looked old enough to be Elaine's father. But we also know that her mere existence presents a powerful risk to the Empire. Someone could capture her and make her talk, and then we would have another Prince Hilarion on our hands, perhaps more than one. Elaine understood, even though the concept of the Inquisitors arguing over her eventual fate was terrifying. Dredd was right, perhaps righter than he knew. If she could be tempted into violating Daria's privacy, what else could she be tempted into doing? I understand, she said. I won't leave the city until after you decide what to do with me. Dredd nodded. Go home. Get some rest. I'll leave Cass and Karen with you until after the contest, he said. As bodyguards and watchdogs, Elaine knew, there'd never be anything else. And I suggest that you light a candle in your favorite temple as a sign of thanks. The situation could have become a great deal worse. He shrugged. But we nipped it in the bud, he added. If nothing else, you played a vital role in saving the entire city. We will never forget what you did for us. If it's really over, Daria said pensively, I seem to recall that gratitude never lasts very long. Chapter 33. I'm surprised that you have never been here before, Bee said. This place is famous around the entire world. Elaine shrugged thoughtfully. The Great Museum, unlike the Great Library, was open to everyone, allowing them to view artifacts from 1,000 years of empire and magical development. It had always been in the Golden City, but Elaine had never visited before realizing that she might not have that long to live. She had privately resolved to cram as much as she could into her last 2 weeks of life before the Inquisitors decided to kill her. It would have been nice to believe that they would spare her life, but she knew, better than they did, just how dangerous her mere existence was to the established order. She honestly couldn't see anything else they could do. "I never came here before," she admitted. B gave her an odd look, as if even he could tell that she was acting strangely. She'd gone to his apartment the previous evening, practically dragged him into bed, and spent the night curled up beside him. It no longer mattered to her what B really wanted, if he wanted a girl to marry or a girl in every city. All that mattered was living a little before the Inquisitors killed her. It was just... She shrugged. "I just kept putting it off," she said. But the orphanage tutors had never taken the homeless children on field trips. They'd been more concerned with teaching the skills that would make the orphans capable of holding basic jobs. The only part of her pre-Peerless School schooling she remembered with any enthusiasm had been the tutor who'd taught her to read. "Thank you for coming with me." Bea smiled, holding her hand. It was funny how comforting she found that gesture, even though she knew that he could do nothing to help her once the new Grand Sorcerer was enthroned and made a decision about her future. At least Lady Lightspinner owed her some gratitude. Kane didn't know her, and Administrator Mentor knew her as a girl who had been sent to him for punishment, if he remembered her at all. But then Lady Lightspinner knew, already, that Elaine knew secrets that should never be spoken out loud. That alone comprised a good reason to kill her. "You're welcome," Bea said, looking over at one of the cabinets. "Do you think that that is actually the sword of the Witch King?" Elaine followed his gaze. The greatest of heroes and villains carried swords that were far more than just swords. Some had carried an entrapped demon within their metal, turning them into unstoppable weapons, while others were infused with magic that gave them a certain kind of intelligence. The sword in front of them certainly looked impressive. It was dark, so dark that it gave the impression of absorbing all light into its darkness, but she knew better than to assume that it was real. An artifact created by the Witch King would be targeted by every would-be dark sorcerer with delusions of grandeur. If the Grand Sorcerer hadn't been able to destroy it, he would have tossed it into a volcano or sent it spinning through the dimensions to somewhere far beyond the reach of mankind. The dark sword in front of them was nothing more than a duplicate, warded just enough to prevent anyone from discovering its true nature. "Perhaps," she said finally. "Why spoil Bea's illusions? Its true name has been lost long ago." Bea shrugged and moved on to the next cabinet, housing potion gourds from a tribe of warriors who had resisted the Empire for nearly 100 years, thanks to potions brewed by their druids that gave their men superhuman strength. Eventually, the Empire had come to terms with them after developing counters that neutralized the effects of their magic potion. 2 nearby cabinets showed 2 warriors from the tribe, a short, thin man and a tall, fat man, both smiling pleasantly at the crowds in full tribal outfits. Had anyone really shown off half of their chest when fighting? The short one carried a sword, but it didn't look like he had ever really needed it. Below them, a small black and white dog pretended to cock its leg against the side of the cage. Bea seemed more interested in mundane artifacts recovered from the era before the First Necromantic War. Elaine smiled as she considered a blackened piece of metal, recognizing it, from the knowledge in her head, as a kind of iron dragon. The pre-war Empire had been supposed to be a wonderful place, although wonderful was always determined by the people writing the history books. That had magic and technology that her own era was just starting to redevelop. And then the undead had risen from the grave and set out to slaughter the entire world. By the time the fighting had finally come to an end, the Empire had been devastated. And then the Witch King had come within moments of final victory. "They don't tell us much about the wars in the south," Bea said, as they studied drawings and paintings of battles between the living, breathing humans and the undead hordes. One of the undead was easy to stop. Their limbs could be chopped off, or their bodies incinerated by magic. But an entire army was a far tougher proposition. The undead grew smarter as they grew in numbers, yet even without brains, 4 of them could hack a living soldier to death while he was trying to destroy one of their comrades. And a single bite would be fatal to their victim. We never really believed that they were as horrific as you claim. Even when the refugees fled to you? Elaine asked mildly. And your own soldiers saw the undead walking out of the water and advancing on your shores? Bee nodded, pointing towards one of the other paintings. The Battle of the Silver Desolation had been the first major battle between the Witch King's forces and the southern continent, which had largely believed itself isolated from the necromancers and their war. But the Witch King had known just how vitally important the South had been in the First Necromantic War, and he had taken steps to destroy it in the Second War. An army of undead didn't need to breathe or to rest, so there was nothing stopping them from marching underwater until they reached the South and then walking up onto the beach. The South had suddenly found the war developing a new front located within their territory. All we had were the undead, Bee reminded her. They were nasty, true, but the Witch King never turned the fullness of his wrath on us. The rest of the tales. Elaine nodded. The Battle of the Bottles, where both sides had been forced to unleash demons against the other. Thankfully, even the Witch King had realized that unleashing demons would eventually destroy the entire world, and refrained from unleashing any more until the very last days of the war. It had been too late to save his base from being scorched by the first Grand Sorcerer. And the Battle of the Rift, where a sorcerer had opened a canyon below the ranks of the undead, watched them fall into thin air and then closed the canyon again, crushing them to bloody pulp. It was said that nothing grew on the land tainted by the undead. And the Battle of Long Beach, where a handful of soldiers and a single combat magician had held off the undead just long enough for reinforcements to arrive. They had all died, but they'd saved 2 whole cities from a fate worse than death. Memories that weren't hers flickered through her head. They hadn't all been victories, not by a long chalk. The storming of Helgoland, when the undead had marched up to the walls, building a pile of their bodies large enough to let them climb over and run down into the city, killing everyone inside. And they'd all risen as undead and joined the colossal army. If anyone had survived, no records had been taken of their existence. There was the sack of Kamet, a small town that happened to be in the path of a demonic army. Rumour had it that anyone who visited the remains of the city heard the screams of the damned as they promised their captors everything if only they would let them go free. And not all of the atrocities had been committed by monsters. One city had been sacked by an army of humans who had been under no magical compulsion at all, and the population had been systematically robbed, raped, and killed. It said something about the final years of the war that no one had raised a voice in complaint when the state that had provided the army was wiped out completely by the Grand Sorcerer without a single child being spared. In a war that had had far too many atrocities committed by all sides, the sack of Kamet still stood out as a monument to human barbarity. The demons had been demons. The Witch King had been mad. What excuse was there for humans who turned on their fellows so savagely? Bee caught her arm. "Are you all right?" "Just tired," Elaine said. She managed a wink. They hadn't managed to get much sleep last night, and that had been mainly her fault. Not that Bee had been complaining, of course. He'd been a willing participant in their shared pleasure. Maybe we should move on to the next section. The next chamber paid homage to all the Grand Sorcerers, from the very first one to the man who had died only 2 weeks ago, leaving a power vacuum in the heart of the Golden City. They hadn't stated his date of death yet, Elaine noted. They wouldn't do that until the next Grand Sorcerer was in place, with the city swearing loyalty to him. She couldn't remember if there had been a reason for the tradition, or if it had been someone's whim that had become tradition when everyone had forgotten why it had been started in the first place. She smiled at the thought that they'd tried to cover up his death. Every magician in the world would have felt the Grand Sorcerer die. Maybe it could have been hidden from the rest of the population, but Elaine doubted that it would have lasted more than a few days. Even up to his death, the Grand Sorcerer had been very busy hearing petitions and standing in judgment of magical crimes. A few days' absence would have started tongues wagging all over the city. "I never understood why you all swear loyalty to the Grand Sorcerer," Bee said as they looked at the last painting. The Grand Sorcerer seemed to be scowling disapprovingly at them. He'd never been fond of the perks of power, and had been known to sack his assistants for enriching themselves or using their positions to surround themselves with luxury. It had been a policy that had found favour with most of the city, who wanted their taxes spent on important issues rather than enriching politicians. "Why do you swear to serve him?" They didn't, Elaine knew. Few magicians would willingly swear an oath that would place them so firmly under someone's control. They'd sworn to uphold the system instead, to ensure that the next Grand Sorcerer was chosen properly, rather than hundreds of wizards and magicians fighting it out for supremacy. Civil war within the Golden City would have wiped out most of the population and brought the Empire crashing down in ruins. It crossed her mind that might have been what the Mad Prince had had in mind, but even that didn't explain everything about his plan. She wondered briefly if he'd prepared something that would have allowed him to rise from the dead, yet the Inquisitors would have thought to check for that. They might have decided to destroy the body rather than returning it to Ida for burial. No one who bore witness to the battle that had nearly destroyed High Tory would have spoken out against such a decision. "Because that's how the system works," she said finally. It wasn't something she felt comfortable with, even with Bee. The first Grand Sorcerer had devised a structure to prevent his comrades from fighting, and dressed it up neatly to prevent them from rebelling against it. "We don't question it." She turned, and stopped dead as she saw a hulking figure standing in the doorway. Judd was standing there, his immense form blocking the light. Elaine was astonished to see him. As far as she knew, he was never allowed to leave Lord Haworth's mansion. And why was Lord Haworth showing any interest in her now? What had changed that he actually knew about? "You are summoned to face your guardian," Judd said in his grating voice. "You will accompany me to Haworth Hall." "Now, wait a minute," Bee said quickly. "We're on a date." "I have to go," Elaine said wearily. She'd never actually formally claimed emancipation from Lord Haworth, if only because he'd shown no interest in trying to actually serve as her guardian. An oversight, she realized. An oversight that she should have corrected while she had a chance. Lord Haworth might believe that he could push her into working openly for him. "Can you go back to Daria and let her know what happened?" Bee stared at her for a long moment, and then nodded. "Good luck," he said, and gave her a kiss. Elaine returned it, wondering if watching them kissing would irritate Judd, but his expressionless face was still blank when Elaine broke the kiss and stepped up to the butler. Bee looked after her. "Do you want me to come meet you?" "Lord Haworth will summon you when he wishes to meet with you," Judd informed him. He looked back at Elaine. "You will accompany me now." He spun around and marched out of the building, moving almost like a parody of a soldier. People saw him coming and scattered out of his way, even the ones who couldn't sense his true nature. Judd seemed like an unstoppable iron dragon as he ploughed through the streets. Elaine followed him, trying to resist the temptation to try to pump him for information. Judd had never been a great conversationalist, and much of his conversations to her over the years had been thoroughly unpleasant. No wonder people were scared of him. The walk to Haworth Hall took less time than she had expected, but she was panting because of the effort involved in keeping up with Judd. She saw the gates open to admit them as they approached, before closing behind them with an ominous thud. This time, the gardeners had introduced a collection of wild birds from the far islands into the garden, clearly trying to maintain the appearance of wealth and power. She wondered absently how long it would be before Lord Haworth ran out of time and had to admit that he was broke. She walked through the interior of the house, looking around. One side effect of Duke Garmer's spell had been to enhance her memory, even the parts of her mind that didn't deal directly with magic. Some of the tacky but expensive artworks and trinkets were gone, suggesting that they had been sold on to produce money for their owner. Others seemed to have been moved to one side, earmarked for disposal. A painting that had been charmed to hold an impression of a long-dead woman's personality — she had screamed abuse at anyone who came into the house without the proper level of aristocratic blood, including Elaine — had been removed from the wall and placed against it, blocking the woman's sight. Elaine guessed that she'd seen Lord Haworth selling off the family trinkets one by one, and hadn't been shy about making her opinion known. Judd opened the door to Lord Haworth's study and allowed her to walk inside. Lord Haworth was nowhere to be seen, but as Elaine sat down, she realized that a number of the books on the bookshelves had been removed. She felt a brief pang of pity for them. They'd been published in the days before the printing press, before hearing Lord Haworth coming down the other corridor towards her. The door crashed open, and Lord Haworth stepped inside. He looked ghastly. His clothes were a mess. He'd always prided himself on being a dandy, and his face was blotched with the effects of too much alcohol. Elaine guessed that he hadn't been able to pay the druids for rejuvenation spells and treatments that would have helped mitigate the worst effects of whatever he was drinking. "Lost everything," he said, as he slumped into a chair. "We'll lose the home soon. We'll lose everything soon. We'll have to leave the city and go die out in the countryside. But house there no longer exists." Elaine frowned. He sounded drunk, too, she realized. His words were slurring together as he spoke, almost as if he couldn't quite focus on whatever he was trying to say. If he was broke, if he was running out of things he could sell without tipping off the rest of his creditors, his social standing was about to drop to rock bottom. Elaine felt a flicker of pity, even though he'd ignored her for most of her life. She doubted that that was about to change. "Had only one thing left," Haworth muttered. "Someone came to me, offered to pay my debts. Gave me enough crowns to go to the club and get lucky on the tables, and—" He gasped, almost as if he couldn't speak the words out loud. "Only thing I have left is you," he said. Elaine realized what he meant in an awful moment, just before she felt strong hands grabbing her neck. How the hell hadn't she sensed someone behind her? "I sold you. I gave you to someone who wanted you, and—" Elaine started to struggle, trying to draw on her magic, but there was a brilliant flash of light, and she plunged down into darkness. Chapter 34. "I know you're awake," a calm voice said. "You may as well open your eyes and join me for a drink." Elaine cursed inwardly. She'd come back to awareness only 10 minutes ago, but she'd kept her eyes closed in the hope of not alerting them to her listening ears. Instead, whoever was in the room had somehow sensed her awakening and waited patiently for her to open her eyes. All she'd been able to feel was that she had been placed in a chair and metal bracelets had been wrapped around her hands and ankles, as well as making it harder for her to work magic. Escape would be almost impossible. She sighed and opened her eyes, trying to shield them against the light. A man was looking down at her, studying her thoughtfully. She recognized him, and then wondered why she was so surprised. Wizard Kane also wanted to become Grand Sorcerer, and Elaine was still the quickest way to gaining the knowledge that would make someone the most powerful person in the world, and very little was known of his background. Something clicked in her mind as she realized who he resembled. The coloring wasn't entirely correct, and the eyes certainly weren't, but the cheek structure was unmistakable. Kane looked like a younger version of Duke Garma. Elaine had only seen graven images of the Duke, or she would have recognized him earlier, and yet he didn't look as though he'd come from Ida. She smiled. "You're the Duke's son, aren't you?" she asked. "His illegitimate son." Kane didn't bother to try to deny it. "My father seduced a woman who was part of a visiting mission to Ida," he said, without bitterness. "She got pregnant. Her family were furious and threatened to kill her for having a child with a man she hadn't married. And my father couldn't marry her because he was already married." He shrugged. "Not that I blame him for cheating. His legitimate wife is so cold that no one would dare put their manhood inside her for fear of it freezing solid and then breaking off." He chuckled. "The bitch made my life hell for the first few years," he added. "It wasn't until Hilarion came along that she lightened up a little, partly because I got on well with the little prince. We were close friends for quite some time. Oh, there were times when I felt bitter, because any son the bitch had would inherit everything my father owned, but, well, Hilarion was being groomed as the crown prince, and he hated the protocol lessons, and my father was decent enough to ensure that I got a good education too." Elaine stared at him, trying to reconcile everything she'd learned in Ida with what Kane was telling her. "But I am forgetting my manners," Kane said. He picked up a cup and passed it to her. "You can move enough to drink, but not enough to get out of the chair." He was right, Elaine realized, but she hesitated to drink. "I shouldn't worry about poison," Kane added, almost as if he had read her mind. "Right now I can drug you or poison you or do anything to you. Why would I bother to trick you into drinking poison?" Elaine took a sip of the water, taking the opportunity to look around the small room. It was depressingly familiar, a magician's workroom. A large wooden table provided space for the magician to work on his magic. A shelf held a small pile of reference texts, and a number of jars contained various ingredients for magic potions. A couple, Eye of Newt, Skin of Frog, were familiar, but the rest meant nothing to her. She looked up as her eyes caught a motion and saw a small bird cage holding a diminutive winged humanoid. The fairy looked back at her, her tiny porcelain-like face disturbingly human. Fairies were not intelligent, everyone knew, but few humans could bring themselves to harm one directly. And yet crushed fairy wings were a vital ingredient for several potions. Reluctantly, she looked up at Kane. "You do realize that my guardian has no legal right to sell me?" "I think that hardly matters," Kane said dryly. "The important issue is that you have been taken from the city without leaving any trail for your inquisitor friends to follow. They're going to see the remains of Howth Hall and conclude that you and your guardian and his staff were all killed when the demon he used to power his butler got loose. I left behind just enough of your blood to fool even a werewolf. The Inquisitors will breathe a sigh of relief that the problem you represent has been solved, and go back to preparing for the selection of the next Grand Sorcerer." "Right," Elaine said, trying to fight down despair. He was right. The Inquisition would probably be relieved if they concluded that she was dead and all the knowledge in her head was gone. Dari and Bee, she hoped, would look harder, but Cain had known that he would have had to hide his trail from a werewolf. By now, he could have taken her halfway around the planet, and they would never find her. "What do you want with me?" "All in good time," Cain said mildly. "Where was I? Yes. My father was kind enough to insist that the court wizard, a venal and ambitious man, school me in magic. I had something of a talent for it, you see. The prince couldn't study magic as much as he wanted, but I had all the time in the world. It was easy to master enough of it to go to the peerless school, my father helping me to conceal my origins for fear that I might be rejected. By the time I arrived, I knew more charms, hexes, and curses than some of the tutors." Elaine remembered Professor Whitby, a kind and harmless old man, and suspected that he was right. Not everyone had liked the elderly tutor, but he'd been careful to ensure that the students with the right aptitudes for planting and raising specific crops were offered their chance to learn how to do it properly. Elaine had spent a happy month trying to raise crawling fungus before the tutor had reluctantly told her that her magic didn't seem suited for the task. "But I still thirsted for knowledge," he continued. "I would inherit nothing from my birth, even if my blood mingled the blood of two of the noblest families in the world. The prince and I agreed that he would help me with my obsession in exchange for me tutoring him in magic. It was not long before we had both surpassed the tutors the court wizard hired for us and kept experimenting. Eventually we found—" His voice broke off just for a moment. "We found—" Elaine studied him, puzzled. Someone had spelled the court wizard's body to prevent him from talking. Could someone have done the same to Cain? But why would Cain curse himself? What had they found? The small collection of forbidden manuscripts, or something much more dangerous? Something was nagging at the back of her mind, something that she should have recognized. We found the key to knowledge and power," Cain said finally. He looked shaken, almost as if something had been trying to keep him from speaking, but his voice rapidly returned to its confident tone. "I discovered that I could become powerful, so powerful that I could bend the world to my will. The Witch King spoke through me, and I realized just how his knowledge could best be applied. And when I realized what I knew, what I'd known all along, I determined to become the most powerful person in the world." His eyes grew brighter. "I didn't ask to be born, did I? I didn't ask for my mother to die in childbirth and my father to have to refuse to recognize me as his child. Do you understand how lucky I was that I wasn't committed to an orphanage like you, or sold into slavery? I had noble blood, but no power. The bitch could have convinced my father to discard me if she'd managed to have a child of her own." Elaine looked at him and wondered grimly just how much talent he'd had as a child. "I think you stopped her from becoming pregnant," she said. "There were spells to do that, some of them common enough not to really count as curses. Why did you do that?" "I didn't," Cain said. "I think. It's so hard to look back at my life and wonder what was the first real sign of my magic coming to the surface. But she was such a cold woman that my father would probably have been unable to perform if she'd dragged him into bed. No love or lust or warmth in her heart." He shrugged. "But I was powerless," he added. "I could lose what little I had at any time. But if I became powerful in magic, I could bend the world to my will. And when I looked up from the Witch King's book, I knew how it could be done. Hilarion would suffer for all the humiliations of my childhood." "But you said Hilarion was your friend," Elaine said, alarmed. Kane sounded mad, but a more focused madness than that which had consumed his former friend. What did you do to him? Something else clicked in her mind. You seeded him with a little of your personality, she said. Kane bowed his head in acknowledgement. Hilarion practically was you, or is it the other way around? Are you Hilarion? Kane snorted. Do I sound like Hilarion? I barely knew him, Elaine said. What did he sound like? Conceited, arrogant, convinced that he ruled the world, Kane said. He was legitimate, so he was secure, even if he went on rampages in inns and beat up countless whores in an endless quest for pleasure. His father never provided him with real discipline, nor did he punish him for his many transgressions. He and that effeminate fool Count Lucas painted the town red, while I studied magic and wondered which day would end my noble life. You would have hated him when you heard him speak. But he was your friend, Elaine pressed. She saw the whole ghastly plot and understood just what Kane had done. You seeded him with a little of your own personality and convinced him to join the competition to become the Grand Sorcerer. No one would pay any attention to you while, shock horror, a noble-born prince was trying to compete. And when the Inquisition realized that something was rotten in the state of Ida, you drove him mad and sent him out to fight the Inquisitors. Everything suddenly made a ghastly kind of sense. Hilarion should have fled the moment he realized that the plot had been uncovered, at least enough of it to justify the Inquisition attempting to capture him. Everything had been exposed when Elaine had found the Witch King's book. Surely he should have known that the game was up and it was time to flee. And instead, he'd terrorized his friend and tried to fight the Inquisition, boosting his own magic to the point where it would have killed him in short order, even if the Inquisition hadn't managed to defeat him. What did it matter if half the Golden City were destroyed by the maddened sorcerer? Everyone would think the matter was over when the rubble had stopped crashing down. Indeed, Kane agreed. And Count Lucas was never very enthusiastic about the whole idea of trying to become Grand Sorcerer. He only went along with it because Hilarion was so insistent on trying to gain power. The king had a dream of uniting enough aristocratic magicians together to dictate terms to the Golden City and actually having a Grand Sorcerer under his thumb. He would have loved the idea, Elaine said tonelessly. But the Grand Sorcerer would have been nothing more than an aspect of Kane's personality. He would have enough time to grow in power and start using the tools created by the first Grand Sorcerer to crush all resistance. Everyone was scared of the Inquisitors already, not without reason. What would happen when they were turned into a genuine secret service, keeping the common folk in line through fear of magic or violence? He would never see you coming. The Grand Sorcerer makes a visit to every kingdom in the world over the first couple of years of his reign, Kane agreed. I would go and speak with each of the kings privately, leaving a piece of myself in their minds. Over the next few years, they would all become me, joining one mind, living in 100 bodies. I would then take over the magicians, the traders, the civil servants who make the empire work. I would become the Empire. Elaine stared at him in horror. You'd go mad, she said. But the Witch King hadn't completely lost it, had he? He had been semi-rational right up to the last days of the war, smart enough to realize that indiscriminately releasing demons would tear the world apart and leave him with nothing to rule. How had he done it? The knowledge in her mind seemed to suggest one possible answer. He'd balanced his thoughts out over thousands of minds, providing a stability that one mind in one body lacked. Elaine wasn't sure if anyone could create such a hive mind deliberately, but the Witch King had succeeded, and Cain clearly believed he could succeed too. What would be left of the world? Cain smiled. Who cares about this world? Name me a single person in this world who is fair-minded, decent, and willing to embrace difference. No one is. Dari is, Elaine said, without thinking. And perhaps you should ask her, Cain sneered. Just how many people are scared of her because she's a werewolf? He smiled. And now I have you in my clutches, and the plan is complete, he concluded. I will enter the arena tomorrow. Elaine flinched. She hadn't realized just how long she'd been unconscious. Armed with the knowledge in your head, it will be easy to allow Administrator Mentor and Lady Lightspinner to fight while I watch from the sidelines, and then I will destroy the victor, claiming the title of Grand Sorcerer for my own. And then my reign will begin. But you can't take my knowledge so quickly, Elaine said. Dread had given her a few tricks to help preserve her mental defenses. Even without them, breaking her would take days, even for a skilled interrogator. And then she realized the truth. It was possible to do it quickly, without violence, if the victim and violator shared biological traits. And that only happened if they were related. The awful truth dawned on her. You're my father, aren't you? Cain nodded. I seeded you 23 years ago, he said. I ensured that the whore I used as your mother had the child and gave her to an orphanage when she was finally born. I gave the orphanage staff enough money and gentle mental pushes to ensure that you wouldn't be sold into slavery or otherwise taken from the orphanage. Your magical talent was enough to get you into the peerless school, but not enough to ensure that you could have your pick of jobs after you left. And then Miss Prim agreed to take you into the library as a trainee librarian. I don't believe you, Elaine said. Not the bit about him being her father. They looked similar enough for that to be true. But she didn't believe that someone, anyone, could work on such a subtle plan, with so much to go wrong over 24 years, perhaps longer. Miss Prim was enslaved, but not without some independence, Cain pointed out. Who do you think hired her to steal from the Great Library in the first place? You couldn't have planned so carefully and so well, Elaine said flatly. The books on military and intelligence operations she'd absorbed insisted flatly that the more complex a plan, the more likely it was to go badly wrong. And yet, who would have connected a parentless child with a sneak thief and the kingdom of Ida? If a single strand of his plan failed, it wouldn't bring down the rest of the structure. And how did you know I'd pick up the book? It was charmed for you, Cain informed her, and Miss Prim ordered you to be the one who dealt with it. You can work out the rest for yourself. Elaine stared at him. For her entire life, she'd wondered who had given birth to her and why. Who had her father been, or her mother, and why had they refused to raise their child for themselves? She remembered bitterly what the druid had said. Sometimes it was better not to know. As a child, she'd wondered if she were the lost heir to a noble family, perhaps even to the Golden Throne itself. Foolish dreams, all of them. Dread had been right to suspect her, perhaps even to consider killing her, but now it was too late. Cain smiled as he stood up and walked around behind her. If you don't resist, the process won't be painful, he said, as he pushed his fingers against her skull. And I will acknowledge you as my daughter when I am Grand Sorcerer. What could you do with a family tree that links you to the most powerful magician in the world? I am no kin, Elaine said flatly. Bitterness threatened to overwhelm her. How Millicent would laugh if she knew the truth. Right now, I have no father. No, Cain agreed. I suppose you don't. She felt his mind reaching out to touch hers, icy fingers probing through her thoughts and memories. The feeling was so violating that she shrank back, but there was no escape. She tried to distract him, to misdirect him, yet he saw through all of her defenses. Elaine tried to resist anyway as he started to read her thoughts, but it was futile. She could barely move as he took control of her mind. Resistance was futile. And then she blacked out once again. Chapter 35. Elaine shivered as she struggled back to awareness, only to find that she was alone. Kane was gone, leaving her to try to recover from his violation of her mind. All of the knowledge she'd gained was still there, but it felt tainted, as if he'd raped her mind while copying the knowledge from her head. She felt filthy and helpless, and very much alone. Despair threatened to overwhelm her as she struggled against the chains holding her in the chair. She'd found out who her parents had been, only to discover that she would have preferred not to know. And her father had regarded her as nothing more than a pawn in a very long-term game. Elaine wasn't entirely sure that she believed everything he'd told her, but in the end, it hardly mattered. Dread had been right about the danger she represented to the world, even though she hadn't intended to be malicious. He should have killed her the moment he realized what had actually happened to her. Hot tears burned in her eyes as she started to struggle, only to discover that escape was impossible. The chains granted her limited freedom of movement, but she couldn't leave the chair, and the magic infused into the metal absorbed any magic she tried to use before it could cut her free. Kane had been more than just any old magician, she realized dully. He'd had the power to win the contest honestly, without needing forbidden charms from the Great Library. But then, according to the knowledge in her mind, perhaps it wasn't too surprising. Mixing disparate bloodlines sometimes produced remarkable results. The last Grand Sorcerer had come from humble origins and had risen to become the most powerful magician in the world. Perhaps Daria or Dread would find her, but they wouldn't even know to look. If Kane had been telling the truth, all the evidence would suggest that her trail had ended in the ruins of Haworth Mansion, where she had apparently died alongside her guardian. No one would quite understand what had happened, but it would be enough to keep anyone from tracking her down until it was far too late. And perhaps Kane had been right about the Inquisitors being privately relieved that she was dead. But they wouldn't find a body. She fought down the urge to cry as she studied the chains, trying to find a weakness, but there was nothing. The knowledge in her head identified the entire system, a design used to imprison sorcerers far more powerful than Elaine had ever been. Escape was impossible, as was using magic to call for help. Her thoughts tormented her time and time again. By now, Kane could be in the arena, using his magic to win the contest and become Grand Sorcerer. What would happen if the Inquisition worked out what had happened, too late to prevent him from taking power? There was no way to know. It had never happened before. The door opened, and she looked up, praying to all the gods that Daria or Dread or even Millicent had found her. But instead, the person who stepped inside was a stranger, a woman wearing a slave collar and carrying a small tray of food. The smell mocked Elaine, reminding her that she'd been completely unconscious for days. Clearly Kane had decided to keep her fed, for the moment. But why? One possibility occurred to her, and she shivered. He could easily have placed a seed of himself inside her mind, and intended to leave her imprisoned until the seed had taken over and turned her into yet another body for a greater mind. Elaine flinched at the thought as the slave set the food down within reach and turned to leave. Maybe there was one chance to escape. "Slave," she said, "unlock these chains." The slave's voice was dull, utterly hopeless. "I may not do anything against the orders of my master," she said. Elaine wasn't too surprised. Slave collars made a slave completely obedient to their masters, but not to just anyone. They would be able to refuse orders from burglars and would-be spies. "You are to remain in this room until the master returns from his travels." And how long, Elaine wondered, would that be? How did they intend to solve the toilet problem? The thought made her feel sick before a thought occurred to her. Magic was useless against the chains holding her in the chair, but magic wasn't the only solution to the problem. "I need something to pick my teeth," she said, as she took a bite of food. Kane hadn't decided to serve her anything better than sausages and bread. Her lips twitched in genuine amusement. It was almost like being in prison. "Can you find me something that I can use to remove pieces of food from my jaws?" Someone who hadn't been enslaved might have wondered precisely why she needed a toothpick, but the slave didn't have any orders permitting her to think. Instead, she left the room and returned moments later, carrying a pair of wooden toothpicks, putting them down on the table within reach. Elaine smiled gratefully at her as she finished the sausages and put the plate down, hoping that the slave would leave her alone with the toothpicks. The slave clearly didn't think that the toothpicks were any danger, for she left, leaving the plate with her as well. Someone hadn't given her specific orders about how Elaine should be treated, something that might have made perfect sense if they'd captured a powerful wizard, one so powerful that he never considered using something other than magic. Elaine had had to learn, a long time ago, that she just didn't have the power to use magic on a daily basis. It had always seemed a weakness, but right now it might prove her salvation. She lifted up the handcuffs on her wrist and studied them carefully. One of the books she'd absorbed gave detailed instructions on how to pick locks, although it made it seem easier than Elaine had expected. If she had been holding someone prisoner, she would have charmed the handcuffs to make it impossible for someone to pick the lock, but that might have been difficult. The overwhelmingly powerful spell worked into the handcuffs absorbed magic indiscriminately, but there was nothing intended to stop someone using a more mundane tactic for breaking out. It took nearly 20 minutes before she finally managed to unlock the first handcuff. It fell free from her wrist, allowing her to concentrate on freeing her other wrist and release her hands. The cuffs around her ankles were much easier to pick. They seemed larger than the ones on her hands, and she stood up, taking a deep breath as she looked around Kane's research laboratory. Most of the items Kane had scattered around were useless, but a couple were forbidden outside the Inquisition, and one of the textbooks was very definitely on the forbidden list. She picked it up after carefully checking for unpleasant surprises, and glanced at the first page. Someone had crafted a very old spell to keep away prying eyes and linked it to a deadly spell that would kill anyone who opened the book without proper precautions. She remembered Kat's death and shuddered before picking up the book and a couple of oddly designed wands. Kane had clearly been preparing them for his followers to use as weapons. The thought puzzled her as she opened the door and peered out into a darkened corridor. Kane seemed to be too powerful, too capable. Elaine had studied at the Peerless School and knew that there were magicians far more powerful than herself, but Kane seemed to be demonstrating too many skills to be quite real. An alchemist might be the most capable in the world, yet he wouldn't be a druid or a combat magician at the same time. She might have been wrong, but Kane seemed to have spent centuries studying magic. Maybe he'd been studying intensely ever since he'd left the Peerless School. The touts hadn't been able to find much evidence of achievement or the normal signs of a wizard building a power base, yet it still seemed unlikely. Elaine had cheated. Duke Garma's spell had crammed endless realms of knowledge into her head, and yet she couldn't use it all. She couldn't even begin to use it all. And Kane seemed far too capable. She considered it as she slipped down the corridor, eyes and ears alert for any suspicious movement. No one in the building would be her friend. They'd all be Kane's slaves or his allies, if he had allies. She couldn't even remember where Kane had been staying in the Golden City, if she'd ever learned. They'd been so focused on the prince that they'd missed the real threat. The man they hadn't even realized was his cousin. Kane's plan had been brilliant, Elaine acknowledged grimly. Her father had even managed to fool the Inquisition. And yet, could it be that the plan was too complex to be believable? She pushed the thought aside as she sensed powerful magic ahead of her. Kane had weaved a network of wards around his lair, each one capable of stopping anyone from breaking in or leaving. Unlike Randor Mansion, these wards wouldn't need to be reprogrammed to prevent anyone from leaving without permission. Elaine slipped closer, drawing on the knowledge in her head to identify the wards. 9 of them were common, carefully designed to integrate with one another rather than cause interference. The 10th was unknown in the modern era. It dated all the way back to the Second Necromantic War. Perhaps the Witch King himself had designed it, for it was directly linked to the magic generated by necromancy. Elaine shuddered the moment she saw it, knowing that it would be almost impossible to break or fool. It kept her prisoner as surely as the chains in Kane's lab had kept her prisoner. There was no way out. The sound of footsteps echoed from behind her, and she slipped into the shadows, risking a minor charm to pull the darkness around her like a shroud. 2 male slaves, both wearing collars and basic outfits that marked them as lower-class servants, walked past her and right through the wards. Elaine watched them go, realizing in horror exactly what Kane had done to them once they'd become his slaves. The collars they wore allowed them passage through the wards, once the wards had determined that they were genuinely slaves. Anyone who hadn't been enslaved, or was trying to trick people into believing that they were slaves, would be detected and held for interrogation. There seemed to be no way out of the building, and even if she managed to get through the wards, there was no way to know exactly where she was in the city. Assuming that she was in the city, Kane could have lied to her. For a moment, she wondered if she should go back to the cell and chain herself up again before someone realized that she'd managed to escape, but she pushed the thought away angrily. There was one possibility, but it was dangerous, perhaps even insane. Shaking her head, she headed back to the lab and looked around, hoping to find a spare collar. She found nothing, but the same slave who had brought her food entered moments later, carrying a small jug of water. Elaine's freeze spell caught her before she could sound the alarm. The slave was young, barely older than Elaine had been when she'd entered the Peerless School. She felt an odd moment of sympathy for the girl. There was no way to know when or why she'd been enslaved before she started to work on the slave collar. The charms that turned people into slaves were designed to be impossible for anyone, apart from the master, to remove, but Dread had managed it for Cat, and Elaine suspected she knew how he'd done it. She recoiled as she sensed the enslavement charm inside the collar. It felt like looking at a poisonous snake, uncoiling as it prepared to strike at her, before bracing herself and starting to reprogram it. Dispelling the charm would have been simple. Reprogramming it was a great deal harder. It pushed her right to the limits of her ability, but she was desperate. If she'd paid more attention in class. She unhooked the collar from the girl's neck, and before she could think better of it, placed it around her own neck. Even lamed, the enslavement charm pressed against her mind, trying to turn her into a slave. It wasn't even remotely subtle, not like the suggestion that she should travel to Ida. It enforced the master's orders with such power that resistance was not even an option. Elaine shuddered, fighting to focus her mind as she stood up and walked towards the wards, blocking her escape. The spell kept pressing away at her, telling her that she should submit to her master, that she should be a good and proper slave. She called on all the mental disciplines she'd learned at the Peerless School to keep her mind free of its influence, hoping against hope that she could get through the wards in time. They shimmered into existence in front of her, and Elaine stepped through. The wards didn't seem to bar anyone with the right enslavement spell, even one that didn't seem to be working properly. She passed through them without setting off an alarm. On the other side, she found it almost impossible to remove the collar. Certain basic commands were burned into the minds of every slave in the world. They could not remove the collar. They could not harm or kill themselves, and they could not, directly or indirectly, harm their master or his interests. The commands threatened to overwhelm her. She stumbled to her knees as her hands twitched, trying to reach the collar. It was so hard to hold her thoughts together against the insistent commands trying to slide into her mind, so hard to be sure that she was really doing as she wanted to do. The collar came loose and fell to the floor, followed rapidly by Elaine herself. Her entire body was drenched in sweat, her head spinning out of control. Slaves were not meant to break free of their collars, even the ones who had been enslaved against their wills, and she'd put on the collar willingly. It took all she had left to pick herself up and start stumbling away from the wards, heading towards the edge of the building. The collar was abandoned on the ground. She knew she should take it with her, but she couldn't even bring herself to pick it up. No wonder so many freed slaves remained servile, even after years of freedom. The commands were burned directly into their minds. There were some spells that would help, she knew, but she barely had the strength left to use them. Instead, she ducked into a side room as she heard footsteps, praying that the slaves wouldn't see the collar where she'd left it and realize what had happened. She was in no state for a fight. It felt like hours before she was strong enough to start walking onwards towards the doors. Cain had taken over a building that had probably originally belonged to another sorcerer, judging from the misdirection charms that seemed to flicker through the entire building, but eventually she reached the doors. There were a handful of wards covering them, but they were simple, easy to remove. Elaine puzzled over that for a long moment, before deciding that Cain wouldn't have wanted anyone on the outside to sense the wards he'd constructed around his inner chambers. There wouldn't be anything for the Inquisition or his rivals to sense if they started to probe his home. But then, everyone had been focused on the prince or the more powerful contestants. They wouldn't have spared much time for Cain. Outside it was dark, the moon rising slowly in the sky. She was at the very edge of the Golden City, looking up at the watchtower and sensing the magical currents running through the entire city. A faint glow in the distance towards the Parade of the Endless revealed that powerful magic was being used and shaped by powerful magicians, those who believed that they could become Grand Sorcerer. The arena was powerful enough to hold their magic from spinning out of control and ripping through the city. It was possible that the Inquisition would have kept the maddened prince there if they had been able to take him alive. There were so many wards around the arena that no one should have been able to break out, no matter how powerful they were. She sensed a sudden surge of magic, just before the sky lit up with a brilliant white flash. The sound of thunder hit her ears a second later, almost driving her to her knees. Something had gone terribly wrong. The magic field surrounding the city was twisting, being violently pulled towards the arena. Elaine stared, realizing that the contestants had suddenly realized just how powerful and knowledgeable Kane had become. There would be inquisitors there too, surely, and hundreds of other magicians. Elaine knew with a sickening certainty that it wouldn't be enough to stop Kane. Given time and the knowledge he'd stolen from her, he would be able to absorb the power worked into the arena. There were gods that would be less powerful than he'd become. Bracing herself, trying to draw on the magic to give her energy, Elaine started to run. The arena wasn't that far away, but she knew that she was tired and worn, and despite herself, she had the sickening feeling that it might be too late. Kane, by killing the other two contestants, would become Grand Sorcerer, and then the world would be his. Chapter 36. The waves of magic grew stronger as Elaine ran towards the arena, trying desperately to avoid the crowds of fleeing people trying to get away from the battle. Reality was bending and twisting right in front of her as the pocket dimension that enveloped the arena, making it capable of seating the entire city in a tiny space, threatened to collapse, crushing everyone inside into nothingness. Elaine could sense Kane's mind working away at the spells that held the pocket dimension in place, taking control of it and draining the magic into himself. He'd go mad. Or perhaps he was already mad. She could sense his mind spinning out like a spider's web, drawing on the collective stability of a dozen minds, perhaps 100 minds. They could provide stability that other dark wizards lost when they tried to enhance their own magical power, or so Kane clearly hoped. But Elaine could feel the ragged edges of his thoughts, and knew that he was being tainted by the sheer power he was channeling. Insanity was a very real threat. She ducked to one side as hundreds of people fled past her, trying to use the magic woven into the arena to see what had happened. Images flashed into her mind one by one, each one striking home with terrifying impact. Administrator Mentor and Lady Lightspinner had jousted, contesting their power directly, ignoring the threat from Kane until it was far too late. They hadn't realized what was happening until the arena itself turned on them, twisting and reaching out for their souls. Elaine realized with a frisson of horror exactly how the next Grand Sorcerer was selected. They didn't just have to have raw power, but the discipline to take over the arena and hold it steady. It represented the Grand Sorcerer's ability to juggle 1,000 different problems at one time and still hold the Empire together. Those contestants who didn't realize the true nature of the contest were likely to die before realizing that they'd lost. Kane had already been powerful. Now he controlled the entire pocket dimension. Dredd and his fellows had realized too late what was happening to the arena. They'd tried to collapse it, hoping to blink Kane out of existence along with his power. But Kane had already taken over most of the arena, and he'd been able to save himself from death. Mentor, the man who had once punished Elaine for Millicent's little joke, had tried to kill Kane directly, upholding the mage's oath. Kane had swatted him out of existence effortlessly before turning his attention to Lady Lightspinner. But she was gone. Fled? Killed already? It didn't matter. All that mattered was the power flowing through him. Elaine kept running, watching in dismay as the arena slowly began to collapse in on itself. Kane seemed to be manipulating it deliberately, sporting with the thousands of helpless civilians who remained trapped inside the pocket dimension. Some made it out, fleeing in blind panic. Others discovered that no matter how fast or how far they ran, they could never make it out of the dimension. Kane had altered part of the arena, so the distance between their seats and the exits became infinite. They were forever trapped on the brink of escape, completely at Kane's mercy. The city's magical field kept twisting, almost as if the defences, created by successive grand sorcerers, were trying to stop Kane before he managed to take the entire city. Wards that dated back to the era before the First Necromantic War pressed in on him, trying to destroy him or starve him of the magic he was sucking into himself. But it was futile. Kane had already passed beyond anything they could stop. The wards were literally feeding him still more magic. She turned the corner and ran towards the Parade of the Endless, only to see the arena finally starting to collapse. The screams from those trapped inside grew louder as they finally died, while Kane's laughter echoed out over the entire city. Mad, or determined to ensure that no one fucked with him. Elaine skidded to a halt as the final crowd of escapees ran past her, their faces torn and twisted by blind panic, just before the arena collapsed into nothingness. Kane stood where it had been, power twisting the very air around him. Prince Hilarion had been a maddened animal, unable to concentrate or focus his power. It would have killed him, even if Dread hadn't managed to slice off his head. But Kane had prepared properly for the sheer infusion of power that had overwhelmed his half-cousin. He might still be mad, but he would have control, and that would make him immensely more dangerous than a rampaging bull like Prince Hilarion. Sheets of white lightning tore through the air as Kane flexed his supercharged muscles. Elaine could sense spells forming into existence, each one too powerful for anyone to stop. Some were basic, spells that every magician learned in their first year in the Peerless School, but boosted to a power level that made them powerful beyond nightmares. Others were older and far darker, unknown to anyone apart from Kane and Elaine herself. Kane's power was spreading through the city, reaching out towards its intended victims. Elaine realized that he was powerful enough to compel the entire city, even the senior wizards. How long would it be before he started seeding their minds and turning them into copies of himself? Maybe Kane hadn't realized just how far he could go. He could seed everyone, from the greatest of wizards to the lowliest of slaves. Kane would become the only life form left on the planet, each successive child becoming part of an intellect that would never die. Maybe he could even seed himself into animals or creatures that combined humans and animal features like werewolves. There would never be any resistance, because there would be no one else left alive. Kane would be alone forever in 1 billion bodies, each one a copy of himself. He won't do that, Elaine told herself firmly, and prayed to the gods that she was right. He wants to gloat over his supremacy. How can he do that if all of his old tormentors are dead? A pair of black-robed figures appeared out of nowhere, wands raised and ready. There were no games with harmless spells this time. The Inquisitors threw an entire series of death spells towards their target, spells that were almost impossible to stop. She'd been taught about one of them in the Peerless School, Elaine remembered, even though they hadn't been shown how to cast the spell unless they went into combat magic. The only certain defense, the tutor, a grumpy old man bearing the scars from 50 years of fighting dark magicians, had told them was to be somewhere else when you were targeted. Kane, on the other hand, just seemed to absorb enough magic to kill 100 men before casually blinking both of the Inquisitors out of existence. They were gone completely, air rushing in to fill the space where they had been. Elaine didn't know of any spell that could do something like that. Kane had simply altered reality to the point where the Inquisitors no longer existed. The ground shuddered under her feet as Kane exerted his will. 12 mansions in High Tory, home to aristocrats with bloodlines so pure that they could trace their ancestry back for nearly 1,000 years, collapsed into falling rubble. Elaine wasn't entirely sure how she knew what was going on, until she realized that Kane was using one of the semi-forbidden spells he'd probably learned from her mind. It allowed him to project images and thoughts across vast distances into minds that were capable of comprehending what they were seeing. He was showing everyone, perhaps the entire world, what was happening to those who had ruled the world only a scant 2 hours ago. The people who had been cowering in their mansions, hoping that their wards would save them, died before ever quite realizing what had destroyed their lives. Great rents appeared in the ground as the catacombs opened up, disgorging creatures that had been warped and mutated by the wild magic under the city. Giant worms, semi-intelligent rats, even a colossal hamster. They rose up and started attacking the civilians. And everyone who fell rose up again. Kane knew how to summon the undead, how to infuse dead bodies with the dark infection that turned them into shambling parodies of man. He didn't even have to concentrate after the first handful had risen from the dead to feast upon the living. The dark magic that had created the undead was powered by the souls of the living they killed. They could keep going until they ran out of victims, until the Golden City became a city of the dead, a necropolis. The original necropolis had been burned to the ground when the North Continent had been scorched. Kane would create a new one on the ruins of the Golden City. How far did his influence spread? Ida had kept the dead bodies of her royal family in a vault, where they could be animated again by a necromancer. Were there other illegal stashes of dead bodies in a world where the dead were supposed to be cremated? No exceptions? There was no way for Elaine to know, but Kane's senses had expanded so far that he could probably locate dead bodies on the other side of the world. But he doesn't need to bother, Elaine thought bitterly. All he has to do is knock down a few more buildings, and he'll have a massive army of undead slaves. She tried desperately to think of a spell that might stop him. Necromancers weren't immortal, but Kane was already more powerful than any historical necromancer, perhaps even more powerful than the Witch King. There were legends about magical swords that might have stopped him in his tracks, yet she knew now that most of those stories were nonsense, comforting lies constructed to convince a nervous population that a necromancer could be stopped. The real necromancers had been overpowered by magicians, poisoned by spies, or tricked into fighting each other, and the Witch King hadn't been killed until the North Continent had been scorched, and they'd never found a body. No one was quite sure what the Witch King had done to make himself so powerful, and pretty much beyond being killed. Kane might know the answer. He'd found the Witch King's private notebook after all, and he might even have improved upon what the Witch King had done. If the first Grand Sorcerer had known, it had never been written down in the Great Library. Some stories suggested that the first Grand Sorcerer had been just as powerful as the Witch King, and that all successive Grand Sorcerers, despite being extremely powerful in their own right, hadn't quite lived up to his power. Perhaps the original Grand Sorcerer had used necromancy too, only he'd had the mental discipline not to allow it to drive him mad. But then, he'd been the unquestioned ruler of most of the known world. He had already been supremely powerful. A shape landed beside her, and Elaine started, glancing over to see a colossal wolf with long, sharp teeth. A moment later, she recognized Daria's wolf form, despite the blood that stained her muzzle. Her friend started to shift back to human form, but held the transformation midway between human and wolf. She was naked, but almost covered in blood. Elaine reached for her friend and hugged her tightly, relieved to see her. Part of her had wondered if everyone she'd known was dead. "The dead are coming back to life," Daria half growled. Her fur felt surprisingly comforting, almost like cuddling a stuffed toy. The entire city is coming apart and... She broke off as she saw movement. People crawling towards where the arena had been, on their hands and knees. Elaine followed her gaze and recognized a handful of the crawlers, upper-class aristocrats from High Tory. Some of them were naked, their skins showing the signs of recent beatings, while others tried to crawl with as much confidence as they could. But it wasn't easy to be defiant when crawling along the ground. Elaine felt a sudden chill as she recognized Millicent. Her old enemy was completely naked, her back whipped so badly that it was bleeding. She was crying, trying to hold herself together in the face of the awful compulsion dragging her onwards to face Kane. Elaine knew now that she would never hate Millicent again. What she'd done was nothing compared to the torment that Kane had already inflicted upon her, and what he would inflict on her in the future. He wants to make them crawl, she realized. All the people who had been born legitimately, all the people who had mocked a bastard child who could so easily have been declared legitimate, all the people who had enjoyed wealth and status that Kane would never be able to enjoy. He wanted to make them crawl. There was no point in enslaving them or turning them into copies of himself when he could torment them by forcing them to crawl before him. He'd done worse, she realized dully. His power was enough to take over all of the slaves, to replace their enforced loyalty to their masters with enforced loyalty to himself, and to use them to punish those who had tormented him over the years. What else had happened to Millicent apart from a brutal whipping? There was no way to know, but Elaine could guess, and realized that she didn't want to know. Kane's laughter echoed out over the city once again as the former masters of creation fell on their faces before him. He could do anything to them, and they knew it, from simply destroying them to turning them into slaves themselves. Elaine watched Millicent as she fell on her belly and shuddered. Maybe Kane wasn't mad, not in the sense that Prince Hilarion was mad, but he'd gone too far. The temptation he'd offered his daughter had overwhelmed him and turned him into a monster. She started to back away, heading away from the arena. Direct attack would be worse than futile. It would reveal to him that she was still alive, still armed with the knowledge that he'd given her. But it wasn't enough to stop him. For all she knew, there was nothing that suggested how she could deal with him, even to hold him off for a few seconds. Prince Hilarion had been tricked into wasting most of his enhanced power, but Kane wasn't that maddened. He could blink her out of existence merely by snapping his fingers. But there was another possibility. Kane had discovered the Witch King's own book, the one that contained the darkest of his spells. Surely there had to be something there, something she could use to match him and stop him. She'd already resisted the temptation to abuse her power, and the knowledge that she'd had crammed into her head, and she could do it again. It didn't seem a very safe possibility, but it was all she could think of. If she could match his power, perhaps she could kill him before he destroyed the entire city, and the world. Daria caught her arm as they slipped past a half-ruined building and nodded towards a figure lying in the darkness. Dread had been flung away from Kane when he'd first started to reveal his true nature, only to crash down outside the arena and be trapped when the building had been knocked down by one of Kane's earthquakes. Elaine did her best to help Daria move the rubble, revealing Dread's damaged body. One of his legs had been broken beyond easy repair. His left arm ended in a bloody stump. I thought you were dead, Dread said. Elaine felt an odd feeling in her chest as she realized that he'd cared. Was that what it was like to have a genuine father? I should have realized that you wouldn't die so easily. Kane is my father, Elaine said bitterly. The druid had been right. She'd been better off not knowing the truth. What happened to the Witch King's notebook? Dread looked at her sharply. Why do you want to know? I need to use it, Elaine said, and explained her plan. It was risky to say it out loud. It was impossible to tell just how far Kane's perception had spread, but there was no choice. Where did you hide it? You can't risk it, Dread said. He started to touch his leg with his good hand, grimacing against the pain. Elaine felt him work an odd spell, one so delicate that she could never have matched it herself, and his leg slowly repaired itself. You'll go mad, just like him. I have to stop him, Elaine said. Surely there were words she could use to convince him, but nothing came to mind. I will go mad, Dread said firmly. He waved a hand towards where Kane was standing, his presence so firmly marked on reality that it could be sensed from miles away. Don't you think that he's mad already? He was right, Elaine realized. Kane was mad, even if it was a different kind of madness to the one that had swallowed Prince Hilarion. The only thing that kept him even remotely balanced was the minds he'd seeded with his own personality, and those were likely to be overwhelmed if he kept absorbing more and more raw power. How long would it be before his body started to fail? And then a thought struck her. There was one final possibility. I need you on your feet, she said, helping him up. The healing spell had drained him badly, suggesting that there was a very good reason the druids didn't use it unless there was no other choice. I'm going to need your help. Chapter 37. Kane's presence echoed in her mind as she led the way towards the one part of the city that very few people would enter willingly. The wild magic shimmering through the blight was deadlier than anything else, except perhaps for Kane himself. Elaine had read hundreds of stories of what happened to people who blundered into the blight and fell asleep, allowing the wild magic to transform them into monsters. The lucky ones had been allowed to leave the Golden City peacefully. The unlucky ones had been killed by their own families or the Inquisitors. Wild magic was beyond control, even in the few areas where it pooled naturally. In the blight, it was effectively poisoned. It would be difficult for anyone to drain it without risking their life or integrity. Elaine slowed as she reached the edge of the blight, feeling its strange nature somehow countering the endless waves of power from Kane. Kane wanted everyone to respect him, and that demand for respect was slowly becoming a demand for worship. Elaine wondered, as she felt the blight reaching out for her, if the gods had been necromancers who had become so powerful they'd been completely disconnected from the human world. No one was entirely sure where the gods came from, or what they saw in humanity, and some wizards had definitely believed that they could become all-powerful. Tapping the blight's power would be simple enough, she knew, provided that she no longer cared about her own survival. She'd worked out ways to drain it before she'd realized that doing so would be far too revealing. Now she altered the spells she'd designed in her mind, angling them so that they would summon the blight's power to her rather than dispel it harmlessly. It would probably kill her to try, but there was no choice. Kane had to be stopped, and if she was partly responsible for what he had become, her own life was a small price to pay to stop him. Stay here, she urged Daria. The werewolves had been created by wild magic. Daria would be vulnerable to the blight in ways that wouldn't threaten a normal human, even a magician. Elaine had never realized just how brave Daria had been to track her down so close to the blight, but then she hadn't realized that Daria had been a werewolf. I need you two to lure him towards the blight. Dread looked at her puzzled. Are you sure you know what you are doing? The honest answer to that was no, but that would only have upset him. "I think so," Elaine said carefully. And it was true enough. Whatever happened, she probably wouldn't last long enough to see what the wild magic did to her. "But you can't know what I'm doing, not when he might be able to read your mind." "Understood," Dredd said. Meeting someone so much more powerful than himself, and sane enough to be a long-term threat to the entire world, had to have been humbling. But he still took it in his stride. "How long do you need?" Elaine hesitated. She honestly wasn't sure. "Give me 10 minutes, she said finally. Constructing the spells in her mind was one thing, but summoning them into reality was quite another. Controlling wild magic was difficult, to say the least. Many sorcerers had tried, and even those who had succeeded had escaped horrifically mutated. She remembered Lady Lightspinner's face and shuddered. Had she tried to tap wild magic to boost her own powers? "Good luck. And to you," Dredd said heavily. He took one last look at her, as if he was trying to remember her face, and then started to walk off. "I'll wait for Daria at the Shipper's Inn." Elaine watched him go, and then looked up at the werewolf girl. "I haven't been a very good friend, have I?" "Well, you could have done more of the washing," Daria said dryly. Elaine found herself giggling, despite the tears prickling against her eyes. "Listen to me. You're not a bad person, not really. And though I know you didn't want a life of importance, you have handled it well." Elaine knew that she hadn't, but there was no point in arguing. "Thank you," she said, and gave her friend a hug. If I don't come out of this alive, please will you tell Bea that I'm grateful for everything?" "Of course I will," Daria said. "And you are going to come out of this alive. And we are going to go trawling for men every night when this is over." Elaine shrugged. "Maybe," she said. "Just try not to forget me, all right?" Daria's huge canine-like eyes met hers. "Don't you dare try to kill yourself out of some misplaced guilt," Daria said flatly. "You didn't ask for any of this." "I know," Elaine said. It didn't make her feel any better. "Good luck." "May the gods be with us," Daria agreed. "I'll see you soon." She shifted back into wolf form and padded after Dredd. Elaine watched her go, feeling a sense of unimaginable desolation slowly overcoming her, urging her to call Daria back so that she wouldn't walk into the blight alone. But she held her tongue, even when the werewolf looked back at her and waved goodbye. Turning, fixing her spells firmly in her mind, Elaine turned and walked into the blight. At first there was nothing, apart from a sense that the air around her was sick and unwell. The wild magic had seeped into the buildings around where the magicians had conducted their experiments, warping everything into something that seemed increasingly unreal. Doorways seemed to gape open invitingly, suggesting that she could walk through them and into an unknown world. The road seemed to twist and turn through a series of increasingly unstable pocket dimensions. She could hear sounds in the distance, screams and laughter from those trapped within the blight. They were long dead, she hoped, but their souls remained frozen, unable to proceed to the next world. The wild magic seemed to shimmer around her as she approached the site of the old experiments. Buildings seemed to become odd, almost alien, covered with writing that was beyond her ability to understand. Great entities seemed to brush the surface of mankind's reality, their thoughts taking on physical form in the midst of the blight. A scuttling noise alerted her to a giant scorpion-like creature advancing on its prey, a mutated cross between a cat and a dog. Elaine shuddered, unable to tell if the creatures were real or just illusions thrown up by the blight. The scorpion moved to sting, only to recoil as the cat-dog lunged forward, landed on top of the creature's shell, and started to dig into the gaps with sharp teeth that seemed to have come from nowhere. Elaine watched the scorpion die and then hurried onwards, towards where the ghosts of the dead necromancers waited for her. She didn't dare go into any of the buildings, not knowing what could be waiting for her in the darkness. She sucked in her breath as she came to the very heart of the blight, a circle of ground that was absolutely dead and cold. Wild magic grew stronger as lightning began to flash overhead, each one illuminating a scene from the final moments before the blight came into existence. The wizards cast their spells, pushing themselves to the limit, hoping to develop a form of necromancy that didn't include murder. A person could recover drained life force if cared for by competent druids, and if necromancy didn't include murder, was it really necromancy? They'd never had the chance to find out. One by one, Elaine started to cast her spells. The wild magic started to slide towards her, a shifting wave as unstoppable as the tide. Magicians had once believed that they could hold back the incoming tide, but the pressure on their wards had eventually caused them to snap, drowning the magicians before they had a chance to escape. Now, Elaine realized as wild magic flickered around her, she was about to die in pursuit of her magic. The only consolation was knowing that Cain was about to die with her. She closed down as much of her awareness as she could as the wild magic focused around her, slipping into the spells she'd designed to hold it. Higher magic could be controlled, once the first spells had been cast, by magic drawn from the wards. Wild magic was just as likely to flicker out of existence for no obvious reason. Her own wards had been carefully designed, using theoretical models that had never been tried before they'd been added to the Black Vault's collection of banned volumes, using a series of twisting wards to try to contain the wild magic. Even looking at it too closely might be dangerous. But she could still sense Cain. Her father's awareness would have encompassed the blight, even if he'd chosen to try to ignore it. Even without Dread and Daria trying to lure him towards the contaminated part of the city, he would have sensed something of what she was doing. He'd know that she was drawing on wild magic, and he would be coming for her. She could feel his presence start to move, great waves of power washing out as he slowly walked through the city. Buildings toppled and people died wherever he cast his gaze. His power thundered through the wards that had once protected the city, causing them to turn in on themselves. Anyone too close to him would be enslaved or have their minds blown out of existence. He'd become a mad god. And yet, now she was more attuned to wild magic than anyone else had ever been. She could sense something else. Cain was Cain, but he wasn't. Something far older and far darker had infested him, just like he'd infested his cousin. Elaine had wondered how any young mind, and Cain was young, barely old enough to be the father he'd become, could have worked on such a plan for so long. But the puppet master had been a puppet himself, caught in a web so subtle that he'd never suspected its existence. It had whispered into his mind, fanning the sparks of resentment into a blaze that threatened to bring down the entire world, slowly turning him into a shadow of someone else. As if the awareness was suddenly enough to shatter a barrier she hadn't even known existed, she sensed an immensely old and powerful entity looking back at her. No one had ever found the Witch King's body. She saw it all in that moment of horrified awareness. The Lich. A dead body animated by a mind so powerful that it could never die, waiting for its chance to strike. Some had died, some had failed, some had alerted the Inquisition. but none had revealed that the Witch King was still alive. His power not only kept him alive, it also hid him from all detection. The gods alone knew where he was hiding, his body animated by vast power and endless hate, laying his plans against the Golden City and the line of sorcerers that had defeated him. How far back had he been drawing up the plans to create Cain? Had he influenced Duke Garma into having an affair with Cain's mother? Or turned Garma's wife into an icy shrew, preventing him from having children who would have been legitimate? Or there were too many possibilities. A mind that could plot over centuries, slowly feeding ideas and hints into the minds of its unknowing allies, might be beyond detection. How could anyone tell if a single event was part of a greater plan or nothing more than a coincidence? The Witch King's insane laughter seemed to echo in her mind. Each fragment of his plan was part of a greater whole, something that twisted events and provided new elements for him to pick up and manipulate. The orphanage had taught Elaine how to knit. It was seen as a valuable skill for a young woman with neither family nor money, and she realized just how well the Witch King had knitted his plans. Even if pieces of his plan fell apart, he could keep going, knitting elements of his grand strategy back together, or twisting it into something new. How could one fight a plan that was so all-encompassing? She started as Cain entered the Blight, his magical field flaring into blinding light as it encountered the wild magic. He was already trying to drain it, she realized, in the hopes of absorbing it into himself. And with the power he was creating, he could perform miracles, like restoring the Witch King to a living body. There would no longer be any need for the Witch King to use most of his power on keeping himself alive, keeping his soul firmly anchored in a rotting body. He would walk out upon the land and rebuild his empire, while whatever remained of the Golden City and the Regency Council struggled to recover from the damage Cain had inflicted on them. The Inquisition had been crippled. Many of the aristocrats, traders, and soldiers who made up the underpinnings of the empire had been killed. Dear gods, King Hildebrand would lead Ida into rebellion, and he wouldn't be the only one. The entire empire would come apart at the seams. And behind it all, the Witch King would build up his power once again until he unleashed the third and final necromantic war. The wild magic tore at her mind, threatening to absorb her into itself, but somehow she hung on grimly. There was no point in trying to talk Cain into surrendering, or even helping her to hunt down and destroy the Witch King. By now, the Witch King would have so thoroughly riddled his mind with his influence that Cain would literally be unable to comprehend what Elaine was trying to tell him. He'd automatically dismiss everything she said, as if she was merely trying to distract him, and distract him, and distract him. She felt his influence reaching out for her and shielded her mind, using a technique that she'd learned from the knowledge crammed into her head. Cain knew it too, of course, but it would take him time to break her down enough to seed part of himself into her mind, and that would open her up to the Witch King himself. The thought was terrifying, but she pushed it aside ruthlessly. Her entire body was quivering with wild magic as she sucked more and more of it into her cells, risking her entire life. Cain had already started the transformation towards a higher form of life, one composed completely of magic, but she was catching up with him. And they would both die when the magic ran out. Elaine opened her eyes. She was surrounded by people, the ghosts of all those who had died in the Blight. They were looking at her as if they expected her to save them. Perhaps once the wild magic was gone, they would be free to move on to the next world. Or maybe they'd just flicker out of existence and die. Elaine reached out for them, trying to use her magic to ask them to help her stabilize the power. Some of them, Perhaps all of them helped her to ground herself. She could hear their voices whispering in her mind, but she couldn't make out the words. They were trying to tell her something important. Kane was standing at the edge of the blackened ground. There was nothing remotely human about his form any longer. His entire body was glowing with light, magic flaring through the air, only to fall back into a body that seemed to be constantly shifting into something else. Elaine could hear his thoughts pressing against reality, threatening her very life even as they recoiled from the wild magic that had consumed her. High magic, ordered magic, just didn't go well with wild magic. Any graduate of the Peerless School knew that trying to combine the two was very dangerous. But was Kane too far gone to care? Elaine felt her body starting to come apart and knew that she could wait no longer. They were blood relations, even though she would have preferred to think otherwise. She reached out towards her father, and their minds touched, just once. Kane's far stronger mind grasped the magic boiling through Elaine's body and soul and tried to take it for himself. Most magicians would have fought if they'd felt their magic being stolen, but it would have been the wrong response. Elaine took a breath and thrust all of her magic right at him, gambling that it would be enough to overwhelm him. He hadn't set up spells to tame and store wild magic. Kane screamed as the two types of magic clashed together. Elaine heard, or felt, someone else scream in rage as Kane's mind shattered under the impact, the magic he'd stored demanding release. It poured through the network of influence that the Witch King had constructed, bursting out into the minds of those who had listened to his whispers and tried to claim his power. Elaine had a sense, a very brief sense, that it might have killed the Witch King himself. But he was a lich. A lich could be very hard to kill. There was a brief moment of relief as Kane's magic field flickered and died, followed by a grim awareness that the wild magic was now free to burn through her mind. The ground came up to slam into her face, and Elaine felt darkness enveloping her. And someone was whispering to her in the darkness. "We're free," the voice said. It was one voice that seemed to be hundreds of voices, all blended together. "And we thank you." And then there was nothing. Chapter 38. Elaine slowly came back to herself, climbing out of a darkness that had threatened to overwhelm her mind. She had an odd sense of déjà vu as she opened her eyes, realizing that she was in a hospital bed. A pair of druids were bending over her, one pulling a wand away from her forehead. The other passed her a thin tube and inserted it into her mouth. Elaine sipped it gratefully and then tried to sit up. They held her down gently and held up a mirror in front of her face. Her brown eyes were gone, replaced by two fiery red orbs that seemed almost demonic. Elaine recoiled in shock. How could anyone look at her any longer? "Wild magic always extracts a price," the druid said. It was no surprise that she recognized him. "Compared to some of the others, you were lucky, very lucky." Elaine sorted through her memories until she remembered what had happened. The blight. "Gone, it seems," the druid said. "You're going to be a very rich young lady once the council gets back together and pays you what they promised. And they probably owe you one hell of a reward for saving the Golden City, perhaps the entire world." He smiled. "But rest for the moment," he said. "There are a great many people who want to talk to you, I'm afraid." The next time Elaine opened her eyes, she saw Lady Lightspinner standing beside her bed, looking down at her from behind the veil. Elaine had lost track of what had happened to her after Kane had lashed out at both her and Mentor, but she'd clearly survived and prospered. The robes she wore were those of the Grand Sorcerer, granted to her by default. She'd been the only one of the original contestants to remain in the contest and survive. "You won," she said, through a mouth that felt as if she'd been slapped a dozen times. Her entire body felt numb. "Congratulations." "Thanks to you," Lady Lightspinner said. She sounded oddly amused. "You saved my life." We all make mistakes, Elaine thought, before realizing that maybe it hadn't been a mistake. Even if Lady Lightspinner had been as bad as Millicent, she wouldn't have been insane, and besides, her warped body would keep her in check. And the Witch King? It was impossible to tell if he was still alive, if one could call a lich alive in the first place. He might have been destroyed in the final backwash of wild magic. "You're welcome," she said finally. "How is the city?" 9,000 dead, including many of the senior wizards, the lady said flatly. Elaine blanched. Apart from the Second Necromantic War, there had never been so many deaths among the magical community. The whole system for selecting and upholding a Grand Sorcerer was designed to prevent magical fratricide. About 100 Inquisitors were killed as well, most of them trying to stop Cain before it was too late. She hesitated. "Your friend Dread survived somehow," she added. "The druids finally managed to stun him and work on healing the damage he took while he was unconscious. I don't think he was too happy." Elaine had to smile. That sounded like Dread. "But overall, it will take years to recover from what Cain did to us," Lady Lightspinner added grimly. "We've already had to put off dealing with Ida until we've managed to sort out the wreckage Cain left in his wake. Far too many other monarchs are wondering if they can declare independence while the Empire is crippled." She shook her head. "But that wasn't what I came in here to talk about," she said, changing the subject. "There have been a great many discussions recently." "Concerning me," Elaine said. She'd expected as much. Her relationship to Cain might not have come out, although Daria or another werewolf might have realized the truth, but everyone had just had a harsh lesson in the dangers of forbidden knowledge being used. Those who didn't know that the Witch King was still alive, which was almost everyone, would wonder if Elaine would go the same way. They would want to condemn her on the grounds that it would be better safe than sorry. "When will I be executed?" "Some of the remaining senior wizards voted to kill you," Lady Lightspinner said dryly. "But I am Grand Sorceress, and I had the deciding vote. We agreed to offer you a compromise, as we owed you our lives. Killing you might rebound upon us in some subtle way." Elaine shrugged. Magic's laws were not, had never been, as well understood as the physical science that powered the Iron Dragons. Breaking an oath could be disastrous, as could striking down someone to whom you owed a debt. It was commonly believed that the gods arbitrated such actions, but no one knew for sure. The information on the gods that had been shifted into Elaine's head was more questions than answers. Even glancing at some of the titles was considered blasphemy by most of the major religions. "The Great Library needs a head librarian," Lady Lightspinner said. "That person will have to be bound to the library service, someone who won't mind spending the rest of their life within the library. Miss Prim, I'm told, was something of a special case." She leaned forward. "Would you consider taking up the position?" Elaine hesitated. It was what she had once wanted, a responsible position working with books, including ones that only existed in the Great Library itself, and no one could accuse her of secretly opening the Black Vault when all the knowledge inside the vault was already in her head. She could happily walk into the Great Library and let the rest of the world pass her by. And yet, Her life had expanded after Duke Garma's spell had changed her. She wanted to spend time with Daria, chasing boys. She wanted to be involved with Dread and the other Inquisitors as they tried to track down and destroy the Witch King. It was something she would have shied away from before the accident. Did she really want to accept the oaths and obligations that came with being the great librarian? She rubbed her eyes. Was she imagining it, or were her eyes burning? The other option is probably having you restrained in some way, Lady Lightspinner admitted carefully. I don't want to have to turn on you, but... I understand, Elaine said. It wasn't her fault. If she'd become Grand Sorcerer after so much destruction, Elaine would have wanted to clamp down on any other possible sources of disruption in the Golden City. Forbidden knowledge had been forbidden for a reason. How long do I have to think about it? Several days at least, Lady Lightspinner said. The Great Library didn't get destroyed in the battle, but there was enough damage to the surrounding buildings to make it difficult to get inside. After that, she smiled. Take some time to think about it, she added, but don't try to kill yourself. It is possible to live after being warped. It took Elaine a moment to realize what she was talking about. Red eyes, even ones that looked like hot coals, were nothing compared to what had been inflicted on the veiled woman in front of her. Of course, Lady Lightspinner would have considered suicide when she realized that no power in the universe could change her back into a normal person. Her bloodline was as illustrious as any other, but that wouldn't have saved her if high society had realized what had happened to her body. Even a Grand Sorcerer might not be able to remain in office if everyone knew that she had been warped. Thank you, Elaine said. She hesitated before asking the next question. How is Millicent? Shocked, Lady Lightspinner said shortly. No one would be able to face compulsion on such a scale and escape unscathed. A taste of what it felt like to be a slave would be good for Millicent, Elaine decided, even though she would probably blot most of it from her mind. The human memory didn't like to remember pain. She'll be fine. She grew up a great deal in the last few days. Elaine shrugged. Millicent didn't seem to matter anymore. Maybe she too had grown up over the past few days. Elaine was amused to discover, when entering the private room that had been set aside for Inquisitor Dread, that Princess Saccharissa had taken over his care. She'd organized him into eating properly, relaxing as much as he could and trying to forget about what had happened to the city. The glamour that normally made Dread's face unrecognizable seemed to have faded slightly, revealing a face that was almost a frozen mask. Even when he smiled, he still seemed to have a face of stone. I understand that we owe you everything, Dread said, without preamble. Elaine took it in her stride. With so many Inquisitors dead, Dread had to feel that he should be out on the streets with the remainder of his fellows. How many Inquisitors were even left alive? And that you're a hero. They should have made you Grand Sorceress, Princess Saccharissa said, from where she was sitting beside Dread. You saved the entire world. Elaine shook her head numbly. Her magic seemed to have been tainted somehow, perhaps by the moment wild magic had bypassed her defenses and struck directly at her soul. Red eyes could be the merest sign of a corruption that had spread through her body. It still seemed to be ready for her to call upon when necessary, but now it rolled and seethed inside her mind. Who knew what would happen when she tried to work her next magic spell? I trust that you will assume the position the Grand Sorcerer suggested, Dread said gruffly. You would be automatically considered one of the senior wizards, one of the people who could serve on the Regency Council. You'd do better at that position than many of the ones who died in the fighting." "I think I will," Elaine said, "but there's something else we have to talk about." She outlined briefly what she'd seen in the final moments before Cain had been torn apart by wild magic. The Witch King was out there, unless he was dead, but there was no way to know for sure. His network had been crippled, yet he might have survived. A lich was very hard to kill. "We were fooled," Dredd said when she had finished. "I never even considered that there might be another person hiding behind the prince." "Two people," Elaine said precisely. A long-dead sorcerer had lectured endlessly on the need for precision at all times. His words seemed to echo through her mind. Many sorcerers had written their own books, and most of them were stored in the Great Library. And even the Witch King, back when he'd been valiant, had followed that tradition. He might still be alive. She felt despair as she considered the true scale of the problem. A lich could never die. A lich needed no food, no drink, nothing that humanity could provide. The Witch King could simply withdraw back into his cave and wait for 100 years or 1,000 before he started to spread his influence once again. And there might be 100,000 people still out there who had been touched by him and didn't know it. The Witch King was old enough to have more experience in subtle manipulation than anyone in the Empire. He might be dead. She would have liked to believe that he was dead, but there was no way to know. "He might have guided Cain to his books," Dredd said when she'd finished. "Or maybe he hid a shadow of himself in those books and waited for someone to come along and start reading them. I wonder how much of it Cain knew himself." "Very little," Elaine said. Cain hadn't known that he'd just been a puppet. But I think that the Witch King was planning his return to power a long time before Cain was even born. The sense of despair grew stronger. Even in hindsight, there was no easy way to trace cause and effect back to the Witch King. No one could have linked a girl without a family to the royal family of Ida, let alone the Witch King himself. But each piece had been carefully put into place and manipulated until all the actors followed a script the Witch King had written. How did you fight someone so subtle that he could craft plans over 100 years and wait for longer before they came to fruition? Anything could be part of his plan. She looked over at Dredd and shivered. If he hadn't come to Ida himself, she would have been taken by the Witch King's servants and drained of all her knowledge. The Witch King hadn't known everything about magic. No one did. But she knew almost everything that was known. Tapping her mind through Cain would have been enough to give him everything he lacked. He might know it all now, if Cain and he had been in close contact before Cain died. And even without random chance and Dredd's paranoia, the Witch King had come far too close to success. "We have to find him," she said, and knew that Dredd would agree. "I just don't know where to begin." "Ida, perhaps," Dredd said. Elaine glanced at him, surprised. It was never overwhelmed by the necromancers in either of the great wars. Where better for the Witch King to have a secret bolt hole? Elaine nodded thoughtfully. The lands once controlled by the necromancers had been left 1,000 scars, including hundreds of tiny hiding places containing knowledge and magical artifacts created by the necromancers themselves. Various grand sorcerers had attempted to find them all before they fell into unfriendly hands, but no one had ever been sure that they'd all been found. The necromancers had been determined that their legacy would live on even after they died. "But we'll find him," Dredd assured her. He sounded confident, but then he'd always sounded as if he knew what he was doing. "And you can help us search for him." And maybe you can even find a way to destroy him. B couldn't look her in the eye, Elaine realized. How could he? Her gaze was intimidating now, intimidating in a way that her magic had never been. Hundreds of books on psychology flashed through her mind. Half of them seemed to disagree with the other half and suggested that men would have problems with such a serious power imbalance. And that was strange. Elaine had never had the raw power of Millicent, let alone the senior wizards. "My mistress is summoning me home," B said reluctantly. They'd kissed, but little else. The fire was gone. "After Lady Lightspinner became the Grand Sorceress, I completed the political deals the Empress wanted, and she called me home." And he hadn't fought it either, Elaine realized. She didn't need to read minds to understand that their relationship had been destroyed. The Witch King had had the last laugh there, if nowhere else. Elaine's eyes showed her taint to anyone who cared to look. Perhaps she'd have to start copying Lady Lightspinner and hide her eyes behind a blindfold. "Write to me from time to time, all right?" she asked. He wouldn't, she knew. "I can put in a good word for you at the Great Library." Elaine kissed B one final time and then walked out of his apartment. She didn't let herself cry until she was safely back home. "How do I look?" "A very sexy librarian," Daria said mischievously. "What does your new boyfriend think of it?" Elaine snorted. The spells that bound the librarian to the Great Library were complex and almost unbreakable. Elaine now had a connection to the building that no one else could match, even if it did leave her wondering if she should be made of stone instead of living flesh from time to time. The Great Library was alive, almost intelligent, and it was now part of her. "The library is just glad to have a new librarian," Elaine said honestly. It was difficult to say what, if anything, the library thought of individuals. Miss Prim had also been bound, if unwillingly, to the library, and she had tried to steal from it. I think it was a little upset by what happened last week. She kept her voice light, despite the odd feeling that she'd become a prisoner without quite realizing it. The Great Library held her now, keeping her within the city. There would be no more trips to anywhere outside the 5 Peaks. At least she wasn't trapped inside the building, but then maybe there would come a time when she didn't want to leave. "Good luck," Daria said as they reached the main doors. The Great Library staff had already been told that Elaine would take Miss Prim's position. Irritatingly, half of the staff had already signalled their intention to leave the library. With so many senior wizards dead, there were all kinds of opportunities opening up. "Want me to join you for dinner?" Elaine smiled as she felt the library's impatience. "And dancing afterwards?" She waved goodbye to her friend and stepped through the door. The Great Library welcomed her, its presence reaching out to meet her mind. Where better for a bookworm to live than a library? It was happy to have her back within its walls, and she felt the same way too. Elaine smiled as she saw the staff and then tried to put a stern expression on her face. The Great Library was going to be very busy very soon, as thousands of sorcerers started studying for the new positions that were opening up, and they had to be ready. And the Witch King might still be out there. But for the moment, she was happy, and that was all that she had ever wanted.